Chapter 1 of A History of American Christianity. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. Chapter 1. Providential Preparations for the Discovery of America. Spiritual Revival throughout Christendom, and especially in the Church of Spain. The heroic discovery of America at the close of the 15th century after Christ has compelled the generous and just admiration of the world, but the grandeur of human enterprise and achievement in the discovery of the Western Hemisphere has a less claim on our admiration than that divine wisdom and controlling providence which, for reasons now manifested, kept the secret hidden through so many millenniums, in spite of continual chances of disclosure, until the fullness of time. How near, to speak as a fool, the plans of God came to being defeated by human enterprise is illustrated by unquestioned facts. The fact of medieval exploration, colonization, and even evangelization in North America seems now to have emerged from the region of fanciful conjecture into that of history. That for 4 centuries, ending with the 15th, the Church of Iceland maintained its bishops and other missionaries and built its churches and monasteries on the frozen coast of Greenland is abundantly proved by documents and monuments. Dim but seemingly unmistakable traces are now discovered of enterprises, not only of exploration and trade, but also of evangelism, reaching along the mainland southward to the shores of New England. There are vague indications that these beginnings of Christian civilization were extinguished, as in so many later instances, by savage massacre. With impressive coincidence, the latest vestige of this primeval American Christianity fades out in the very year of the discovery of America by Columbus. By a prodigy of divine providence, the secret of the ages had been kept from premature disclosure during the centuries in which, without knowing it, the Old World was actually in communication with the New. That was high strategy in the warfare for the advancement of the kingdom of God in the earth. What possibilities, even yet only beginning to be accomplished, were thus saved to both hemispheres? If the discovery of America had been achieved 4 centuries or even a single century earlier, the Christianity to be transplanted to the Western world would have been that of the Church of Europe at its lowest stage of decadence. The period closing with the 15th century was that of the dense darkness that goes before the dawn. It was a period in which the lingering life of the Church was chiefly manifested in feverish complaints of the widespread corruption and outcries for reformation of the Church in head and members. The degeneracy of the clergy was nowhere more manifest than in the monastic orders that had been originally established for the express purpose of reviving and purifying the Church. That ancient word was fulfilled, like people, like priest. But it was especially in the person of the foremost official representative of the religion of Jesus Christ that the religion was most dishonored. The 15th century was the era of the infamous popes. By another coincidence which arrests the attention of the reader of history, that same year of the discovery by Columbus witnessed the ascension of the most infamous of the series, the Borgia, Alexander VI, to his short and shameful pontificate. Let it not be thought, as some of us might be prone to think, that the timeliness of the discovery of the Western Hemisphere, in its relation to Church history, is summed up in this, that it coincided with the Protestant Reformation, so that the New World might be planted with a Protestant Christianity. For 100 years, the colonization and evangelization of America were, in the narrowest sense of that large word, Catholic, not Protestant. But the Catholicism brought hither was that of the 16th century, not of the 15th. It is a most one-sided reading of the history of that illustrious age which fails to recognize that the Great Reformation was a reformation of the Church, as well as a reformation from the Church. It was in Spain itself, in which the corruption of the Church had been foulest, but from which all symptoms of heretical pravity were purged away with the fiercest zeal as fast as they appeared, in Spain under the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella the Catholic, that the demand for a Catholic Reformation made itself earliest and most effectually felt. The highest ecclesiastical dignitary of the realm, Ximenes, confessor to the Queen, Archbishop of Toledo, and Cardinal, was himself the leader of a reform. No changes in the rest of Christendom were destined for many years to have so great an influence on the course of evangelism in North America as those which affected the Church of Spain. and of these by far the most important in their bearing on the early course of Christianity in America were, first, the purifying and quickening of the miserably decayed and corrupted mendicant orders, ever the most effective arm in the missionary service of the Latin Church, and a little later, the founding of the Society of Jesus, with its immense potency for good and for evil. At the same time, the court of Rome, sobered in some measure by the perilous crisis that confronted it, from its long orgy of simony, nepotism, and sensuality, began to find time and thought for spiritual duties. The establishment of the congregations, or administrative boards, and especially of the Congregatio de Propaganda Fide, or Board of Missions, dates chiefly from the 16th century. The revived interest in theological study incident to the general spiritual awakening gave the Church, as a result of the labors of the Council of Trent, a well-defined body of doctrine, which nevertheless was not so narrowly defined as to preclude differences and debates among the diverse sects of the clergy, by whose competitions and antagonisms the progress of missions in both Christian and in heathen lands was destined to be so seriously affected. An incident of the Catholic Reformation of the 16th century, inevitable incident, doubtless, in that age, but none the less deplorable, was the engendering or intensifying of that cruel and ferocious form of fanaticism which is defined as the combination of religious emotion with the malignant passions. The tendency to fanaticism is one of the perils attendant on the deep stirring of religious feeling at any time. It was especially attendant on the religious agitations of that period, but most of all it was in Spain, where of all the Catholic nations, corruption had gone deepest, and spiritual revival was most earnest and sincere, that the manifestations of fanaticism were most shocking. Ferdinand and Isabella the Catholic were distinguished alike by their piety and their part in the promotion of civilization, and by the horrors of bloody cruelty perpetrated by their authority and that of the Church, at the instigation of the sincere and devout reformer Ximenes. In the memorable year 1492 was inaugurated the fiercest work of the Spanish Inquisition, concerning which, speaking of her own part in it, the pious Isabella was able afterward to say, "For the love of Christ and of his Virgin Mother I have caused great misery, and have depopulated towns and districts, provinces and kingdoms." The earlier pages of American church history will not be intelligently read unless it is well understood that the Christianity first to be transplanted to the soil of the New World was the Christianity of Spain. The Spain of Isabella and Ximenes, of Loyola and Francis Xavier and Saint Teresa, the Spain also of Torquemada and Saint Peter Arubes, and the zealous and orthodox Duke of Alva. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 2, Spanish Christianity in America. Spanish Conquest, the Propagation, Decay, and Downfall of Spanish Christianity. It is a striking fact that the earliest monuments of colonial and ecclesiastical antiquity within the present domain of the United States, after the early Spanish remains in Florida, are to be found in those remotely interior and inaccessible highlands of New Mexico, which have only now begun to be reached in the westward progress of migration. Before the beginnings of permanent English colonization at Plymouth and at Jamestown, before the French beginnings on the St. Lawrence, before the close of the 16th century, there had been laid by Spanish soldiers, adventurers, and missionaries, in those far recesses of the continent, the foundations of Christian towns and churches, the stately walls and towers of which still invite the admiration of the traveler. The fact is not more impressive than it is instructive. It illustrates the prodigious impetuosity of that tide of conquest which, within so few years from the discovery of the American continents, not only swept over the regions of South and Central America and the great plateau of Mexico, but actually occupied with military posts, with extensive and successful missions, and with a colonization which seemed to show every sign of stability and future expansion, by far the greater part of the present domain of the United States, exclusive of Alaska, an ecclesiastico-military empire stretching its vast diameter from the southernmost cape of Florida across 25 parallels of latitude and 45 meridians of longitude to the Strait of Juan de Fuca. The lessons taught by this amazingly swift extension of the empire and the church, and its arrest and almost extinction, are legible on the surface of the history. It is a strange but not unparalleled story of attempted cooperation in the common service of God and Mammon and Moloch, of endeavors after concord between Christ and Belial. There is no reason to question the sincerity with which the rulers of Spain believed themselves to be actuated by the highest motives of Christian charity in their terrible and fatal American policy. The conversion of the Indians is the principal foundation of the conquest, that which ought principally to be attended to. So wrote the king in a correspondence in which a most cold-blooded authorization is given for the enslaving of the Indians. After the very first voyage of Columbus, every expedition of discovery or invasion was equipped with its contingent of clergy, secular priests as chaplains to the Spaniards, and friars of the regular order for mission work among the Indians, at the cost of the royal treasury or as a charge upon the new conquests. This subsidizing of the Church was the least serious of the injuries inflicted on the cause of the gospel by the piety of the Spanish government. That such subsidizing is in the long run an injury is a lesson illustrated not only in this case, but in many parallel cases in the course of this history. A far more dreadful wrong was the identifying of the religion of Jesus Christ with a system of war and slavery, well nigh the most atrocious in recorded history. For such a policy, the Spanish nation had just received a peculiar training. It is one of the commonplaces of history to remark that the barbarian invaders of the Roman Empire were themselves vanquished by their own victims, being converted by them to the Christian faith. In like manner, the Spanish nation, triumphing over its Muslim subjects in the expulsion of the Moors, seemed in its American conquests to have been converted to the worst of the tenets of Islam. The propagation of the gospel in the Western Hemisphere under the Spanish rule illustrated in its public and official aspects far more the principles of Muhammad than those of Jesus. The triple alternative offered by the Saracen or the Turk, conversion or tribute or the sword, was renewed with aggravations by the Christian conquerors of America. In a form deliberately drawn up and prescribed by the civil and ecclesiastical councilors at Madrid, the invader of a new province was to summon the rulers and people to acknowledge the Church and the Pope and the King of Spain, and in case of refusal or delay to comply with this summons, the invader was to notify them of the consequences in these terms: "If you refuse, by the help of God we shall enter with force into your land, and shall make war against you in all ways and manners that we can, and subject you to the yoke and obedience of the Church and of their highnesses. We shall take you and your wives and your children, and make slaves of them, and sell and dispose of them as their highnesses may command. And we shall take away your goods, and do you all the mischief and damage that we can, as to vassals who do not obey and refuse to receive their lord. And we protest that the deaths and losses that shall accrue from this are your own fault." While the Church was thus implicated in crimes against humanity which history shudders to record, it is a grateful duty to remember that it was from the Church also, and in the name of Christ, that bold protests and strenuous effort were put forth in behalf of the oppressed and the wronged. Such names as Las Casas and Montesinos shine with a beautiful luster in the darkness of that age, and the Dominican order, identified on the other side of the sea with the fiercest cruelties of the Spanish Inquisition, is honorable in American Church history for its fearless championship of liberty and justice. The first entrance of Spanish Christianity upon the soil of the United States was wholly characteristic. In quest of the fountain of youth, Ponce de Leon sailed for the coast of Florida equipped with forces both for the carnal and for the spiritual warfare. Besides his colonists and his men at arms, he brought his secular priests as chaplains and his monks as missionaries, and his instructions from the crown required him to summon the natives, as in the famous Requerimiento, to submit themselves to the Catholic faith and to the King of Spain, under threat of the sword and slavery. The invaders found a different temper in the natives from what was encountered in Mexico and Peru, where the populations were miserably subjugated, or in the islands where they were first enslaved and presently completely exterminated. The insolent invasion was met, as it deserved, by effective volleys of arrows, and its chivalrous leader was driven back to Cuba to die there of his wounds. It is needless to recount the successive failures of Spanish civilization and Christianity to get foothold on the domain now included in the United States. Not until more than 40 years after the attempt of Ponce de Leon did the expedition of the ferocious Menendez effect a permanent establishment on the coast of Florida. In September 1565, the foundations of the oldest city in the United States, St. Augustine, were laid with solemn religious rites by the toil of the first Negro slaves, and the event was signalized by one of the most horrible massacres in recorded history, the cold-blooded and perfidious extermination, almost to the last man, woman, and child, of a colony of French Protestants that had been planted a few months before at the mouth of the St. John's River. The colony thus inaugurated seemed to give every promise of permanent success as a center of religious influence. The spiritual work was naturally and wisely divided into the pastoral care of the Spanish garrisons and settlements, which was taken in charge by secular priests, and the mission work among the Indians committed to friars of those regular orders whose solid organization and independence of the episcopal hierarchy, and whose keen emulation in enterprises of self-denial, toil, and peril have been so large an element of strength, and sometimes of weakness, in the Roman system. In turn, the mission field of the Floridas was occupied by the Dominicans, the Jesuits, and the Franciscans. Before the end of 70 years from the founding of St. Augustine, the number of Christian Indians was reckoned at 25 or 30,000, distributed among 44 missions under the direction of 35 Franciscan missionaries, while the city of St. Augustine was fully equipped with religious institutions and organizations. Grave complaints are on record which indicate the great number of the Indian converts was all out of proportion to their meager advancement in Christian grace and knowledge. But with these indications of shortcoming in the missionaries, there are honorable proofs of diligent devotion to duty in the creating of a literature of instruction in the barbarous languages of the peninsula. For 115 years, Spain and the Spanish missionaries had exclusive possession in Florida, and it was during this period that those imposing results were achieved. In 1680, a settlement of Scotch Presbyterians at Port Royal in South Carolina seemed like a menace to the Spanish domination. It was wholly characteristic of the Spanish colony to seize the sword at once and destroy its nearest Christian neighbor. It took the sword and perished by the sword. The war of races and sects thus inaugurated went on, with intervals of quiet, until the Treaty of Paris in 1763 transferred Florida to the British Crown. No longer sustained by the terror of the Spanish arms and by subsidies from the Spanish treasury, the whole fabric of Spanish civilization and Christianization, at the end of a history of almost 2 centuries, tumbled at once to complete ruin and extinction. The story of the planting of Christian institutions in New Mexico runs parallel with the early history of Florida. Omitting from this brief summary the first discovery of these regions by fugitives from one of the disastrous early attempts to effect a settlement on the Florida coast, omitting what we would fain narrate, the stories of heroic adventure and apostolic zeal and martyrdom which antedate the permanent occupation of the country, we note the arrival in 1598 of a strong, numerous, and splendidly equipped colony, and the founding of a Christian city in the heart of the American continent. As usual in such Spanish enterprises, the missionary work was undertaken by a body of Franciscan friars. After the first months of hardship and discouragement, the work of the Christian colony, and especially the work of evangelization among the Indians, went forward at a marvelous rate. Reinforcements both of priests and of soldiers were received from Mexico. By the end of 10 years, baptisms were reported to the number of 8,000. The entire population of the province was reckoned as being within the pale of the church. Not less than 60 Franciscan friars at once were engaged in the double service of pastors and missionaries. The triumph of the gospel and of the Spanish arms seemed complete and permanent. 80 years after the founding of the colony and mission, the sudden explosion of a conspiracy, which for a long time had been secretly preparing, revealed the true value of the allegiance of the Indians to the Spanish government and of their conversion to Christ. Confounding in a common hatred the missionaries and the tyrannous conquerors who had been associated in a common policy, the Christian Indians turned upon their rulers and their pastors alike with undiscriminating warfare. In a few weeks no Spaniard was in New Mexico north of El Paso. Christianity and civilization were swept away at one blow. The successful rebels bettered the instruction that they had received from their rejected pastors. The measures of compulsion that had been used to stamp out every vestige of the old religion were put into use against the new. The cause of Catholic Christianity in New Mexico never recovered from this stunning blow. After 20 years, the Spanish power, taking advantage of the anarchy and depopulation of the province, had reoccupied its former posts by military force. The missionaries were brought back under armed protection. The practice of the ancient religion was suppressed by the strong hand, and efforts, too often unsuccessful, were made to win back the apostate tribes to something more than a sullen submission to the government and the religion of their conquerors. The later history of Spanish Christianity in New Mexico is a history of decline and decay, enlivened by the usual contentions between the regular clergy and the episcopal government. The white population increased, the Indian population dwindled. Religion, as set forth by an exotic clergy, became an object of indifference when it was not an object of hatred. In 1845, the Bishop of Durango, visiting the province, found an Indian population of 20,000 in a total of 80,000. The clergy numbered only 17 priests. 3 years later, the province became part of the United States. To complete the story of the planting of Spanish Christianity within the present boundaries of the United States, it is necessary to depart from the merely chronological order of American church history. For, although the immense adventurousness of Spanish explorers by sea and land had, in the early 16th century, made known to Christendom the coasts and harbors of the Californias, the beginnings of settlement and missions on that Pacific coast date from so late as 1769. At this period, the method of such work had become settled into a system. The organization was threefold, including 1. The garrison town, 2. The Spanish settlement, and 3. The mission, at which the Indian neophytes were gathered under the tutelage and strict government of the convent of Franciscan friars. The whole system was sustained by the authority and the lavish subventions of the Spanish government, and herein lay its strength, and, as the event speedily proved, its fatal weakness. The inert and feeble character of the Indians of that region offered little excuse for the atrocious cruelties that had elsewhere marked the Spanish occupation, but the paternal kindness of the stronger race was hardly less hurtful. The natives were easily persuaded to become, by thousands, the dependents and servants of the missions. Conversion went on apace. At the end of 65 years from the founding of the missions, their 21 stations numbered a Christian native population of more than 30,000, and were possessed of magnificent wealth, agricultural and commercial. In that very year, 1834, the long-intended purpose of the government to release the Indians from their almost slavery under the missions and to distribute the vast property in severalty was put in force. In 8 years, the more than 30,000 Catholic Indians had dwindled to less than 5,000, the enormous estates of the missions were dissipated, the converts lapsed into savagery and paganism. Meanwhile, the Spanish population had gone on slowly increasing. In the year 1840, 70 years from the Spanish occupancy, it had risen to nearly 6,000. But it was a population the spiritual character of which gave little occasion of boasting to the Spanish Church. Tardy and feeble efforts had been instituted to provide it with an organized parish ministry, when the supreme and exclusive control of that country ceased from the hands that so long had held it. The vineyard was taken away and given to other husbandmen. In the year 1848, California was annexed to the United States. This condensed story of Spanish Christianity within the present boundaries of the United States is absurdly brief compared with the vast extent of space, the 3 centuries of time, and what seemed at one time the grandeur of results involved in it. But in truth it has strangely little connection with the extant Christianity of our country. It is almost as completely severed from historical relation with the Church of the present day as the missions of the Greenlanders in the centuries before Columbus. If we distinguish justly between the Christian work and its unchristian and most satanic admixtures, we can join without reserve both in the eulogy and in the lament with which the Catholic historian sums up his review. It was a glorious work, and the recital of it impresses us by the vastness and success of the toil. Yet as we look around today, we can find nothing of it that remains. Names of saints in melodious Spanish stand out from maps in all that section where the Spanish monk trod, toiled, and died. A few thousand Christian Indians, descendants of those they converted and civilized, still survive in New Mexico and Arizona, and that is all. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 3, French Christianity in America. The project of French empire and evangelization, its wide and rapid success, its sudden extinction. For a full century, from the discovery of the New World until the first effective effort at occupation by any other European people, the Spanish Church and nation had held exclusive occupancy of the North American continent. The Spanish enterprises of conquest and colonization had been carried forward with enormous and unscrupulous energy. And alongside of them, and involved with them, had been born the Spanish chaplaincies and missions, sustained from the same treasury, in some honorable instances bravely protesting against the atrocities they were compelled to witness, in other instances implicated in them and sharing the bloody profits of them. But unquestionable as was the martial prowess of the Spanish soldier and adventurer, and the fearless devotion of the Spanish missionary, there appears nothing like systematic planning in all these immense operations. The tide of conquest flowed in capricious courses, according as it was invited by hopes of gold or of a passage to China, or of some phantom of a fountain of youth, or a city of Quivara, or a gilded man. And it seemed in general to the missionary that he could not do else than follow in the course of conquest. It is wholly characteristic of the French people that its entering at last upon enterprises of colonization and missions should be with large forecasting of the future and with the methods of a grand strategy. We can easily believe that the famous Bull of Partition of Pope Alexander VI was not one of the hindrances that so long delayed the beginnings of a new France in the West. Incessant dynastic wars with near neighbors, the final throes of the long struggle between the crown and the great vassals, and finally the religious wars that culminated in the awful slaughter of St. Bartholomew's and ended at the close of the century with the politic conversion and the coronation of Henry IV. These were among the causes that had held back the great nation from distant undertakings. But thoughts of great things to be achieved in the New World had never for long at a time been absent from the minds of Frenchmen. The annual visits of the Breton fishing fleets to the banks of Newfoundland kept in mind such rights of discovery as were alleged by France, and kept attention fixed in the direction of the great Gulf and river of St. Lawrence. Long before the middle of the 16th century, Jacques Cartier had explored the St. Lawrence beyond the commanding position which he named Montreal, and a royal commission had ensued, under which he was to undertake an enterprise of discovery, settlement, and the conversion of the Indians. But it was not till the year 1608 that the first permanent French settlement was effected. With a coup d'oeil of a general or the foresight of a prophet, Champlain, the illustrious first founder of French empire in America, in 1608 fixed the starting point of it at the natural fortress of Quebec. How early the great project had begun to take shape in the leading minds of the nation it may not be easy to determine. It was only after the adventurous explorations of the French pioneers, traders, and friars, men of like boundless enthusiasm and courage, had been crowned by the achievement of La Salle, who first of men traversed the two great waterways of the continent from the Gulf of St. Lawrence to the Gulf of Mexico, that the amazing possibilities of it were fully revealed. But whosoever scheme it was, a more magnificent project of empire, secular and spiritual, has never entered into the heart of man. It seems to have been native to the American soil, springing up in the hearts of the French pioneer explorers themselves. But by its grandeur, and at the same time its unity, it was of a sort to delight the souls of Sully and Richelieu and of their masters. Under thin and dubious claims by right of discovery, through the immense energy and daring of her explorers, the heroic zeal of her missionaries, and not so much by the prowess of her soldiers as by her craft in diplomacy with savage tribes, France was to assert and make good her title to the basin of the St. Lawrence and to the lakes, and the basin of the Mississippi and the Gulf of Mexico. From the mouth of the St. Lawrence to the mouth of the Mississippi, through the core of the continent, was to be drawn a cordon of posts, military, commercial, and religious, with other outlying stations at strategic points both eastward and westward. The only external interference with this scheme that could be apprehended at its inception was from the Spanish colonies, already decaying and shrinking within their boundaries to the west and to the southeast, and from a puny little English settlement started only a year before, with a doubtful hold on life, on the bank of the James River. A dozen years later, a pitiably feeble company of pilgrims shall make their landing at Plymouth to try the not hopeful experiment of living in the wilderness, and a settlement of Swedes in Delaware and of Hollanders on the Hudson shall be added to the incongruous, unconcerted, mutually jealous plantations that begin to take root along the Atlantic seaboard. Not only grandeur and sagacity of conception, but success and achievement is illustrated by the comparative area occupied by the three great European powers on the continent of North America at the end of a century and a half from the founding of Quebec in 1608. Dividing the continent into 25 equal parts, the French claimed and seemed to hold firmly in possession 20 parts, the Spanish 4 parts, and the English 1 part. The comparison between the Spanish and the French methods of colonization and missions in America is at almost every point honorable to the French. Instead of a greedy scramble after other men's property in gold and silver, the business basis of the French enterprises was to consist in a widely organized and laboriously prosecuted traffic in furs. Instead of a series of desultory and savage campaigns of conquest, the ferocity of which was aggravated by the show of zeal for the kingdom of righteousness and peace, was a large-minded and far-sighted scheme of an empire under which remote and hostile tribes were to be combined by ties of mutual interest and common advantage. And the missions, instead of following servilely in the track of bloody conquest to assume the tutelage of subjugated and enslaved races, were to share with the soldier and the trader the perilous adventures of exploration, and not so much to be supported and defended as to be themselves the support and protection of the settlements through the influence of Christian love and self-sacrifice over the savage heart. Such elements of moral dignity, as well as of imperial grandeur, marked the plans for the French occupation of North America. To a wonderful extent, those charged with this enterprise were worthy of the task. Among the military and civil leaders of it, from Champlain to Montcalm, were men that would have honored the best days of French chivalry. The energy and daring of the French explorers, whether traders or missionaries, have not been equaled in the pioneer work of other races, and the annals of Christian martyrdom may be searched in vain for more heroic examples of devotion to the work of the gospel than those which adorn the history of the French missions in North America. What magnificent results might not be expected from such an enterprise, in the hands of such men, sustained by the resources of the most powerful nation and national church in Christendom? From the founding of Quebec in 1608, the expansion of the French enterprise was swift and vast. By the end of 50 years, Quebec had been equipped with hospital, nunnery, seminary for the education of priests, all affluently endowed from the wealth of zealous courtiers, and served in a noble spirit of self-devotion by the choicest men and women that the French Church could furnish. Besides these institutions, the admirable plan of a training colony, at which converted Indians should be trained to civilized life, was realized at Sillery in the neighborhood. The sacred city of Montreal had been established as a base for missions to the remoter West. Long in advance of the settlement at Plymouth, French Christianity was actively and beneficently busy among the savages of eastern Maine, among the so-called neutral nations by the Niagara, among the fiercely hostile Iroquois of northern New York, by Lake Huron and Lake Nipissing, and, with wonderful tokens of success, by the Falls of St. Mary. Thus did the religious zeal of the French bear the cross to the banks of the St. Mary and the confines of Lake Superior, and look wistfully toward the homes of the Sioux in the valley of the Mississippi, 5 years before the New England Eliot had addressed the tribe of Indians that dwelt within 6 miles of Boston Harbor. 30 years more passed, bringing the story down to the memorable year 1688. The French posts, military, commercial, and religious, had been pushed westward to the head of Lake Superior. The Mississippi had been discovered and explored, and colonies planted from Canada along its banks and the banks of its tributaries had been met by the expeditions proceeding direct from France through the Gulf of Mexico. The claims of France in America included not only the vast domain of Canada, but a half of Maine, a half of Vermont, more than a half of New York, the entire valley of the Mississippi, and Texas as far as the Rio Bravo del Norte. And these claims were asserted by actual and almost undisputed occupancy. The 70 years that followed were years of storm and stress for the French colonies and missions. The widening areas occupied by the French and by the English settlers brought the rival establishments into nearer neighborhood, into sharper competition, and into bloody collision. Successful European wars, King William's War, Queen Anne's War of the Spanish Succession, King George's War of the Austrian Succession, involved the dependencies of France and those of England in the conflicts of their sovereigns. These were the years of terror along the exposed northern frontier of English settlements in New England and New York, when massacre and burning by bands of savages, under French instigation and leadership, made the names of Haverhill and Deerfield and Schenectady memorable in American history. And when, in desperate campaigns against the Canadian strongholds, the colonists vainly sought to protect themselves from the savages by attacking the centers from which the murderous forays were directed. But each successive treaty of peace between England and France confirmed and reconfirmed the French claims to the main part of her American domain. The advances of French missions and settlements continued southward and westward, in spite of jealousy in European cabinets, as the imposing magnitude of the plans of the French Empire became more distinctly disclosed, and in spite of the struggles of the English colonies, both north and south. When, on the 4th of July, 1754, Colonel George Washington surrendered Fort Necessity, near the fork of the Ohio, to the French, in the whole valley of the Mississippi, to its head springs in the Alleghanies, no standard floated but that of France. There seemed little reason to doubt that the French Empire in America, which for a century and a half had gone on expanding and strengthening, would continue to expand and strengthen for centuries to come. Sudden as lightning, in August 1756, the 7 Years' War broke out on the other side of the globe. The treaty with which it ended in February 1763 transferred to Great Britain, together with the Spanish territory of Florida, all the French possessions in America, from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico. As a dream when one awaketh, the magnificent vision of empire, spiritual and secular, which for so many generations had occupied the imagination of French statesmen and churchmen, was rudely and forever dispelled. Of the princely wealth, the brilliant talents, the unsurpassed audacity of adventure, the unequaled heroism of toil and martyrdom expended on the great project, how strangely meager and evanescent the results! In the districts of Lower Canada there remain indeed the institutions of a French Catholic population, and the aspects of those districts in which the pledge of full liberty to the dominant Church has been scrupulously fulfilled by the British government may reasonably be regarded as an indication of what France would have done for the continent in general. But within the present domain of the United States, the entire results of a century and a half of French Catholic colonization and evangelization may be summed up as follows. In Maine, 1,000 Catholic Indians still remain, to remind one of the time when, as it is boldly claimed, the whole Indian population of that province were either converted or under Jesuit training. In like manner, a scanty score of thousands of Catholic Indians on various reservations in the remote West represent the time when, at the end of the French domination, all the North American Indians were more or less extensively converted to Catholic Christianity. All had the gospel preached to them. The splendid fruits of the missions among the Iroquois, from soil watered by the blood of martyrs, were wasted to nothing in savage intertribal wars. Among the Choctaws and Chickasaws of the South and Southwest, among whom the gospel was by and by to win some of its fairest trophies, the French missionaries achieved no great success. The French colonies from Canada, planted so prosperously along the western rivers, dispersed, leaving behind them some straggling families. The abundant later growth of the Catholic Church in that region was to be from other seed and stock. The region of Louisiana alone, destined a generation later to be included within the boundaries of the Great Republic, retained organized communities of French descent and language, but, living as they were in utter unbelief and contempt of religion and morality, it would be an unjust reproach on Catholicism to call them Catholic. The work of the gospel had got to be begun from the foundation. Nevertheless, it is not to be doubted that remote memories or lingering traditions of a better age survived to aid the work of those who by and by should enter in to rebuild the waste places. There are not a few of us, wise after the event, who recognize a final cause of this surpassing and almost dramatic failure, in the manifest intent of divine providence that the field of the next great empire in the world's history should not become the exclusive domain of an old world monarchy and hierarchy. But the immediate efficient causes of it are not so obvious. This, however, may justly be said. Some of the seeming elements of strength in the French colonization proved to be the fatal elements of weakness. 1. The French colonies had the advantage of royal patronage, endowment, and protection, and of unity of counsel and direction. They were all parts of one system, under one control. And their centers of vitality, head and heart, were on the other side of the sea. Subsisting upon the strength of the great monarchy, they must needs share its fortunes, evil as well as good. When, after the reverses of France in the 7 Years' War, it became necessary to accept hard terms of peace, the superb framework of empire in the West fell to the disposal of the victors. America, said Pitt, was conquered in Germany. 2. The business basis of the French colonies, being that of trade with the Indians rather than a self-supporting agriculture, favored the swift expansion of these colonies and their wide influence among the Indians. Scattered companies of fur traders would be found here and there, wherever were favorable points for traffic, penetrating deeply into the wilderness and establishing friendly business relations with the savages. It has been observed that the Romanic races show an alacrity for intermarriage with barbarous tribes that is not to be found in the Teutonic. The result of such relations is ordinarily less the elevating of the lower race than the dragging down of the higher, but it tends for the time to give great advantage in maintaining a powerful political influence over the barbarians. Thus it was that the French, few in number, covered almost the breadth of the continent with their formidable alliances, and these alliances were the offensive and defensive armor in which they trusted, but they were also to their peril. Close alliance with one savage clan involved war with its enemies. It was an early misfortune of the French settlers that their close friendly relations with their Huron neighbors embattled them against the fiercest, bravest, and ablest of the Indian tribes, the Confederacy of the Six Nations, which held, with full appreciation of its strategic importance, the command of the exits southward from the valley of the St. Lawrence. The fierce jealousy of the Iroquois toward the allies of their hereditary antagonists, rather than any goodwill toward white settlers of other races, made them an effectual check upon French encroachments upon the slender line of English, Dutch, and Swedish settlements that stretched southward from Maine along the Atlantic coast. 3. In one aspect, it was doubtless an advantage to the French missions in America that the sharp sectarian competitions between the different clerical orders resulted finally in the missions coming almost exclusively under the control of the Jesuit Society. This result ensured to the missions the highest ability in administration and direction, ample resources of various sorts, and a force of missionaries whose personal virtues have won for them unstinted eulogy, even from unfriendly sources. Men, the ardor of whose zeal was rigorously controlled by a more than martial severity of religious discipline. But it would be uncandid in us to refuse attention to those grave charges against the society brought by the Catholic authorities and Catholic orders, and so enforced as, after long and acrimonious controversy, to result in the expulsion of the society from almost every nation of Catholic Europe, in its being stigmatized by Pope Benedict XIV in 1741 as made up of disobedient, contumacious, captious, and reprobate persons, and at last in its being suppressed and abolished by Pope Clement XIV in 1773 as a nuisance to Christendom. We need indeed to make allowance for the intense animosity of sectarian life among the various Catholic orders, in which the charges against the society were engendered and unrelentingly prosecuted. But after all deductions, it is not credible that the almost universal odium in which it was held was provoked solely by its virtues. Among the accusations against the society which seem most clearly substantiated, these two are likely to be concerned in that brand of ultimate failure which has invariably been stamped on all its most promising schemes and efforts. First, a disposition to compromise the essential principles of Christianity by politic concessions to heathenism, so that the successes of the Jesuit missions are magnified by reports of alleged conversions that are conversions only in name and outward form. Second, a constantly besetting propensity to political intrigue. It is hardly to be doubted that both had their part in the prodigious failure of the French Catholic missions and settlements within the present boundaries of the United States. 4. The conditions which favored the swift and magnificent expansion of the French occupation were unfavorable to the healthy natural growth of permanent settlements. A post of soldiers, a group of cabins of trappers and fur traders, and a mission of nuns and celibate priests altogether give small promise of rapid increase of population. It is rather to the fact that the French settlements, except at the seaboard, were constituted so largely of these elements than to any alleged sterility of the French stock, that the fatal weakness of the French occupation is to be ascribed. The lack of French America was men. The population of Canada in 1759, according to census, was about 82,000. That of New England in 1754 is estimated at 425,000. The white population of 5, or perhaps even of 6, of the American provinces was greater singly than that of all Canada, and the aggregate in America exceeded that in Canada 14-fold. The same sign of weakness is recognized at the other extremity of the cordon of French settlements. The vast region of Louisiana is estimated at 50 years from its colonization at 1/10 of the strength of the Coeval province of Pennsylvania. Under these hopeless conditions, the French colonies had not even the alternative of keeping the peace. The state of war was forced by the mother countries. There was no recourse for Canada except to her savage allies, won for her through the influence of the missionaries. It is justly claimed that in the mind of such early leaders as Champlain, the dominant motive of the French colonization was religious. But in the cruel position into which the colony was forced, it was almost inevitable that the mission should become political. It was boasted in their behalf that they had taught the Indians to mingle Jesus Christ and France together in their affections. The cross and the lilies were blazoned together as the sign of French dominion. The missionary became frequently, and sometimes quite undisguisedly, a political agent. It was from the missions that the horrible, murderous forays upon defenseless villages proceeded, which so often marked the frontier line of New England and New York with fire and blood. It is one of the most unhappy of the results of that savage warfare that in the minds of the communities that suffered from it, the Jesuit missionary came to be looked upon as accessory to these abhorrent crimes. Deeply it is to be lamented that men with such eminent claims on our admiration and reverence should not be triumphantly clear of all suspicion of such complicity. We gladly concede the claim that the proof of the complicity is not complete. We could welcome some clear evidence in disproof of it, some sign of a bold and indignant protest against these crimes. We could wish that the Jesuit historian had not boasted of these atrocities as proceeding from the fine work of his brethren, and that the antecedents of the Jesuits as a body and their declared principles of moral theology were such as raise no presumption against them even in unfriendly minds. But we must be content with thankfully acknowledging that divine change which has made it impossible longer to boast of or even justify such deeds, and which leaves no ground among neighbor Christians of the present day for harboring mutual suspicions, which, to the Christian ministers of French and English America of 200 years ago and less, it was impossible to repress. I have spoken of the complete extinction within the present domain of the United States of the magnificent beginnings of the projected French Catholic Church and Empire. It is only in the most recent years, since the Civil War, that the results of the work inaugurated in America by Champlain begin to reappear in the field of the ecclesiastical history of the United States. The immigration of Canadian French Catholics into the northern tier of states has already grown to considerable volume, and is still growing in numbers, in stability and strength, and adds a new and interesting element to the many factors that go to make up the American Church. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 4. Antecedents of Permanent Christian Colonization, the Disintegration of Christendom, Controversies, Persecutions. We have briefly reviewed the history of two magnificent schemes of secular and spiritual empire, which, conceived in the minds of great statesmen and churchmen, sustained by the resources of the mightiest kingdoms of that age, inaugurated by soldiers of admirable prowess, explorers of unsurpassed boldness and persistence, and missionaries whose heroic faith has canonized them in the veneration of Christendom, have nevertheless come to naught. We turn now to observe the beginnings, coinciding in time with those of the French enterprise, of a series of disconnected plantations along the Atlantic seaboard, established as if at haphazard, without plan or mutual preconcert, of different languages and widely diverse Christian creeds. Depending on scanty private resources, unsustained by governmental arms or treasuries, but destined, in a course of events which no human foresight could have calculated, to come under the plastic influence of a single European power, to be molded according to the general type of English polity, and to become heir to English traditions, literature, and language. These mutually alien and even antagonistic communities were to be constrained, by forces superior to human control, first into confederation and then into union, and to occupy the breadth of the new continent as a solid and independent nation. The history reads like a fulfillment of the apocalyptic imagery of a rock hewn from the mountain without hands, moving on to fill the earth. Looking back after the event, we find it easy to trace the providential preparations for this great result. There were few important events in the course of the 16th and early 17th centuries that did not have to do with it, but the most obvious of these antecedents are to be found in controversies and persecutions. The protest of Northern Europe against the abuses and corruptions prevailing in the Roman Church was articulated in the Augsburg Confession. Over against it were framed the decrees of the Council of Trent. Thus, the lines were distinctly drawn, and the warfare between contending principles was joined. Those who fondly dreamed of a permanently united and solid Protestantism to withstand its powerful antagonist were destined to speedy and inevitable disappointment. There have been many to deplore that so soon after the Protest of Augsburg was set forth as embodying the common belief of Protestants, new parties should have arisen protesting against the Protest. The ordinance of the Lord's Supper, instituted as a sacrament of universal Christian fellowship, became, as so often before and since, the center of contention and the badge of mutual alienation. It was on this point that Zwingli and the Swiss parted from Luther and the Lutherans. On the same point, in the next generation of reformers, John Calvin, attempting to mediate between the two contending parties, became the founder of still a third party, strong not only in the lucid and logical doctrinal statements in which it delighted, but also in the possession of a definite scheme of Republican church government, which became as distinctive of the Calvinistic or Reformed churches as their doctrine of the supper. It was at a later epoch still that those insoluble questions which press most inexorably for consideration when theological thought and study are most serious and earnest, the questions that concern the divine sovereignty in its relation to human freedom and responsibility, arose in the Catholic Church to divide Jesuit from Dominican and Franciscan, and in the Reformed churches to divide the Arminians from the disciples of Gomar and Turretin. All these divisions among European Christians of the 17th century were to have their important bearing on the planting of the Christian church in America. In view of the destined predominance of English influence in the seaboard colonies of America, the history of the divisions of the Christian people of England is of preeminent importance to the beginnings of the American church. The curiously diverse elements that entered into the English Reformation and the violent vicissitudes that marked the course of it were all represented in the parties existing among English Christians at the period of the planting of the colonies. The political and dynastic character of the movements that detached the English hierarchy from the Roman See had for one inevitable result to leaven the English church as a lump with the leaven of Herod. That considerable part of the clergy and people that moved to and fro, without so much as resistance of any formidable vis inertiae, with the change of the monarch or of the monarch's caprice, might leave the student of the history of those times in doubt as to whether they belonged to the kingdom of heaven or to the kingdom of this world. But however severe the judgment that any may pass upon the character and motives of Henry VIII and of the counselors of Edward, there will hardly be any seriously to question that the movements directed by these men soon came to be infused with more serious and spiritual influences. The Lollardy of Wycliffe and his fellows in the 14th century had been severely repressed and driven into occult conventicles, but had not been extinguished. The Bible in English, many times retouched after Wycliffe's days, and perfected by the refugees at Geneva from the Marian persecutions, had become a common household book, and those exiles themselves, returning from the various centers of fervid religious thought and feeling in Holland and Germany and Switzerland, had brought with them an augmented spiritual faith, as well as intensified and sharply defined convictions on the questions of theology and church order that were debated by the scholars of the continent. It was impossible that the diverse and antagonistic elements thus assembled should not work on one another with violent reactions. By the beginning of the 17th century, not less than 4 categories would suffice to classify the people of England according to their religious differences. First, there were those who still continued to adhere to the Roman See. Secondly, those who, either from conviction or from expediency or from indifference, were content with the State Church of England in the shape in which Elizabeth and her parliaments had left it. This class naturally included the general multitude of Englishmen, religious, irreligious, and non-religious. Thirdly, there were those who, not refusing their adhesion to the national church as by law established, nevertheless earnestly desired to see it more completely purified from doctrinal errors and practical corruptions, and who qualified their conformity to it accordingly. Fourthly, there were the few who distinctly repudiated the national church as a false church, coming out from her as from Babylon, determined upon reformation without tarrying for any. Finally, following upon these, more radical, not to say more logical than the rest, came a fifth party, the followers of George Fox. Not one of these 5 parties but has valid claims, both in its principles and in its membership, on the respect of history. Not one but can point to its saints and martyrs, not one but was destined to play a quite separate and distinct and highly important part in the planting of the Church of Christ in America. They are designated for convenience's sake as the Catholics, the Conformists, the Puritans or Reformists, the Separatists, of whom were the Pilgrims, and the Quakers. Such a Christendom was it, so disorganized, divided, and subdivided into parties and sects, which was to furnish the materials for the peopling of the new continent with a Christian population. It would seem that the same, somewhat not ourselves, which had defeated in succession the plans of two mighty nations to subject the New World to a single hierarchy, had also provided that no one form or organization of Christianity should be exclusive or even dominant in the occupation of the American soil. From one point of view, the American colonies will present a sorry aspect. Schism, mutual alienation, antagonism, competition are uncongenial to the spirit of the gospel, which seeks that they all may be one. And yet the history of the Church has demonstrated by many a sad example that this offense must needs come. No widely extended organization of church discipline in exclusive occupation of any country has ever long avoided the intolerable mischiefs attendant upon spiritual despotism. It was a shock to the hopes and the generous sentiments of those who had looked to see one undivided body of a Reformed Church erected over against the medieval Church, from the corruptions of which they had revolted, when they saw Protestantism go asunder into several churches of the Lutheran and the Reformed confessions. There are many even now to deplore it as a disastrous setback to the progress of the kingdom of Christ. But in the calmness of our long retrospect, it is easy for us to recognize that whatever jurisdiction should have been established over an undivided Protestant church would inevitably have proved itself, in no long time, just such a yoke as neither the men of that time nor their fathers had been able to bear. 15 centuries of church history have not been wasted if thereby the Christian people have learned that the pursuit of Christian unity through administrative or corporate or diplomatic union is following the wrong road, and that the one holy Catholic Church is not the corporation of saints, but their communion. The new experiment of church life that was initiated in the colonization of America is still in progress. The new states were to be planted not only with diverse companies from the Old World, but with all the definitely organized sects by which the map of Christendom was at that time variegated, to which should be added others of native origin. Notwithstanding successive booms, now of one and then of another, it was soon to become obvious to all that no one of these mutually jealous sects was to have any exclusive predominance, even over narrow precincts of territory. The Old World state churches, which under the rule cujus regio, ejus religio, had been supreme and exclusive, each in its jurisdiction, were to find themselves side by side and mingled through the community on equal terms with those over whom in the old country they had domineered as dissenters, or whom perhaps they had even persecuted as heretics or as antichrist. Thus placed, they were to be trained by the discipline of divine providence, and by the grace of the Holy Spirit from persecution to toleration, from toleration to mutual respect, and to cooperation in matters of common concern in the advancement of the kingdom of Christ. What further remains to be tried is the question whether, if not the sects, then the Christian hearts in each sect can be brought to take the final step from mutual respect to mutual love, that we henceforth, speaking truth in love, may grow up in all things into Him which is the head, even Christ, from whom all the body fitly framed and knit together through that which every joint supplieth, according to the working in due measure of each several part, shall make the increase of the body unto the building up of itself in love. Unless we must submit to those philosophers who forbid us to find in history the evidences of final cause and providential design, we may surely look upon this as a worthy possible solution of the mystery of providence in the planting of the Church in America in almost its ultimate stage of schism, that it is the purpose of its head, out of the mutual attrition of the sects, their disintegration and comminution, to bring forth such a demonstration of the unity and liberty of the children of God as the past ages of church history have failed to show. That mutual intolerance of differences in religious belief which, in the 17th century, was, throughout Christendom, coextensive with religious earnestness, had its important part to play in the colonization of America. Of the persecutions and oppressions which gave direct impulse to the earliest colonization of America, the most notable are the following. 1. The persecution of the English Puritans in the reign of James I and Charles I, ending with the outbreak of the Civil War in 1642. 2. The persecution of the English Roman Catholics during the same period. 3. The persecution of the English Quakers during the 25 years of Charles II, 1660 to 85. 4. The persecution of the French Huguenots after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, 1685. 5. The disabilities suffered by the Presbyterians of the north of Ireland after the English Revolution, 1688. 6. The ferocious ravagings of the region of the Rhenish Palatinate by the armies of Louis XIV in the early years of the 17th century. 7. The cruel expulsion of the Protestants of the Archiepiscopal Duchy of Salzburg, 1731. Beyond dispute, the best and most potent elements in the settlement of the seaboard colonies were the companies of earnestly religious people who from time to time, under severe compulsion for conscience sake, came forth from the Old World as involuntary emigrants. Cruel wars and persecutions accomplished a result in the advancement of the kingdom of Christ which the authors of them never intended. But not these agencies alone promoted the great work. Peace, prosperity, wealth, and the hope of wealth had their part in it. The earliest successful enterprises of colonization were indeed marked with a badge of Christianity, and among their promoters were men whose language and deeds nobly evince the Christian spirit. But the enterprises were impelled and directed by commercial or patriotic considerations. The immense advantages that were to accrue from them to the world through the wider propagation of the gospel of Christ were not lost sight of in the projecting and organizing of the expeditions, nor were the provisions for church and ministry omitted, but these were incidental, not primary. The story of divine preparations carried forward through the unconscious human agencies in different lands and ages for the founding of the American Church is a necessary preamble to our history. The scene of the story is now to be shifted to the other side of the sea. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 5, Puritan Beginnings of the Church in Virginia. Its decline almost to extinction. There is sufficient evidence that the three little vessels which on the 13th of May, 1607, were moored to the trees on the bank of the James River, brought to the soil of America the germ of a Christian church. We may feel constrained to accept only at a large discount the pious official professions of King James I, and critically to scrutinize many of the statements of that brilliant and fascinating adventurer, Captain John Smith, whether concerning his friends or concerning his enemies or concerning himself. But the beauty and dignity of the Christian character shine unmistakable in the life of the chaplain to the expedition, the Reverend Robert Hunt, and all the more radiantly for the dark and discouraging surroundings in which his ministry was to be exercised. For the company which Captain Smith and that famous mariner, Captain Bartholomew Gosnold, had, by many months of labor and many a forgotten pound of expense, succeeded in recruiting for the enterprise, was made up of most unhopeful material for the founding of a Christian colony. Those were the years of ignoble peace with which the reign of James began, and the glittering hopes of gold might well attract some of the brave men who had served by sea or land in the wars of Elizabeth. But the last 30 years had furnished no instance of success, and many of disastrous and sometimes tragical failure. In like attempts, the enterprises of Humphrey Gilbert of Raleigh, of John White, of Gosnold himself, and of Popham and Georges. Even brave men might hesitate to volunteer for the forlorn hope of another experiment at colonizing. The little squadron had hardly set sail when the unfitness of the emigrants for their work began to discover itself. Lying weather-bound within sight of home, some few, little better than atheists, of the greatest rank among them, were busying themselves with scandalous imputations upon the chaplain, then lying dangerously ill in his berth. All through the 4 months' passage by way of the Canaries and the West India Islands, discontents and dissensions prevailed. Wingfield, who had been named president of the colony, had Smith in irons, and at the island of Nevis had the gallows set up for his execution on a charge of conspiracy, when milder counsels prevailed, and he was brought to Virginia, where he was tried and acquitted, and his adversary mulcted in damages. Arrived at the place of settlement, the colonists set about the work of building their houses, but found that their total number of 105 was made up in the proportion of 4 carpenters to 48 gentlemen. Not inadequately provisioned for their work, they came repeatedly almost to perishing through their sheer incapacity and unthrift, and their needless quarrels with one another and with the Indians. In 5 months, 1/2 of the company were dead. In January 1608, 8 months from the landing, when the second expedition arrived with reinforcements and supplies, only 38 were surviving out of the 105, and of these the strongest were conspiring to seize the pinnace and desert the settlement. The newcomers were no better than the first. They were chiefly gentlemen again, and goldsmiths, whose duty was to discover and refine the quantities of gold that the stockholders in the enterprise were resolved should be found in Virginia, whether it was there or not. The ship took back on her return trip a full cargo of worthless dirt. Reinforcements continued to arrive every few months, the quality of which it might be unfair to judge simply from the disgusted complaints of Captain Smith. He begs the company to send but 30 honest laborers and artisans, rather than 1,000 such as we have, and reports the next shipload as fitter to breed a riot than to found a colony. The wretched settlement became an object of derision to the wits of London, and of sympathetic interest to serious minds. The company, reorganized under a new charter, was strengthened by the accession of some of the foremost men of England, including 4 bishops, the Earl of Southampton, and Sir Francis Bacon. Appeals were made to the Christian public in behalf of an enterprise so full of promise of the furtherance of the gospel. A fleet of 9 ships was fitted out, carrying more than 500 emigrants with ample supplies. Captain Smith, representing what there was of civil authority in the colony, had a brief struggle with their turbulence, and recognized them as of the same sort with the former companies, for the most part poor gentlemen, tradesmen, serving-men, libertines, and such, like 10 times more fit to spoil a commonwealth than either begin one or help to maintain one. When only part of this expedition had arrived, Captain Smith departed for England, disabled by an accidental wound, leaving a settlement of nearly 500 men, abundantly provisioned. It was not the will of God that the new state should be formed of these materials. In 6 months the number of colonists was reduced to 60, and when relief arrived it was reckoned that in 10 days' longer delay they would have perished to the last man. With one accord the wretched remnant of the colony, together with the latest comers, deserted, without a tear of regret, the scene of their misery. But their retreating vessels were met and turned back from the mouth of the river by the approaching ships of Lord de la Warr with emigrants and supplies. Such were the first 3 unhappy and unhonored years of the first Christian colony on the soil of the United States. One almost shirks from being assured that this worthless crew, through all these years of suicidal crime and folly, had been assiduous in religious duties. First, under an awning made of an old sail, seated upon logs, with a rail nailed to 2 trees for a pulpit, afterward in a poor shanty of a church, that could neither well defend wind nor rain, they had daily common prayer morning and evening, every Sunday 2 sermons, and every 3 months the Holy Communion till their minister died. And after that, prayers daily, with a homily on Sundays, 2 or 3 years, till more preachers came. The sturdy and terrible resolution of Captain Smith, who in his marches through the wilderness was wont to begin the day with prayer and psalm, and was not unequal to the duty, when it was laid on him, of giving Christian exhortation as well as righteous punishment, and the gentle Christian influence of the Reverend Robert Hunt, were the salt that saved the colony from utterly perishing of its vices. It was not many months before the frail body of the chaplain sank under the hardships of pioneer life. He is commemorated by his comrade, the captain, as an honest, religious, and courageous divine, during whose life our factions were oft qualified, our wants and greatest extremities so comforted that they seemed easy in comparison of what we endured after his memorable death. When, in 1609, in a nobler spirit than that of mere commercial enterprise, the reorganized company, under the new charter, was preparing the great reinforcement of 500 to go out under Lord de la Warr as governor of the colony, counsel was taken with Abbot, the Puritan Bishop of London, he himself a member of the Virginia Company, and Richard Buck was selected as a worthy successor to Robert Hunt in the office of chaplain. Such he proved himself. Sailing in advance of the governor, in the ship with Sir Thomas Gates and Sir George Somers, and wrecked with them off the Bermudas, he did not forget his duty in the plenty, peace, and ease of that paradise. The ship's bell was rescued from the wreck to ring for morning and evening prayer, and for the 2 sermons every Sunday. There were births and funerals and a marriage in the shipwrecked company, and at length, when their makeshift vessel was ready, they embarked for their desired haven, there to find only the starving 80 survivors of the colony. They gathered together, a pitiable remnant, in the church, where Master Buck made a zealous and sorrowful prayer, and at once, without losing a day, they embarked for a last departure from Virginia, but were met at the mouth of the river by the tardy ships of Lord de la Warr. The next morning, Sunday, June 10, 1610, Lord de la Warr landed at the fort, where Gates had drawn up his forlorn platoon of starving men to receive him. The governor fell on his knees in prayer, then led the way to the church, and after service and a sermon from the chaplain made an address, assuming command of the colony. Armed under the new charter with adequate authority, the new governor was not slow in putting on the state of a viceroy. Among his first cares was to provide for the external dignity of worship. The church, a building 60 feet by 24, built long enough before to be now in need of repairs, was put into good condition, and a brave sight it was on Sundays to see the governor, with the privy council and the lieutenant general, and the admiral and the vice admiral, and the master of the horse, together with the bodyguard of 50 halberdiers in fair red cloaks, commanded by Captain Edward Brewster, assembled for worship, the governor seated in the choir in a green velvet chair, with a velvet cushion on a table before him. Few things could have been better adapted to convince the peculiar public of Jamestown that divine worship was indeed a serious matter. There was something more than the parade of government manifested by his lordship in the few months of his reign, but the inauguration of strong and effective control over the lazy, disorderly, and seditious crowd to be dealt with at Jamestown was reserved for his successor, Sir Thomas Dale, who arrived in May, 1611, in the company with the Reverend Alexander Whitaker, the Apostle of Virginia. It will not be possible for any to understand the relations of this colony to the state of parties in England without distinctly recognizing that the Puritans were not a party against the Church of England, but a party in the Church of England. The Puritan party was the party of reform, and was strong in a deep fervor of religious conviction widely diffused among people and clergy, and extending to the highest places of the nobility and the episcopate. The anti-Puritan party was the conservative or reactionary party, strong in the vis inertia, and in the king's pig-headed prejudices and his monstrous conceit of theological ability and supremacy in the church. Strong also in a considerable adhesion and zealous cooperation from among his nominees, the bishops. The religious division was also a political one, the Puritans being known as the party of the people, their antagonists as the court party. The struggle of the Puritans, as distinguished from the inconsiderable number of the Separatists, was for the maintenance of their rights within the Church. The effort of their adversaries, with the aid of the king's prerogative, was to drive or harry them out of the Church. It is not to be understood that the two parties were as yet organized as such and distinctly bounded, but the two tendencies were plainly reorganized, and the sympathies of leading men in Church or State were no secret. The Virginia Company was a Puritan corporation. As such, its meetings and debates were the object of popular interest and of the royal jealousy. Among its corporators were the brothers Sandys, sons of the Puritan Archbishop of York, one of whom held the manor of Scrooby. Others of the corporation were William Brewster of Scrooby and his son Edward. In the fleet of Sir Thomas Gates, May, 1609, were noted Puritans, one of whom, Stephen Hopkins, who had much knowledge in the Scriptures and could reason well therein, was clerk to that painful preacher, but not strict conformist, Master Richard Buck. The intimate and sometimes official relations of the Virginia Company, not only with leading representatives of the Puritan party, but with the Pilgrims of Leyden, whom they would gladly have received into their own colony, are a matter of history and of record. It admits of proof that there was a steady purpose in the company, so far as it was not thwarted by the king and the bishops of the court party, to hold their unruly and ill-assorted colony under Puritan influences both of church and government. The fact throws light on the remoter as well as the nearer history of Virginia. Especially it throws light on the memorable administration of Sir Thomas Dale, which followed hard upon the departure of Lord de la Warr and his bodyguard in red cloaks. The company had picked their man with care, a man of good conscience and knowledge in divinity, and a soldier and disciplinarian proved in the wars of the Low Countries, a very prototype of the great Cromwell. He understood what manner of task he had undertaken, and executed it without flinching. As a matter of course, it was the way in that colony. There was a conspiracy against his authority. There was no second conspiracy under him. Punishment was inflicted on the ringleaders so swift, so terrible, as to paralyze all future sedition. He put in force, in the name of the company, a code of laws, divine, moral, and martial, to which no parallel can be found in the severest legislation of New England. An invaluable service to the colony was the abolition of that demoralizing socialism that had been enforced on the colonists, by which all their labor was to be devoted to the common stock. He gave out land in severalty, and the laborer enjoyed the fruits of his own industry and thrift, or suffered the consequences of his laziness. The culture of tobacco gave the colony a currency and a staple of export. With Dale was associated as chaplain Alexander Whitaker, son of the author of the Calvinistic Lambeth Articles, and brother of a Separatist preacher of London. What was his position in relation to church parties is shown by his letter to his cousin, the Arch-Puritan, William Gouge, written after 3 years' residence in Virginia, urging that nonconformist clergymen should come over to Virginia, where no question would be raised on the subject of subscription or the surplice. What manner of man and minister he was is proved by a noble record of faithful work. He found a true work-fellow in Dale. When this statesmanlike and soldierly governor found his new city of Henrico up the river, and laid out across the stream the suburb of Hope and Faith, defended by Fort Charity and Fort Patience, he built there in sight from his official residence the parsonage of the Apostle of Virginia. The course of Whitaker's ministry is described by himself in a letter to a friend. Every Sabbath day we preach in the forenoon and catechize in the afternoon. Every Saturday at night I exercise in Sir Thomas Dale's house. But he and his fellow clergymen did not labor without aid, even in word and doctrine. When Mr. John Rolfe was perplexed with questions of duty touching his love for Pocahontas, it was to the old soldier Dale that he brought his burden, seeking spiritual counsel. And it was this religious and valiant governor, as Whitaker calls him, this man of great knowledge in divinity, and of a good conscience in all things, that labored long to ground the faith of Jesus Christ in the Indian maiden, and wrote concerning her, "Were it but for the gaining of this one soul, I think my time, toils, and present stay well spent." The progress of the gospel in reclaiming the unhappy colony to Christian civilization varies with the varying fortunes of contending parties in England. Energetic efforts were made by the company under Sandys, the friend of Brewster, to send out worthy colonists, and the delicate task of finding young women of good character to be shipped as wives to the settlers was undertaken conscientiously and successfully. Generous gifts of money and land were contributed, although little came from them, for the endowment of schools and a college for the promotion of Christ's work among the white people and the red. But the course of events on both sides of the sea may be best illustrated by a narrative of personal incidents. In the year 1621, an East India Company's chaplain, the Reverend Patrick Copeland, who perhaps deserves the title of the first English missionary in India, on his way back from India met, probably at the Canaries, with ships bound for Virginia with emigrants. Learning from these something of the needs of the plantation, he stirred up his fellow passengers on the Royal James, and raised the sum of £70, which was paid to the treasurer of the Virginia Company, and being increased by other gifts to £125, was, in consultation with Mr. Copeland, appropriated for a free school to be called the East India School. The affairs of the colony were most promising. It was growing in population and in wealth and in the institutions of a Christian commonwealth. The territory was divided into parishes for the work of church and clergy. The stupid obstinacy of the king, against the remonstrances of the company, perpetuated the crime of sending out 100 convicts into the young community, extorting from Captain Smith the protest that this act hath laid one of the finest countries of America under the just scandal of being a mere hell upon earth. The sweepings of the London and Bristol streets were exported for servants. Of darker portent, though men perceived it not, was the landing of the first cargo of negro slaves. But so grateful was the company for the general prosperity of the colony that it appointed a Thanksgiving sermon to be preached at Bow Church, April 17, 1622, by Mr. Copeland, which was printed under the title, "Virginia's God be Thanked." In July 1622, the company, proceeding to the execution of a long-cherished plan, chose Mr. Copeland rector of the college to be built at Henrico from the endowments already provided, when news arrived of the massacre which, in March of that year, swept away 1/2 of the 4,000 colonists. All such enterprises were at once arrested. In 1624, the long contest of the king and the court party against the Virginia Company was ended by a violent exercise of the prerogative dissolving of the company, but not until it had established free representative government in the colony. The revocation of the charter was one of the last acts of James's ignoble reign. In 1625 he died, and Charles I became king. In 1628, the most hot-headed and hard-hearted of prelates, William Laud, became Bishop of London, and in 1633 Archbishop of Canterbury. But the Puritan principles of duty and liberty already planted in Virginia were not destined to be eradicated. From the year 1619, a settlement at Nansemond near Norfolk had prospered, and had been in relations of trade with New England. In 1642, Philip Bennett of Nansemond, visiting Boston in his coasting vessel, bore with him a letter to the Boston Church, signed by 74 names, stating the needs of their great county, now without a pastor, and offering a maintenance to 3 good ministers if they could be found. A little later, William Durand of the same county wrote for himself and his neighbors to John Davenport of New Haven, to whom some of them had listened gladly in London. Perhaps it was when he preached the first annual sermon before the Virginia Company in 1621. Speaking of a revival of piety among them, and urging the request that had been sent to the church in Boston. As a result of this correspondence, 3 eminently learned and faithful ministers of New England came to Virginia, bringing letters of commendation from Governor Winthrop. But they found that Virginia, now become a royal colony, had no welcome for them. The newly arrived royal governor, Sir William Berkeley, a man after Laud's own heart, forbade their preaching, but the Catholic governor of Maryland sent them a free invitation, and one of them, removing to Annapolis with some of the Virginia Puritans, so labored in the gospel as to draw forth the public thanks of the legislative assembly. The sequel of this story is a strange one. There must have been somewhat in the character and bearing of these silenced and banished ministers that touched the heart of Thomas Harrison, that governor's chaplain. He made a confession of his insincere dealings toward them, that while he had been showing them a fair face, he had privately used his influence to have them silenced. He himself began to preach in that earnest way of righteousness, temperance, and judgment, which is fitted to make governors tremble, until Berkeley cast him out as a Puritan, saying that he did not wish so grave a chaplain. Whereupon Harrison crossed the river to Nansemond, became pastor of the church, and mightily built up the cause which he had sought to destroy. A few months later, the Nansemond people had the opportunity of giving succor and hospitality to a shipwrecked company of 9 people who had been cast away, with loss of all their goods, in sailing from the Bermudas to found a new settlement on one of the Bahamas. Among the party was an aged and venerable man, that same Patrick Copeland, who 25 years before had interested himself in a passing party of immigrants. This was indeed entertaining an angel. Mr. Copeland had long been a nonconformist minister at the Bermudas, and he listened to the complaints that were made to him of the persecution to which the people were subjected by the malignant Berkeley. A free invitation was given to the Nansemond church to go with their guests to the new settlement of Eleuthera, in which freedom of conscience and non-interference of the magistrate with the church were secured by charter. Mr. Harrison proceeded to Boston to take counsel of the churches over this proposition. The people were advised by their Boston brethren to remain in their lot until their case should become intolerable. Mr. Harrison went on to London, where a number of things had happened since Berkeley's appointment. The king had ceased to be, but an order from the Council of State was sent to Berkeley, sharply reprimanding him for his course, and directing him to restore Mr. Harrison to his parish. But Mr. Harrison did not return. He fulfilled an honorable career as incumbent of a London parish, as chaplain to Henry Cromwell, Viceroy of Ireland, and as a hunted and persecuted preacher in the evil days of the Restoration. But the poetic justice with which this curious dramatic episode should conclude is not reached until Berkeley is compelled to surrender his jurisdiction to the Commonwealth, and Richard Bennet, one of the banished Puritans of Nansemond, is chosen by the Assembly of Burgesses to be governor in his stead. Of course, this is a brief triumph. With the restoration of the Stuarts, Berkeley comes back into power as a royal governor, and for many years afflicts the colony with his malignant Toryism. The last state is worse than the first, for during the days of the Commonwealth, old soldiers of the King's army had come to Virginia in such numbers as to form an appreciable and not wholly admirable element in the population. Surrounded by such society, the governor was encouraged to indulge his natural disposition to bigotry and tyranny. Under such a nursing father, the interests of the kingdom of Christ fared as might have been expected. Rigorous measures were instituted for the suppression of nonconformity. Quaker preachers were severely dealt with, and clergymen, such as they were imposed upon the more or less reluctant parishes. But though the governor held the right of presentation, the vestry of each parish asserted and maintained the right of induction or of refusing to induct. Without the consent of these representatives of the people, the candidate could secure for himself no more than the people should from year to year consent to allow him. It was the only protection of the people from absolute spiritual despotism. The power might be used to repel a too faithful pastor, but if there was sometimes a temptation to this, the occasion was far more frequent for putting the people's reprobation upon the unfaithful and unfit. The colony, growing in wealth and population, soon became infested with a rabble of worthless and scandalous priests. In a report which has been often quoted, Governor Berkeley, after giving account of the material prosperity of the colony, sums up, under date of 1671, the result of his fostering care over its spiritual interests in these words: "There are 48 parishes, and the ministers well paid. The clergy by my consent would be better if they would pray oftener and preach less. But of all other commodities, so of this, the worst are sent to us. But I thank God there are no free schools nor printing, and I hope we shall not have these 100 years." The scandal of the Virginia clergy went on from bad to worse. Whatever could be done by the courage and earnestness of one man was done by Dr. Blair, who arrived in 1689 with limited powers as commissary of the Bishop of London, and for more than 50 years struggled against adverse influences to recover the church from its degradation. He succeeded in getting a charter for William and Mary College, but the generous endowments of the institution were wasted, and the college languished in doing the work of a grammar school. Something was accomplished in the way of discipline, though the cane of Governor Nicholson over the back of an insolent priest was doubtless more effective than the commissary's admonitions. But discipline, while it may do something toward abating scandals, cannot create life from the dead, and the church established in Virginia had hardly more than a name to live. Its best estate is described by Spotswood, the best of the royal governors, when, looking on the outward appearance, he reported, "This government is in perfect peace and tranquillity, under a due obedience to the royal authority and a gentlemanly conformity to the Church of England." The poor man was soon to find how uncertain is the peace and tranquillity that is founded on a gentlemanly conformity. The most honorable page in his record is the story of his effort for the education of Indian children. His honest attempt at reformation in the church brought him into collision not only with the worthless among the clergy, but also on the one hand with the parish vestries and on the other hand with Commissary Blair. But all along the gentlemanly conformity was undisturbed. A parish of French Huguenots was early established in the Henrico County, and in 1713 a parish of German exiles on the Rappahannock, and these were expressly excepted from the Act of Uniformity. Aside from these, the chief departures from the enforced uniformity of worship throughout the colony in the early years of the 18th century were found in a few meetings of the persecuted and vilified Quakers and Baptists. The government and clergy had little notion of the significance of a slender stream of Scotch-Irish immigration which, as early as 1720, began to flow into the valley of the Shenandoah. So cheap a defense against the perils that threatened from the western frontier, it would have been folly to discourage by odious religious proscription. The reasonable anxiety of the clergy as to what might come of this invasion of a sturdy and uncompromising Puritanism struggled without permanent success against the obvious interest of the Commonwealth. The addition of this new and potent element to the Christian population of the seaboard colonies was part of the unrecognized preparation for the Great Awakening. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 6, Maryland and the Carolinas. The chronological order would require us at this point to turn to the Dutch settlements on the Hudson River, but the close relations of Virginia with its neighbor colonies of Maryland and the Carolinas are a reason for taking up the brief history of these settlements in advance of their turn. The occupation of Maryland dates from the year 1634. The period of bold and half-desperate adventure in making plantations along the coast was past. To men of sanguine temper and sufficient fortune and influence at court, it was now a matter of very promising and not too risky speculation. To George Calvert, Lord Baltimore, one of the most interesting characters at the court of James I, the business had peculiar fascination. He was in both the New England Company and the Virginia Company, and after the charter of the latter was revoked, he was one of the Provisional Council for the government of Virginia. Nothing daunted by the ill luck of these companies, he tried colonizing on his account in 1620, in what was represented to him as the genial soil and climate of Newfoundland. Sending good money after bad, he was glad to get out of this adventure at the end of 9 years with a loss of £30,000. In 1629 he sent home his children, and with a lady and servants and 40 of his surviving colonists sailed for Jamestown, where his reception at the hands of the council and of his old Oxford fellow-student Governor Pott was not cordial. He could have hardly expected that it would be. He was a recent convert to the Roman Catholic Church, with a convert's zeal for proselytizing, and he was of the court party. Thus he was in antagonism to the Puritan colony both in politics and in religion. A formidable disturbing element he and his company would have been in the already unquiet community. The authorities of the colony were equal to the emergency. In answer to his lordship's announcement of his purpose to plant and dwell, they gave him welcome to do so on the same terms with themselves, and proceeded to tender him the oath of supremacy, the taking of which was flatly against his Roman principles. Baltimore suggested a mitigated form of the oath, which he was willing to take, but the authorities could not imagine that so much latitude was left for them to decline from the prescribed form. And his lordship sailed back to England, leaving in Virginia, in token of his intention to return, his servants and his lady, who, by the way, was not the lawful wife of this conscientious and religious gentleman. Returned to London, he at once set in motion the powerful influences at his command to secure a charter for a tract of land south of the James River, and when this was defeated by the energetic opposition of the Friends of Virginia, he succeeded in securing a grant of land north and east of the Potomac, with the charter bestowing on him and his heirs the most ample rights and privileges ever conferred by a sovereign of England. The protest of Virginia that it was an invasion of the former grant to that colony was unavailing. The free-handed generosity with which the Stuarts were in the habit of giving away what did not belong to them rarely allowed itself to be embarrassed by the fear of giving the same thing twice over to different parties. The first Lord Baltimore died 3 months before the Charter of Maryland received the Great Seal, but his son Cecilius took up the business with energy and great liberality of investment. The cost of fitting out the first emigration was estimated at not less than £40,000. The company consisted of 300 laboring men, well provided in all things, headed by Leonard and George Calvert, brothers of the Lord Proprietor, with very near 20 other gentlemen of very good fashion. 2 earnest Jesuit priests were quietly added to the expedition as it passed the Isle of Wight, but in general it was a Protestant emigration under Catholic patronage. It was stipulated in the charter that all liege subjects of the English king might freely transport themselves and their families to Maryland. To discriminate against any religious body in England would have been for the proprietor to limit his hope of rapid colonization and revenue, and to embroil himself with political enemies at home. His own and his father's intimate acquaintance with the failure in the planting of Virginia and of Newfoundland had taught him what not to do in such enterprises. If the proprietor meant to succeed, and he did mean to, he was shut up without alternatives to the policy of impartial non-interference with religious differences among his colonists, and the promotion of mutual forbearance among sects. Lord Baltimore may not have been a profound political philosopher, nor a prophet of the coming era of religious liberty, but he was an adroit courtier like his father before him, and he was a man of practical good sense engaged in an enormous land speculation in which his whole fortune was embarked, and he was not in the least disposed to allow his religious predilections to interfere with business. Nothing would have brought speedier ruin to his enterprise than to have it suspected, as his enemies were always ready to allege, that it was governed in the interest of the Roman Catholic Church. Such a suspicion he took the most effective means of averting. He kept his promises to his colonists in this matter in good faith, and had his reward in the notable prosperity of his colony. The 2 priests of the first Maryland Company began their work with characteristic earnestness and diligence. Finding no immediate access to the Indians, they gave the more constant attention to their own countrymen, both Catholic and Protestant, and were soon able to give thanks that by God's blessing on their labors almost all the Protestants of that year's arrivals had been converted, besides many others. In 1640, the first fruits of their mission work among the savages were gathered in. The chief of an Indian village on the Potomac, nearly opposite Mount Vernon, and his wife and child were baptized with solemn pomp, in which the governor and secretary of the colony took part. The first start of the Maryland colony was of a sort to give promise of feuds and border strifes with the neighbor colony of Virginia, and the promise was abundantly fulfilled. The conflict over boundary questions came to bloody collisions by land and sea. It is needless to say that religious differences were at once drawn into the dispute. The vigorous proselytism of the Jesuit fathers, the only Christian ministers in the colony, under the patronage of the Lord Proprietor, was of course reported to London by the Virginians, and in December 1641 the House of Commons, then on the brink of open rupture with the king, presented a remonstrance to Charles at Hampton Court, complaining that he had permitted another state, molded within this state, independent in government, contrary in interest and affection, secretly corrupting the ignorant or negligent professors of religion, and clearly uniting themselves against such. Lord Baltimore, perceiving that his property rights were coming into jeopardy, wrote to the 2 zealous priests, warning them that they were under English law and were not to expect from him any more or other privileges, exemptions, or immunity for their lands, persons, or goods than is allowed by his Majesty or officers to like persons in England. He annulled the grants of land made to the missionaries by certain Indian chiefs, which they affected to hold as the property of their order, and confirmed for his colony the law of mortmain. In his not unreasonable anxiety for the tenure of his estate, he went further still. He had the Jesuits removed from the charge of the missions, to be replaced by seculars, and only receded from this severe measure when the Jesuit order acceded to his terms. The pious and venerable Father White records in his journal that the occasion of suffering has not been wanting from those from whom rather it was proper to expect aid and protection. who, too intent upon their own affairs, have not feared to violate the immunities of the Church. But the zeal of the Calverts for religious liberty and equality was manifested not only by curbing the Jesuits, but by encouraging their most strenuous opponents. It was in the year 1643, when the strength of Puritanism both in England and in New England was proved, that the Calverts made overtures, although in vain, to secure an immigration from Massachusetts. A few years later the opportunity occurred of strengthening their own colony with an accession of Puritans, and at the same time of weakening Virginia. The sturdy and prosperous Puritan colony on the Nansemond River were driven by the churlish behavior of Governor Berkeley to seek a more congenial residence, and were induced to settle on the Severn at a place which they called Providence, but which was destined, under the name of Annapolis, to become the capital of the future state. It was manifestly not merely a coincidence that Lord Baltimore appointed a Protestant governor, William Stone, and commended to the Maryland Assembly in 1649 the enacting of an act concerning religion, drawn upon the lines of the Ordinance of Toleration adopted by the Puritan House of Commons at the height of its authority in 1647. How potent was the influence of this transplanted Nansemond church is largely shown in the eventful civil history of the colony. When, in 1655, the Lord Proprietor's governor was so imprudent as to set an armed force in the field, under the colors of Lord Baltimore, in opposition to the parliamentary commissioners, it was the planters of the Severn who marched under the flag of the Commonwealth of England, and put them to rout, and executed some of their leaders for treason. When at last articles of agreement were signed between the commissioners and Lord Baltimore, one of the conditions exacted from his lordship was a pledge that he would never consent to the repeal of the Act of Toleration adopted in 1649 under the influence of the Puritan colony and its pastor, Thomas Harrison. In the turbulence of the colony during and after the civil wars of England, there becomes more and more manifest a growing spirit of fanaticism, especially in the form of anti-popery crusading. While Jacobite intrigues or wars with France were in progress, it was easy for demagogues to cast upon the Catholics the suspicion of disloyalty and of complicity with the public enemy. The numerical unimportance of the Catholics of Maryland was insufficient to guard them from such suspicions, for it had soon become obvious that the colony of the Catholic Lord was to be anything but a Catholic colony. The Jesuit mission had languished. The progress of settlement and what there had been of religious life and teaching had brought no strength to the Catholic cause. In 1676, a Church of England minister, John Yeo, writes to the Archbishop of Canterbury of the craving lack of ministers, excepting among the Catholics and the Quakers, not doubting but his grace may so prevail with Lord Baltimore that a maintenance for a Protestant ministry may be established. The Bishop of London, echoing this complaint, speaks of the total want of ministers and divine worship, except among those of the Romish belief, who, 'tis conjectured, does not amount to 1 of 100 of the people. To which his lordship replies that all sects are tolerated and protected, but that it would be impossible to induce the Assembly to consent to a law that shall oblige any sect to maintain other ministers than its own. The bishop's figures were doubtless at fault, but Lord Baltimore himself writes that the nonconformists outnumber the Catholics and those of the Church of England together about 3 to 1, and that the churchmen are much more numerous than the Catholics. After the Revolution of 1688, it is not strange that a like movement was set on foot in Maryland. The beneficent despotism of the Calverts, notwithstanding every concession on their part, was ended for the time by the efforts of an association for the defense of the Protestant religion, and Maryland became a royal colony. Under the new regime, it was easier to inflict annoyances and disabilities on the petty minority of the Roman Catholics than to confer the privileges of an established church on the hardly more considerable minority of Episcopalians. The Church of England became in name the official church of the colony, but two parties so remotely unlike as the Catholics and the Quakers combined successfully to defeat more serious encroachments on religious liberty. The attempt to maintain the church of a small minority by taxes extorted by a foreign government from the whole people had the same effect in Maryland as in Ireland. It tended to make both church and government odious. The efforts of Dr. Thomas Bray, commissary of the Bishop of London, a man of true apostolic fervor, established little in withstanding the downward tendency of the provincial establishment. The demoralized and undisciplined clergy resisted the attempt of the provincial government to abate the scandal of their lives, and the people resisted the attempt to introduce a bishop. The body thus set before the people as the official representative of the religion of Christ was perhaps as contemptible an ecclesiastical organization as history can show, having all the vices of the Virginian church without one of its safeguards or redeeming qualities. The most hopeful sign in the morning sky of the 18th century was to be found in the growth of the Society of Friends and the swelling of the current of the Scotch-Irish immigration. And yet we shall have proof that the life work of Commissary Bray, although he went back discouraged from his labors in Maryland, and although this colony took little direct benefit from his efforts in England, was destined to have great results in the advancement of the kingdom of Christ in America, for he was the founder of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. The Carolinas, North and South, had been the scene of earliest attempts at Protestant colonization in America. The Huguenot enterprise at Beaufort on Port Royal Harbor was planted in 1562 under the auspices of colony and came to a speedy and unhappy end. The costly and disastrous experiment of Sir Walter Raleigh was begun in 1584 on Roanoke Island and lasted not many months. But the actual occupation of the region was late and slow. When, after the Restoration, Charles II took up the idea of paying his political debts with free and easy cessions of American lands, Clarendon, Albemarle, and Shaftesbury were among the first and luckiest in the scramble. When the representatives of themselves and their partners arrived in Carolina in 1670, bringing with them that pompous and preposterous anachronism, the fundamental constitutions, contrived by the combined wisdom of Shaftesbury and John Locke to impose a feudal government upon an immense domain of wilderness, they found the ground already occupied with a scanty and curiously mixed population, which had taken on a simple form of polity and was growing into a state. The region adjoining Virginia was peopled by Puritans from the Nansemond country, vexed with the paltry persecutions of Governor Berkeley, and later by fugitives from the bloody revenge which he delighted to inflict on those who had been involved in the righteous rebellion led by Nathaniel Bacon. These had been joined by insolvent debtors, not a few. Adventurers from New England settled on the Cape Fear River for a lumber trade, and kept the various plantations in communication with the rest of the world by their coasting craft plying to Boston. Dissatisfied companies from Barbados, seeking a less torrid climate, next arrived. Thus the region was settled in the first instance at second hand from older colonies. To these came settlers direct from England, such emigrants as the proprietors could persuade to the undertaking, and such as were impelled by the evil state of England in the last days of the Stuarts, or drawn by the promise of religious liberty. South Carolina, on the other hand, was settled direct from Europe, first by cargoes of emigrants shipped on speculation by the great real estate operators, who had at heart not only the creation of a gorgeous aristocracy in the West, but also the realization of fat dividends on their heavy ventures. Members of the dominant political religious party in England were attracted to a country in which they were still to be regarded before the law as of the only true and orthodox church. And religious dissenters gladly accepted the offer of toleration and freedom, even without the assurance of equality. One of the most notable contributions to the new colony was a company of dissenters from Somersetshire, led by Joseph Blake, brother to Cromwell's illustrious admiral. Among these were some of the earliest American Baptists, and there is clear evidence of connection between their arrival and the coming, in 1684, of a Baptist church from the Massachusetts colony under the pastorate of William Screven. This planting was destined to have an important influence both on the religious and on the civil history of the colony. Very early there came 2 shiploads of Dutch Calvinists from New York, dissatisfied with the domineering of their English victors. But more important than the rest was that sudden outflow of French Huguenots, representing not only religious fidelity and devotion, but all those personal and social virtues that most strengthened the foundations of a state, which set westward upon the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685. This, with the later influx of the Scotch-Irish, profoundly marked the character of South Carolina. The great names in her history are generally either French or Scotch. It ought to have been plain to the proprietors, in their monstrous conceit of political wisdom, that communities so constituted should have been the last on which to impose the uniformity of an established church. John Locke did see this, but was overruled. The Church of England was established in name, but for long years had only the shadow of existence. We need not, however, infer from the absence of the organized church and official clergy among the rude and turbulent pioneers of North Carolina that the kingdom of God was not among them, even from the beginning. But not until the year 1672 do we find manifestation of it such as history can recognize. In that year came William Edmondson, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, bringing his testimony of the light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world. The honest man, who had not thought it reasonable in the Christians of Massachusetts to be offended at one sitting in the steeple-house with his hat on, found it in evidence that they had little or no religion when the rough woodsmen of Carolina beguiled the silent moments of the Friends' devotions by smoking their pipes, and yet he declares that he found them a tender people. Converts were won to the society, and a quarterly meeting was established. Within a few months followed George Fox, uttering his deep conviction in a voice of singular persuasiveness and power, that reached the hearts of both high and low, and he too declared that he had found the people generally tender and open, and rejoiced to have made among them a little entrance for truth. The Church of Christ had been begun. As yet there had been neither baptism nor sacramental supper. These outward and visible signs were absent, but inward and spiritual grace was there, and the thing signified is greater than the sign. The influence diffused itself like leaven. Within a decade the society was extended through both the Carolinas and became the principal form of organized Christianity. It was reckoned in 1710 to include 1/7 of the population of North Carolina. The attempt of a foreign proprietary government to establish by law the church of an inconsiderable and not preeminently respectable minority had little effect except to exasperate and alienate the settlers. Down to the end of the 17th century, the official church in North Carolina gave no sign of life. In South Carolina, almost 20 years passed before it was represented by a single clergyman. The first manifestation of church life seems to have been in the meetings on the banks of the Cooper and the Santee, in which the French refugees worshipped their father's God with the psalms of Marot and Beza. But with the 18th century begins a better era for the English church in the Carolinas. The story of the founding and the work of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, taken in connection with its antecedents and its results, belongs to this history, not only as showing the influence of European Christianity upon America, but also as indicating the reaction of America upon Europe. In an important sense, the organization of religious societies which is characteristic of modern Christendom is of American origin. The labors of John Eliot among the Indians of New England stirred so deep an interest in the hearts of the English Christians that in 1649 an ordinance was passed by the Long Parliament creating a corporation to be called the President and Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in New England. And a general collection made under Cromwell's direction produced nearly £12,000, from the income of which missionaries were maintained among some of the northern tribes of Indians. With the downfall of the Commonwealth, the corporation became defunct, but through the influence of the saintly Richard Baxter, whose tender interest in the work of Eliot is witnessed by a touching passage in his writings, the charter was revived in 1662, with Robert Boyle for president and patron. It was largely through his generosity that Eliot was enabled to publish his Indian Bible. This society, the New England Company as it is called, is still extant, the oldest of Protestant missionary societies. It is to that Dr. Thomas Bray, who returned in 1700 to England from his thankless and discouraging work as commissary in Maryland of the Bishop of London, that the Church of England owes a large debt of gratitude for having taken away the reproach of her barrenness. Already his zeal had laid the foundations on which was reared the Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge. In 1701 he had the satisfaction of attending the first meeting of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts, which for nearly 3/4 of a century, sometimes in the spirit of a narrow sectarianism, but not seldom in a more excellent way, devoted its main strength to missions in the American colonies. Its missionaries, men of a far different character from the miserable incumbents of parishes in Maryland and Virginia, were among the first preachers of the gospel in the Carolinas. Within the years 1702 to 1740, there served under commission of this society in North Carolina 9 missionaries, in South Carolina 35. But the zeal of these good men was sorely encumbered with the armor of Saul. Too much favorable legislation and patronizing from a foreign proprietary government, too arrogant a tone of superiority on the part of official friends, attempts to enforce conformity by imposing disabilities on other sects, these were among the chief occasions of the continual collision between the people and the colonial governments, which culminated in the struggle for independence. By the time that struggle began, the established church in the Carolinas was ready to vanish away. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 7, Dutch Calvinists and Swedish Lutherans. the Dutch Calvinist colony on the Hudson, and the Swedish Lutheran colony on the Delaware. They both fall under the shadow of Great Britain. When the Englishman Henry Hudson, in the Dutch East India Company ship, the Half Moon, in September 1609, sailed up the river of the mountains as far as the site of Albany, looking for the northwest passage to China, the English settlement of Jamestown was in the third year of its half-perishing existence. More than 13 years were yet to pass before the pilgrims from England by way of Holland should make their landing on Plymouth Rock. But we are not at liberty to assign so early a date to the Dutch settlement of New York, and still less to the Church. There was a prompt reaching out on the part of the immensely enterprising Dutch merchants after the lucrative trade in peltries. There was a plying to and fro of trading vessels, and there were trading posts established on Manhattan Island and at the head of navigation on the Hudson, or North River, and on the South River, or Delaware. Not until the great Dutch West India Company had secured its monopoly of trade and perfected its organization in 1623 was there a beginning of colonization. In that year, a company of Walloons, or French-speaking Hollanders, was planted near Albany, and later arrivals were settled on the Delaware, on Long Island, and on Manhattan. At length, in 1626, came Peter Minuit with an ample commission from the all-powerful company, who organized something like a system of civil government comprehending all the settlements. Evidences of prosperity and growing wealth began to multiply. But one is impressed with the merely secular and commercial character of the enterprise and with the tardy and feeble signs of religious life in the colony. In 1626, when the settlement of Manhattan had grown to a village of 30 houses and 200 souls, there arrived 2 official sick visitors who undertook some of the public duties of a pastor. On Sundays, in the loft over the horse mill, they would read from the Scriptures and the creeds. And 2 years later, in 1628, the village, numbering now about 270 souls, gave a grateful welcome to Jonas Michaelius, minister of the gospel. He rejoiced to gather no less than 50 communicants at the first celebration of the Lord's Supper, and to organize them into a church according to the Reformed discipline. The 2 elders were the governor and the company's storekeeper, men of honest report, who had served in like function in churches of the fatherland. The records of this period are scanty. The very fact of this beginning of a church in the presence of a minister in the colony had faded out of history until restored by the recent discovery of a letter of the forgotten Michaelius. The sagacious men in control of the Dutch West India Company were quick to recognize that weakness in their enterprise which in the splendid colonial attempt of the French proved ultimately to be fatal. Their settlements were almost exclusively devoted to the lucrative trade with the Indians and were not taking root in the soil. With all its advantages, the Dutch colony could not compete with New England. To meet this difficulty, an expedient was adopted which was not long in beginning to plague the inventors. A vast tract of territory, with feudal rights and privileges, was offered to any man settling a colony of 50 persons. The disputes which soon arose between these powerful vassals and the sovereign company had for one effect the recall of Peter Minuit from his position of governor. Never again was the unlucky colony to have so competent and worthy a head as this discarded elder of the church. Nevertheless, the scheme was not altogether a failure. In 1633 arrived a new pastor, Everard Bogardus, in the same ship with a schoolmaster, the first in the colony, and the new governor, Van Twiller. The governor was incompetent and corrupt, and the minister was faithful and plain-spoken. What could result but conflict? During Van Twiller's 5 years of mismanagement, nevertheless, the church emerged from the mill loft and was installed in a barn-like meeting-house of wood. During the equally wretched administration of Kieft, the governor, listening to the reproaches of a guest, who quoted the example of New England, where the people were wont to build a fine church as soon as they had houses for themselves, was incited to build a stone church within the fort. There seems to have been little else that he did for the kingdom of heaven. Pastor Bogardus is entitled to the respect of later ages for the chronic quarrel that he kept up with the worthless representatives of the company. At length, his righteous rebuke of an atrociously wicked massacre of neighboring Indians perpetrated by Kieft brought matters to a head. The 2 antagonists sailed in the same ship in 1647 to lay their dispute before the authorities in Holland, the company and the classis. The case went to a higher court. The ship was cast away, and both parties were drowned. Meanwhile, the patroon Van Rensselaer, on his great manor near Albany, showed some sense of his duty to the souls of the people whom he had brought out into the wilderness. He built a church and put into the pastoral charge over his subjects one who, under his travestied name of Megapolensis, has attained a good report as a faithful minister of Jesus Christ. It was he who saved Father Jogues, the Jesuit missionary, from imminent torture and death among the Mohawks, and befriended him, and saw him safely off for Europe. This is one honorable instance, not out of a few, of personal respect and kindness shown to members of the Roman clergy and the Jesuit Society by men who held these organizations in the severest reprobation. To his Jesuit brother he was drawn by a peculiarly strong bond of fellowship, for the two were fellow laborers in the gospel to the red men. For Domine Megapolensis claimed the high honor of being the first Protestant missionary to the Indians. In 1647, to the joy of all the colonists, arrived a new governor, Peter Stuyvesant, not too late to save from utter ruin the colony that had suffered everything short of ruin from the incompetency and wickedness of Kieft. About the time that immigration into New England ceased with the triumph of the Puritan party in England, there began to be a distinct current of population setting toward the Hudson River colony. About the time that immigration into New England ceased with the triumph of the Puritan party in England, there began to be a distinct current of population setting toward the Hudson River colony. The West India Company had been among the first of the speculators in American lands to discover that a system of narrow monopoly is not the best nurse for a colony. Too late to save itself from ultimate bankruptcy, it removed some of the barriers of trade, and at once population began to flow in from other colonies, Virginia and New England. Besides those who were attracted by the great business advantages of the Dutch colony, there came some from Massachusetts, driven thence by the policy of exclusiveness in religious opinion deliberately adopted there. Ordinances were set forth assuring to several such companies liberty of conscience, according to the custom and manner of Holland. Growing prosperously in numbers, the colony grew in that cosmopolitan diversity of sects and races which went on increasing with its years. As early as 1644, Father Jogues was told by the governor that there were persons of 18 different languages at Manhattan, including Calvinists, Catholics, English Puritans, Lutherans, Anabaptists, here called Mennonists, etc. No jealousy seems to have arisen over this multiplication of sects until 1652, the Dutch Lutherans, who had been attendants at the Dutch Reformed Church, presented a respectful petition that they might be permitted to have their own pastor and church. Denied by Governor Stuyvesant, the request was presented to the company and to the States General. The two Reformed pastors used the most strenuous endeavors through the classes of Amsterdam to defeat the petition, under the fear that the concession of this privilege would tend to the diminution of their congregation. This resistance was successfully maintained until at last the petitioners were able to obtain from the Roman Catholic Duke of York the religious freedom which Dutch Calvinism had failed to give them. Started thus in the wrong direction, it was easy for the colonial government to go from bad to worse. At a time when the entire force of Dutch clergy in the colony numbered only 4, they were most unapostolically zealous to prevent any good from being done by unauthorized conventicles and the preaching of unqualified persons, and procured the passing of an ordinance forbidding these under penalty of fine and imprisonment. The mild remonstrances of the company, which was eager to get settlers without nice inquiries as to their religious opinions, had little effect to restrain the enterprising orthodoxy of Peter Stuyvesant. The activity of the Quakers among the Long Island towns stirred him to new energy. Not only visiting missionaries, but quiet dwellers at home were subjected to severe and ignominious punishments. The persecution was kept up until one of the banished friends, John Bown, reached Amsterdam and laid the case before the company. This enlightened body promptly shortened the days of tribulation by a letter to the superserviceable Stuyvesant, conceived in a most commercial spirit. It suggested to him that it was doubtful whether further persecution was expedient, unless it was desired to check the growth of population, which at that stage of the enterprise ought rather to be encouraged. No man, they said, ought to be molested so long as he disturbed neither his neighbors nor the government. This maxim has always been the guide of the magistrates of this city, and the consequence has been that from every land people have flocked to this asylum. Tread thus in their steps, and we doubt not you will be blessed. The stewardship of the interests of the Kingdom of Christ in the New Netherlands was about to be taken away from the Dutch West India Company and the classes of Amsterdam. It will hardly be claimed by any that the account of their stewardship was a glorious one. The supply of ministers of the gospel had been tardy, inconstant, and scanty. At the time when the Dutch ministers were most active in hindering the work of others, there were only 4 of them in a vast territory with a rapidly increasing population. The clearest sign of spiritual life in the first generation of the colony is to be found in the righteous quarrel of Domine Bogardus with the malignant Kieft, in the large Christian brotherly kindness, the laborious mission work among the Indians, and the long-sustained pastoral faithfulness of Domine Megapolensis. Doubtless there is a record in heaven of faithful living and serving of many true disciples among this people, whose names are unknown on earth, But in writing history, it is only with earthly memorials that we have to do. The records of the Dutch regime present few indications of such religious activity on the part of the colonists as would show that they regarded religion otherwise than as something to be imported from Holland at the expense of the company. A studious and elegant writer, Mr. Douglas Campbell, has presented in 2 ample and interesting volumes the evidence in favor of his thesis that the characteristic institutions established by the Puritans in New England were derived, directly or indirectly, not from England but from Holland. One of the gravest answers to an argument which contains so much to command respect is found in the history of the New Netherlands. In the early records of no one of the American colonies is there less manifestation of the Puritan characteristics than in the records of the colony that was absolutely and exclusively under Dutch control and made up chiefly of Dutch settlers. 19 years from the beginning of the colony, there was only 1 church in the whole extent of it, and at the end of 30 years, there were only 2 churches. After 10 years of settlement, the first schoolmaster arrived, and after 36 years, a Latin school was begun, for want of which, up to that time, young men seeking a classical education had to go to Boston for it. In no colony does there appear less of local self-government or of central representative government, less of civil liberty, or even of the aspiration for it. The contrast between the character of this colony and the heroic antecedents of the Dutch in Holland is astonishing and inexplicable. The sordid government of a trading corporation doubtless tended to depress the moral tone of the community, but this was an evil common to many of the colonies. Ordinances, frequently renewed for the prevention of disorder and brawling on Sunday and for restricting the sale of strong drinks, show how prevalent and obstinate were these evils. In 1648 it boldly asserted in the preamble to a new law that 1/4 of the houses in New Amsterdam were devoted to the sale of strong drink. Not a hopeful beginning for a young commonwealth. Before bidding a willing goodbye to the Dutch regime of the New Netherlands, it remains to tell the story of another colony, begun under happy auspices, but so short-lived that its rise and fall are a mere episode in the history of the Dutch colony. As early as 1630, under the feudal concessions of the Dutch West India Company, extensive tracts had been taken on the South River, or Delaware, and, after purchase from the Indians, settled by a colony under the conduct of the best of all the Dutch leaders, De Vries. Quarrels with the Indians arose, and at the end of a 12-month the colony was extinguished in blood. The land seemed to be left free for other occupants. Years before, the great Gustavus Adolphus had pondered and decided on an enterprise of colonization in America. The exigencies of the 30 Years' War delayed the execution of his plan, but after the fatal day of Lutzen, the project resumed by the fit successor of Gustavus in the government of Sweden, the Chancellor Oxenstiern. Peter Minuit, who had been rejected from his place as first governor of New Amsterdam, tendered to the Swedes the aid of his experience and approved wisdom, and in the end of the year 1637, against the protest of Governor Kieft, the strong foundations of a Swedish Lutheran colony were laid on the banks of the Delaware. A new purchase was made of the Indians, who had as little scruple as the Stuart kings about disposing of the same land twice over to different parties, including the lands from the mouth of the bay to the falls near Trenton. A fort was built where now stands the city of Wilmington, and under the protection of its walls, Christian worship was begun by the first pastor, Torquillus. Strong reinforcements arrived in 1643 with the energetic Governor Prince and that man of unwearied zeal in always propagating the love of God, the Reverend John Campanus, who through faith has obtained a good report by his brief, most laborious ministry both to his fellow countrymen and to the Delaware Indians. The governor fixed his residence at Tinicum, now almost included within the vast circumference of Philadelphia, and there, 40 years before the arrival of William Penn, Campanus preached the gospel of peace in 2 languages, to the red men and to the white. The question of the Swedish title, raised at the outset by the protest of the Dutch governor, could not long be postponed. It was suddenly precipitated on the arrival of Governor Rising in 1654 by his capture of Fort Casimir, which the Dutch had built for the practical assertion of their claim. It seems a somewhat grotesque act of piety on the part of the Swedes, when, having celebrated the festival of Trinity Sunday by whipping their fellow Christians out of the fort, they commemorated the good work by naming it the Fort of the Holy Trinity. It was a fatal victory. The next year came Governor Stuyvesant with an overpowering force and demanded and received the surrender of the colony to the Dutch. Honorable terms of surrender were conceded, among them, against the protest, alas, of good Domine Megapolensis was the stipulation of religious liberty for the Lutherans. It was the end of the Swedish colony, but not at once of the Church. The Swedish community of some 700 souls, cut off from reinforcement and support from the fatherland, cherished its language and traditions and the mold of doctrine in which it had been shaped. After more than 40 years, the reviving interest of the Mother Church was manifested by the sending out of missionaries to seek and succor the daughter long absent and neglected in the wilderness. Two venerable buildings, the Gloria Dei Church in the southern part of Philadelphia and the Old Swedes Church at Wilmington, remain as monuments of the honorable story. The Swedish language ceased to be spoken. The people became undistinguishably absorbed in the swiftly multiplying population about them. It was a short-lived triumph in which the Dutch colony reduced the Swedish under its jurisdiction. It only prepared a larger domain for it to surrender, in its turn, to superior force. With perfidy worthy of the House of Stuart, the newly restored King of England, having granted to his brother the Duke of York territory already plighted to others and territory already occupied by a friendly power, stretching in all from the Connecticut to the Delaware, covered his designs with friendly demonstrations, and in a time of profound peace surprised the quiet town of New Amsterdam with a hostile fleet and land force and a peremptory demand for surrender. The only hindrance interposed was a few hours of vain and angry bluster from Stuyvesant. The difference of the Dutch Republic, which had from the beginning refused its colony any promise of protection, and the sordid despotism of the Company, and the arrogant contempt of popular rights manifested by its governors, seemed to have left no spark of patriotic loyalty alive in the population. With inert indifference, if not even with satisfaction, the colony transferred its allegiance to the British Crown, henceforth sovereign from Maine to the Carolinas. The rights of person and property, religious liberty, and freedom of trade were stipulated in the capitulation. The British government was happy in the character of Colonel Nichols, who came as a commandant of the invading expedition and remained as governor. Not only faithful to the terms of the surrender, but considerate of the feelings and interests of the conquered province, he gave the people small reasons to regret the change of government. The established Dutch Church not only was unmolested, but was continued in full possession of its exceptional privileges, and it continued to languish. At the time of the surrender, the province contained 3 cities, 30 villages, and 10,000 inhabitants, and for all these there were 6 ministers. The 6 soon dribbled away to 3, and for 10 years these 3 continued without reinforcement. This extreme feebleness of the clergy, the absence of any vigorous church life among the laity, and the debilitating notion that the power and the right to preach the gospel must be imported from Holland, put the Dutch Church at such a disadvantage as to invite aggression. Later English governors showed no scruple in violating the spirit of the terms of surrender and using their official power and influence to force the establishment of the English Church against the almost unanimous will of the people. Property was unjustly taken and legal rights infringed to this end, but the end was not attained. Colonel Morris, an earnest Anglican, warned his friends against the folly of taking by force the salaries of ministers chosen by the people and paying them over to the ministers of the Church. It may be a means of subsisting those ministers, but they won't make any converts among a people who think themselves very much injured. The pious efforts of Governor Fletcher, the most zealous of these official propagandists, are even more severely characterized in the dispatch of his successor, the Earl of Bellamont. The late governor, under the notion of a Church of England, to be put in opposition to the Dutch and French churches established here, supported a few rascally English who are a scandal to their nation and the Protestant religion. Evidently such support would have for its main effect to make the pretended establishment odious to the people. Colonel Morris sharply points out the impolicy as well as the injustice of the course adopted, claiming that his church would have been in a much better position without this political aid, and citing the case of the Jerseys and Pennsylvania, where nothing of the kind had been attempted, and where nevertheless there are 4 times the number of churchmen that there are in this province of New York, and they are so, most of them, upon principle, whereas 9 parts in 10 of ours would add no great credit to whatever church they are of. It need not be denied that government patronage, even when dispensed by the dirty hands of such scurvy nursing fathers as Fletcher and Lord Cornbury, may give strength of a certain sort to a religious organization. Whatever could be done in the way of endowment or of social preferment in behalf of the English Church was done eagerly. But happily this Church had better resource than royal governors in the well-equipped and sustained, and generally well-chosen, army of missionaries of the Society for the propagation of the Gospel. Not fewer than 58 of them were placed by the Society in this single province. And if among them there were those who seemed to preach Christ of envy and strife, as if the great aim of the preacher of the gospel were to get a man out of one Christian sect into another, there were others who showed a more Pauline and more Christian concept of their work, taking their full share of the task of bringing the knowledge of Christ to the unevangelized, whether white, red, or black. The diversity of organization which was destined to characterize the church in the province of New York was increased by the inflow of population from New England. The settlement of Long Island was from the beginning Puritan English. The Hudson Valley began early to be occupied by New Englanders, bringing with them their pastors. In 1696, Domine Salins, the only Dutch pastor in New York City, in his annual report congratulates himself. Our number is now full, meaning that there are 4 Dutch ministers in the whole province of New York, and adds, in the country places here there are many English preachers, mostly from New England. They were ordained there, having been in a large measure supplied by the University of Cambridge, Massachusetts. The same letter gives the names of the 3 eminent French pastors ministering to the communities of Huguenot refugees in New Rochelle and New York, and elsewhere in the neighborhood. The Scotch-Irish Presbyterians, more important to the history of the opening century than any of the rest, were yet to enter. The spectacle of the ancient Dutch church thus dwindling, and seemingly content to dwindle, to one of the least of the tribes, is not a cheerful one, nor one easy to understand. But out of this little and dilapidated Bethlehem was to come forth a leader. Domine Frelinghuysen, arriving in America in 1720, was about to begin a work of training for the ministry, which would result in 1784 in the establishment of the first American professorship of theology, and by the fervor of his preaching he was to win the signal glory of bringing in the Great Awakening. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 8, Part 1, The Church in New England. The planting of the Church in New England, Pilgrim and Puritan. The attitude of the Church of England Puritans toward the Separatists from that church was the attitude of the earnest, patient, hopeful reformer toiling for the removal of public abuses, toward the restless come-outer who quits the conflict in despair of succeeding, and without tarrying for any, sets up his little model of good order outside. Such defection seemed to them not only of the nature of a military desertion and a weakening of the right side, but also an implied assertion of superior righteousness which provoked invidious comparison and mutual irritation of feeling. The comparison must not be pressed too far if we cite in illustration the feeling of the great mass of earnest, practical, anti-slavery men in the American conflict with slavery toward the faction of come-outer abolitionists who, despairing of success within the church and the state, seceded from both, thenceforth predicting failure for every practical enterprise of reform on the part of their former work-fellows, and at every defeat chuckling, "I told you so." If we should compare the English separatist of the 17th century with this American separatist of the 19th, we should be in still greater danger of misleading. Certainly there were those among the separatists from the Church of England who, in the violence of their alienation and the bitterness of their sufferings, did not refrain from sour and acrid censoriousness toward the men who were nearest them in religious conviction and pursuing like ends by another course. One does not read far in the history of New England without encountering reformers of this extreme type. But not such were the company of true worshippers who, at peril of liberty and life, were wont to assemble each Lord's Day in a room of the old manor house of Scrooby, of which William Brewster was lessee, for the Christian fellowship and worship, and for instruction in Christian truth and duty from the saintly lips of John Robinson. The extreme radicals of their day, they seem to have been divinely preserved from the besetting sins of radicalism, its narrowness, its self-righteousness, its censoriousness, and intolerance. Those who read the copious records of the early New England colonization are again and again surprised at finding that the impoverished little company of separatists at Leyden and Plymouth, who were so sharply reprobated by the Puritan brethren of the Church of England for their schismatic attitude, their over-righteousness and exclusiveness, do really excel in liberality and patient tolerance and Catholic and comprehensive love toward all good men, those who sat in judgment on them. Something of this is due to the native nobleness of the men themselves, of whom the world was not worthy. Something of it to their long discipline in the passive virtues under bitter persecution in their native land and in exile in Holland and in the wilderness, much of it certainly to the incomparably wise and Christ-like teaching of Robinson, both at Scrooby and at Leyden, and afterward through the tender and faithful epistles with which he followed them across the sea, and all of it to the grace of God working in their hearts and glorified in their living and their dying. It would be incompatible within the limits of this volume to recite in detail the story of the Pilgrims. It has been told more amply and with fuller repetition than almost any other chapter of human history, and is never to be told or heard without awakening that thrill with which the heartstrings respond to the sufferings and triumphs of Christ's blessed martyrs and confessors. But, more dispassionately studied with reference to its position and relations in ecclesiastical history, it cannot be understood unless the sharp and sometimes exasperated antagonism is kept in view that existed between the inconsiderable factions, as it was esteemed, of the Separatists, and the great and growing Puritan party at that time in disfavor with the king and court and hierarchy, but soon to become the dominant party not only in the Church of England but in the nation. It is not strange that the antagonism between the two parties should be lost sight of. The two are identified in their theological convictions, in their spiritual sympathies, and for the most part in their judgment on questions concerning the externals of the Church, and presently their respective colonies, planted side by side, not without mutual doubts and suspicions, are to grow together, leaving no visible seam of juncture, like kindred drops commingling into one. To the Puritan reformer within the Church of England, the act of the Pilgrims at Scrooby in separating themselves from the general mass of English Christians, mingled though that mass might be with a multitude of unworthy, was nothing less than the sin of schism. One effect of the act was to reflect odium upon the whole party of Puritans, and involve them in the suspicion of that sedition which was so unjustly, but with such fatal success, imputed to the Separatists. It was a hard and doubtful warfare that the Puritans were waging against spiritual wickedness in high places. The defection of the Separatists doubly weakened them in the conflict. It is not strange, however it may seem so, that the animosity of Puritan toward Separatist was sometimes acrimonious, nor that the public reproaches hurled at the unpopular little party should have provoked recriminations upon the assailants as being involved in the defilements and the plagues of Babylon, and should have driven the Separatists into a narrower exclusiveness of separation, cutting themselves off not only from communion with abuses and corruptions in the Church of England, but even from fellowship with good and holy men in the national church who did not find it a duty to secede. Nothing of this bitterness and narrowness is found in Robinson. Strenuously as he maintained the right and duty of separation from the establishment, he was, especially in his later years, no less earnest in condemning the Separatists who carried their separation too far and had gone beyond the true landmarks in matters of Christian doctrine or of Christian fellowship. His latest work, found in his study after his decease, was a treatise of the lawfulness of hearing of the ministers in the Church of England. The moderateness of Robinson's position and the brotherly kindness of his temper could not save him and his people from the prevailing odium that rested upon the Separatists. Many and grave were the sorrows through which the Pilgrim Church had to pass in its way from the little hamlet of Scrooby to the bleak hill of Plymouth. They were in peril from the persecutor at home, and in peril in the attempt to escape, in peril from greedy speculators and malignant politicians, in peril from the sea, and from cold, and from starvation, in peril from the savages, and from false brethren privily sent among them to spy out their liberties. But an added bitterness to all their tribulations lay in this, that for the course which they were constrained in conscience to pursue, they were subject to the reprobation of those whom they most highly honored as their brethren in the faith of Christ. Some of the most heartbreaking of their trials arose directly from the unwillingness of English Puritans to sustain or even countenance the Pilgrim colony. In the year 1607, when the ships of the Virginia Company were about landing their freight of immigrants and supplies at Jamestown, the first and unsuccessful attempt of the Pilgrims was made to escape from their native land to Holland. Before the end of 1608, the greater part of them, in scattering parties, had effected the passage of the North Sea, and the Church was reunited in a land of religious freedom. With what a blameless, diligent, and peaceful life they adorned the name of disciple through all the 12 years of their sojourn, how honored and beloved they were among the churches and in the University of Leyden, there are abundant testimonies. The 12 years of seclusion in an alien land among a people of strange language was not too long a discipline of preparation for that work for which the head of the church had set them apart. This was the period of Robinson's activity as author. In erudite studies, in grave debate with gainsayers at home and with fellow exiles in Holland, he was maturing in his own mind, and in the minds of the Church, those large and liberal yet definitive views of church organization and duty which were destined for coming ages so profoundly to influence the American Church in all its orders and divisions. He became a reformer of the separation. We pass by the heroic and pathetic story of the consultations and correspondences, the negotiations and disappointments, the embarkation and voyage, and come to that memorable date, November 11th, 1620, when arrived off the shore of Cape Cod, the little company, without charter or warrant of any kind from any government on earth, about to land on a savage continent in quest of a home, gathered in the cabin of the Mayflower, and after a method quite in analogy with that in which, 16 years before, they had constituted the church at Scrooby, entered into formal and solemn compact in the presence of God and of one another, covenanting and combining themselves into a civil body politic. It is difficult, in reading the instrument then subscribed, to avoid the conviction that the theory of the origin of the powers of civil government in a social compact, which had long floated in literature before it came to be distinctly articulated in the Contrat Social of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, was familiar to the minds of those by whom the paper was drawn. Thoughtful men at the present day universally recognize the fallacy of this plausible hypothesis, which once had such wide currency and so serious an influence on the course of political history in America. But whether or not they were affected by the theory, the practical good sense of the men and their deference to the teachings of the Bible secured them from the vicious and absurd consequences deducible from it. Not all the names of the colonists were subscribed to the compact, a clear indication of the freedom of individual judgment in that company, but it was never held for a moment that the dissentients were any the less bound by it. When worthless John Billington, who had somehow got shuffled into their company, was sentenced for disrespect and disobedience to Captain Miles Standish to have his neck and heels tied together, it does not seem to have occurred to him to plead that he had never entered into the social compact, nor yet when the same wretched man, 10 years later, was by a jury convicted of wilful murder and sentenced to death and executed. Logically, under the social compact theory, it would have been competent for those dissenting from this compact to enter into another and set up a competing civil government on the same ground. But what would have been the practical value of this line of argument might have been learned from Mr. Thomas Morton of Furnival's Inn, after he had been haled out of his disorderly house at Merrymount by Captain Standish and convented before the authorities at Plymouth. The social compact theory as applied to the church, implying that the mutual desires of Christian disciplines in society are derived solely from mutual stipulations, is quite as transparently fallacious as when it is applied to civil polity, and the consequences deducible from it are not less absurd. But it cannot be claimed for the Plymouth men, and still less for their spiritual successors, that they have wholly escaped the evil consequences of their theory in its practical applications. The notion that a Church of Christ is a club, having no authority or limitations but what it derives from club rules agreed on among the members, would have been scouted by the Pilgrims. Among those who now claim to sit in their seats, there are some who would hesitate to admit it, and many who would frankly avow it with all its mischievous implications. Planted in the soil of Plymouth, it spread at once through New England, and has become widely rooted in distant and diverse regions of the American Church. The Church of Plymouth, though deprived of its pastor, continued to be rich in faith and in all spiritual gifts, most of all in the excellent gift of charity. The history of it year after year is a beautiful illustration of brotherly kindness and mutual self-sacrifice among themselves and of forgiving patience toward enemies. But the colony, beginning in extreme feebleness and penury, never became either strong or rich. 102 souls embarked in the Mayflower, of whom nearly one half were dead before the end of 4 months. At the end of 4 years, the number had increased to 180. At the end of 10 years, the settlement numbered 300 persons. It could not have been with joy wholly unalloyed with misgivings that this feeble folk learned of a powerful movement for planting a Puritan colony close in the neighborhood. The movement had begun in the heart of the national church and represented everything that was best in that institution. The Reverend John White, rector of Dorchester, followed across the sea with pastoral solicitude the young men of his parish, who, in the business of the fisheries, were wont to make long stay on the New England coast, far from home and church. His thought was to establish a settlement that should be a sort of depot of supplies for the fishing fleets, and a temporary home attended with the comforts and safeguards of Christian influence. The project was a costly failure, but it was like the corn of wheat falling into the ground to die and bringing forth much fruit. A gentleman of energy and dignity, John Endicott, pledged his personal service as leader of a new colony. In September 1628 he landed with a pioneering party at Naumkeag, and having happily composed some differences that arose with the earlier comers, they named the place Salem, which is by interpretation peace. Already, with the newcomers and the old, the well-provided settlement numbered more than 50 persons, busy in preparation for further arrivals. Meanwhile, vigorous work was doing in England. The organization to sustain the colony represented adequate capital and the highest quality of character and influence. A royal charter, drawn with sagacious care to secure every privilege the Puritan Company desired, was secured from the futurity of the reigning Stuart, erecting in the wilderness such a free commonwealth as his poor little soul abhorred, and preparation was made for sending out, in the spring of 1629, a noble fleet of 6 vessels, carrying 300 men and 100 women and children, with ample equipment of provisions, tools and arms, and livestock. The company had taken care that there should be plentiful provision of godly ministers. 3 approved clergymen of the Church of England, Higginson, Skelton, and Bright, had been chosen by the company to attend the expedition, besides whom one Ralph Smith, a Separatist minister, had been permitted to take passage before the company understood of his difference in judgment in some things from the other ministers. He was permitted to continue his journey, yet not without a caution to the governor that unless he were found conformable to the government he was not to be suffered to remain within the limits of its jurisdiction. An incident of this departure rests on the sole authority of Cotton Mather, and is best told in his own words. When they came to the Land's End, Mr. Higginson, calling up his children and other passengers unto the stern of the ship to take their last sight of England, said, "We will not say, as the Separatists were wont to say at their leaving of England, Farewell Babylon, farewell Rome, but we will say, Farewell dear England, farewell the Church of God in England, and all the Christian friends there. We do not go to New England as Separatists from the Church of England, though we cannot but separate from the corruptions in it, but we go to practice the positive part of Church Reformation and propagate the gospel in America." The story ought to be true for the intrinsic likeliness of it, and it is all the likelier for the fact that among the passengers, kindly and even fraternally treated, and yet the object of grave misgivings, was the honest Separatist minister Ralph Smith. The ideal of the new colony could hardly have been better expressed than in these possibly apocryphal words ascribed to Mr. Higginson. These were not fugitives seeking asylum from persecution. Still less were they planning an asylum for others. They were intent on the planting of a new commonwealth in which the Church of Christ, not according to the imperfect and perverted pattern of the English establishment, but according to a fairer pattern that had been showed them in their mounts of vision, should be both free and dominant. If this purpose of theirs was wrong, if they had no right to deny themselves the comforts and delights of their native land, and at vast cost of treasure to seclude themselves within a defined tract of wilderness, for the accomplishment of an enterprise which they conceived to be of the highest benefice to mankind, then doubtless many of the measures which they took in pursuance of this purpose must fall under the same condemnation with the purpose itself. If there are minds so constituted as to perceive no moral difference between banishing a man from his native home for opinion's sake, and declining, on account of difference of opinion, to admit a man to a partnership in a difficult and hazardous enterprise organized on a distinctly exclusive basis, such minds will be constrained to condemn the Puritan colonists from the start and all along. Minds otherwise constituted will be able to discriminate between the rightness following of a justifiable policy and the lapses of the colonial governments from high and Christian motives and righteous courses. Whether the policy of rigorous exclusiveness, building up communities of picked material, homogeneous in race, language, and religion, is on the whole less wise for the founders of a new commonwealth than a sweeping comprehensive policy, gathering in people mutually alien in speech and creed and habits, is a fairly open question for historical students. Much light might be thrown upon it by the comparative history of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, of New England and Pennsylvania. It is not a question that is answered at once by the mere statement of it. We do not need to be told that to the little Separatist settlement at Plymouth, still in the first decade of its feeble existence, the founding, within a day's journey, of this powerful colony on ecclesiastical principles distinctly antagonistic to their own, was a momentous, even a formidable fact. Critical, nay vital, questions emerged at once, which the subtlest churchcraft might have despaired of answering. They were answered, solved, harmonized by the spirit of Christian love. That great spiritual teacher, John Robinson, beside his more general exhortations to brotherly kindness and charity, had spoken, in the spirit of prophecy, some promises and assurances which came now to a divine fulfillment. Pondering sundry weighty and solid reasons in favor of removal from Holland, the Pilgrims put on record. Their pastor would often say that many of those who both wrote and preached against them would practice as they did if they were in a place where they might have liberty and live conformably. One of the most affectionate of his disciples, Edward Winslow, wrote down some of the precious and memorable words which the pastor, who was to see their face no more, uttered through his tears as they were about to leave him. "There will be no difference," he said, "between the unconformable ministers and you, when they come to the practice of the ordinances out of the kingdom." And so he advised us to close with the godly party of the kingdom of England, and rather to study union than division, viz., how near we might possibly without sin close with them, rather than in the least measure to effect division or separation from them. The solitude of the little starving hamlet by the sea was favorable to the springing and fructifying of this seed in the good and honest hearts into which it had been cast. Before the great fleet of colonists, with its 3 unconformable Church of England clergymen, had reached the port of Salem, the good seed had been planted anew in other hearts not less honest and good. It fell on this wise. The pioneer party at Salem, who came with Endicott, arriving there in an uncultivated desert, many of them, for want of wholesome diet and convenient lodgings, were seized with the scurvy and other distempers, which shortened many of their days, and prevented many of the rest from performing any great manner of labor that year for advancing the work of the plantation. Whereupon the governor, hearing that at Plymouth lived a physician that had some skill that way, wrote thither for help, and at once the beloved physician and deacon of the Plymouth church, Dr. Samuel Fuller, hastened to their relief. On what themes the discourse revolved between the Puritan governor just from England and the separatist deacon already for so many years in exile, and whither it tended, is manifested in a letter written soon after by Governor Endicott of Salem to Governor Bradford of Plymouth, under date May 11, 1629. The letter marks an epoch in the history of American Christianity. To the worshipful and my right worthy friend William Bradford, Esquire, Governor of New Plymouth, these. Right worthy Sir, it is a thing not unusual that servants to one master and of the same household should be strangers. I assure you I desire it not, nay, to speak more plainly, I cannot be so to you. God's people are marked with one and the same mark, and sealed with one and the same seal, and have for the main one and the same heart, guided by one and the same spirit of truth, and where this is, there can be no discord. Nay, here must needs be sweet harmony. The same request with you I make unto the Lord, that we may as Christian brethren be united by a heavenly and unfeigned love, bidding all our hearts and forces in furthering a work beyond our strength, with reverence and fear, fastening our eyes always on Him that only is able to direct and prosper all our ways. I acknowledge myself much bound to you for your kind love and care in sending Mr. Fuller among us, and I rejoice much that I am by him satisfied touching your judgments of the outward form of God's worship. It is, as far as I can yet gather, no other than is warranted by the evidence of truth, and the same which I have professed and maintained ever since the Lord in mercy revealed Himself to me, being very far different from the common report that hath been spread of you touching that particular. But God's children must not look for less here below, and it is the great mercy of God that He strengthens them to go through with it. I shall not need at this time to be tedious unto you, for God willing, I purpose to see your face shortly. In the meantime, I humbly take my leave of you, committing you to the Lord's blessed protection and rest. Your assured, loving friend and servant, John Endicott. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 8, Part 2. The Church in New England. The positive part of church reformation, which Higginson and his companions had come into the wilderness to practice, appeared in a new light when studied under new conditions. The question of separation from the general fellowship of English Christians, which had lain heavily on their consciences, was no longer a question. Instead of it arose the question of separation from their beloved and honored fellow Christians at Plymouth. The act of uniformity and the tyrannous processes by which it was enforced no longer existed for them. They were free to build the house of God simply according to the teaching of the divine word. What form will the structure take? One of the first practical questions to emerge was the question by what authority their ministry was to be exercised. On one point they seem to have been quite clear. The episcopal ordination which each of them had received in England, whatever validity it may have had in English law, gave them no authority in the Church of God in Salem. Further, their appointment from the company in London, although it was a regular commission from the constituted civil government of the colony, could confer no office in the spiritual house. A day of solemn fasting was held, by the governor's appointment, for the choice of pastor and teacher, and after prayer the 2 recognized candidates for the 2 offices, Skelton and Higginson, were called upon to give their views as to a divine call to the ministry. They acknowledged there was a twofold calling, The one, an inward calling, when the Lord moved in the heart of a man to take that calling upon him, and fitted him with gifts for the same. The second, the outward calling, was from the people, when a company of believers are joined together in covenant to walk together in all the ways of God. Thereupon the assembly proceeded to a written ballot, and its choice fell upon Mr. Skelton and Mr. Higginson. It remained for the ministers elect to be solemnly inducted into office, which was done with prayer and the laying on of hands in benediction. But presently there were searchings of heart over the anterior question as to the constituency of the church. Were all the population of Salem to be reckoned as of the Church of Salem? And if not, who should discern between the righteous and the wicked? The result of study of this question, in the light of the New Testament, was this: that it was necessary for those who intended to be of the church solemnly to enter into a covenant engagement one with another, in the presence of God, to walk together before him according to his word. 30 persons were chosen to be the first members of the church, who in a set form of words made public vows of faithfulness to each other and to Christ. By the church thus constituted, the pastor and teacher, already installed in office in the parish, were instituted as ministers of the church. Before the solemnities of that notable day were concluded, a belated vessel that had been eagerly awaited landed on the beach at Salem, the messengers of the church at Plymouth. They came into the assembly, Governor Bradford at the head, and in the name of the Pilgrim Church declared their approbation and concurrence, and greeted the new church, the firstborn in America, with the right hand of fellowship. A thoughtful and devoted student declares this day's proceedings to be the beginning of a distinctively American church history. The immediate sequel of this transaction is characteristic and instructive. 2 brothers, John and Samuel Brown, members of the Council of the Colony, took grave offense at this departure from the ways of the Church of England, and joining themselves to others like-minded, set up separate worship according to the Book of Common Prayer. Being called to account before the governor for their schismatic procedure, they took an aggressive tone and declared that the ministers were separatists and would-be Anabaptists. The 2 brothers were illogical. The ministers had not departed from the nationalist and anti-separatist principles enunciated by Higginson from the quarterdeck of the Talbot. What they had just done was to lay the foundations of a national church for the commonwealth that was in building. And the 2 brothers, trying to draw off a part of the people into their schism shop, were separatists, although they were doubtless surprised to discover it. There was not the slightest hesitation on the governor's part as to the proper course to be pursued. Finding those 2 brothers to be of high spirits, and their speeches and practices tending to mutiny and faction, the governor told them that New England was no place for such as they, and therefore he sent them both back for England at the return of the ships the same year. Neither then nor afterward was there any trace of doubt in the minds of the New England settlers, in going 3,000 miles away into the seclusion of the wilderness, of their indefeasible moral right to pick their own company. There was abundant opportunity for mistake and temptation to wrongdoing in the exercise of this right, but the right itself is so nearly self-evident as to need no argument. While the civil and ecclesiastical foundations of the Salem community are thus being laid, there is preparing on the other side of the sea that great coup d'etat which is to create, almost in a day, a practically independent American republic. Until this is accomplished, the colonial organization is according to a common pattern, a settlement on a distant shore, equipped, sustained, and governed with authority all but sovereign by a commercial company at the metropolis, within the reach and thus under the control of the supreme power. Suppose now that the shareholders in the commercial company take their charter conferring all but sovereign authority and transport themselves and it across the sea to the heart of the settlement, there to admit other planters at their discretion to the franchise of the company. What then? This was the question pondered and decided in those dark days of English liberty, when the triumph of despotism, civil and spiritual, over the rights of Englishmen seemed almost achieved. The old officers of the company resigned, their places were filled by Winthrop and Dudley and others who had undertaken to emigrate, and that memorable season of 1630 not less than 17 ships carrying about 1,000 passengers sailed from English ports for Massachusetts Bay. It was the beginning of the great Puritan exodus. Attempts were made by the king and the archbishop to stay the flow of emigration, but with only transient success. At the end of 10 years from Winthrop's arrival, about 21,000 Englishmen, or 4,000 families, including the few hundreds who were here before him, had come over in 300 vessels, at a cost of £200,000 sterling. What could not be done by despotism was accomplished by the triumph of the people over the court. The meeting of the Long Parliament in 1640 made it safe for Puritans to stay in England, and the Puritans stayed. The current of migration was not only checked, but turned backward. It is reckoned that within 4 generations from that time, more persons went to Old England than originally came thence. The beginnings of this return were of high importance. Among the homegoing companies were men who were destined to render eminent service in the reconstruction of English society, both in the state and in the army, and especially in the church. The example of the New England churches, voluminously set forth in response to written inquiries from England, had great influence in saving the mother country from suffering the imposition of a Presbyterian hierarchy that threatened to be as intolerant and as intolerable as the tyranny of Laud. For the order of the New England churches crystallized rapidly into a systematic and definite church polity, far removed from mere separatism, even in the temperate form in which this had been illustrated by Robinson and the Pilgrim Church. The successive companies of emigrants as they arrived, shipload after shipload, each with its minister or college of ministers, followed with almost monotonous exactness the method adopted in the organization of the church in Salem. A small company of the best Christians entered into mutual covenant as a Church of Christ, and this number, growing by well-considered accessions, added to itself from time to time other believers on the evidence and confession of their faith in Christ. The ministers, all or nearly all of whom had been clergymen in the orders of the Church of England, were of one mind in declining to consider their episcopal ordination in England as conferring on them any spiritual authority in a church newly gathered in America. They found rather in the free choice of the brotherhood the sign of a divine call to spiritual functions in the church, and were inducted into office by the primitive form of laying on of hands. In many ways, but especially in the systematized relations of the church with one another in their common relations with the civil government, the settled nationalism of the great Puritan migration was illustrated. With the least possible constraint on the individual or on the church, they were clear in their purpose that their young state should have its established church. Through what rude experiences the system and the men were tested has been abundantly told and retold. Roger Williams, learned, eloquent, sincere, generous, a man after their own heart, was a very malignant among separatists, separating himself not only from the English church, but from all who would not separate from it, and from all who would not separate from these, and so on, until he could no longer, for conscience' sake, hold fellowship with his wife in family prayers. After long patience, the colonial government deemed it necessary to signify to him that if his conscience would not suffer him to keep quiet and refrain from stirring up sedition and embroiling the colony with the English government, he would have to seek freedom for that sort of conscience outside of their jurisdiction. And they put him out accordingly, to the great advantage of both parties, and without loss of mutual respect and love. A little later, a clever woman, Mrs. Anne Hutchinson, with a vast conceit of her superior holiness, and with the ugly censoriousness which is a usual accompaniment of that grace, demonstrated her genius for mixing a theological controversy with personal jealousies and public anxieties, and involved the whole colony of the Bay in an acrimonious quarrel, such as to give an unpleasant tone of partisanship and ill temper to the proceedings in her case, whether ecclesiastical or civil. She seems clearly to have been a willful and persistent nuisance in the little community, and there were good reasons for wanting to be rid of her, and right ways to that end. They took the wrong way, and tried her for heresy. In like manner, when the Quakers came among them, not of the mild, meek, inoffensive modern variety to which we are accustomed, but of the fierce, aggressive, early type, instead of proceeding against them for their overt offenses against the state, disorderly behavior, public indecency, contempt of court, sedition, they proceeded against them distinctly as Quakers, thus putting themselves in the wrong, and conceding to their adversaries that crown of martyrdom for which their souls were hankering, and to which they were not fully entitled. Of course, in maintaining the principle of nationalism, the New England Puritans did not decline the implications and corollaries of that principle. It was only to a prophetic genius like the separatist Roger Williams that it was revealed that civil government had no concern to enforce the laws of the first table. But the historical student might be puzzled to name any other church establishment under which less of molestation was suffered by dissenters, or more of actual encouragement given to rival sects, than under the New England theocracies. The nationalist principle was exclusive. The men who held it in New England, subject though they were to the temptations of sectarian emulation and fanatic zeal, were large-minded and generous men. The general uniformity of church organizations among the Puritan plantations is the more remarkable in view of the notable independence and originality of the leading men, who represented tendencies of opinion as widely diverging as the quasi-Presbyterianism of John Eliot and the doctrinaire democracy of John Wise. These variations of ecclesiastico-political theory had much to do with the speedy diffusion of the immigrant population. For larger freedom in building his ideal New Jerusalem, the statesmanlike pastor, Thomas Hooker, led forth his flock a second time into the great and terrible wilderness, and with his associates devised what has been declared to be the first example in history of a written constitution, a distinct organic law constituting a government and defining its powers. The like motive determined the choice company under John Davenport and Theophilus Eaton to refuse all inducements and opportunities to remain in Massachusetts, choosing rather to build on no other man's foundations at New Haven. At the end of 100 years from the settlement of Boston, the shores and river valleys of Massachusetts and Connecticut were planted with towns, each self-governing as a pure democracy, each with its church and educated minister and its system of common schools. The two colleges at Cambridge and New Haven were busy with their appointed work of training young men to the service of God in church or civil state. And this great and prosperous and intelligent population was, with inconsiderable exceptions, the unmingled prodigy of the 4,000 English families who, under the stress of the tyranny of Charles Stuart and the persecution of William Laud, had crossed the sea in the 12 years from 1628 to 1640. The traditions of the fathers of New England had been piously cherished down to this third and fourth generation. The model of an ideal state that had been set up had meanwhile been more or less deformed, especially in Massachusetts, by the interference of England. The dominance of the established churches had been slightly infringed by the growth here and there of dissenting churches, Baptist, Episcopalian, and Quaker, but the framework both of church and of state was wonderfully little decayed or impaired. The same simplicity in the outward order of worship was maintained. The same form of high Calvinistic theology continued to be cherished as a norm of sound preaching and as a vehicle of instruction to children. All things continued as they had been, and yet it would have been a most superficial observer who had failed to detect signs of approaching change. The disproportions of the Calvinistic system, exaggerated in the popular acceptation, as in the favorite Day of Doom of Michael Wigglesworth, forced the effort after practical readjustments. The magnifying of divine sovereignty in the saving of man to the obscuring of human responsibility inevitably mitigated the Church's reprobation of respectable people who could testify of no experience of conversion, and yet did not wish to relinquish for themselves or their families their relation to the Church. Out of the conflict between two aspects of theological truth, and the conflict between the nationalist and separatist conceptions of the Church, and especially out of the mistaken policy of restricting the civil franchise to church members, came forth that device of the halfway covenant, which provided for a hereditary quasi-membership in the Church for worthy people whose lives were without scandal, and who, not having been subjects of an experience of conscious conversion, were felt to be not altogether to blame for the fact. From the same causes came forth and widely prevailed the tenet of Stoddardianism, so called as originating in the pastoral work, and, as it is said, in the personal experience of Solomon Stoddard, the saintly minister of Northampton, from 1669 to 1729, when he was succeeded by his colleague and grandson, Jonathan Edwards. It is the view that the Lord's Supper is instituted as a means of regeneration as well as of sanctification, and that those who are consciously in a natural condition ought not to be repelled, but rather encouraged to come to it. From the same causes, by natural sequence, came that so-called Arminianism, which, instead of urging the immediate necessity and duty of conversion, was content with commending a diligent use of means, which might be the hopeful antecedent of that divine grace. These divergences from the straight lines of the primeval New England Calvinism had already begun to be manifest during the lifetime of some of the founders. Of not less grave import was the deflection from the lofty moral standard of the fathers. A great New Englander, Horace Bushnell, maintaining his thesis that great migrations are followed by a tendency to barbarism, has cited in proof this part of New England history. As early as the second generation, the evil tendency seemed so formidable as to lead to the calling, by the General Court of Massachusetts, of the Reforming Synod of 1679. No one can say that the heroic age of New England was past. History has no nobler record to show of courage and fortitude in both men and women than that of New England in the Indian Wars. But the terrors of those days of tribulation, the breaking up of communities, the decimation of the population, the long absences of the young men on the bloody business of the soldier, were not favorable for maturing the fruits of the Spirit. Withal, the intrigues of British politicians, the threatened or actual molestations of the civil governments of the colonies, and the corrupting influences proceeding from every center of viceregal authority, abetted the tendency to demoralization. By the end of the first third of the 18th century, New England, politically, ecclesiastically, theologically, and morally, had come into a state of unstable equilibrium. An overturn is impending. The set and sturdy resolution of the founders of the 4 colonies of the New England Confederacy that the first planting of their territory should be on rigorously exclusive principles, with a homogeneous and mutually congenial population, under a firm discipline both civil and ecclesiastical, finds an experimental justification in the history of the neighbor colony of Rhode Island. No commonwealth can boast a nobler and purer name for its founder than the name of Roger Williams. Rhode Island, founded in generous reaction from the exclusiveness of Massachusetts, embodied the principle of soul liberty in its earliest acts. The announcement that under its jurisdiction no man was to be molested by the civil power for his religious belief was a broad invitation to all who were uncomfortable under neighboring theocracies. And the invitation was freely accepted. The companions of Williams were reinforced by the friends of Mrs. Hutchinson, some of the men of substance and weight of character. The increasing number of persons inclined to Baptist views found in Rhode Island a free and congenial atmosphere. Williams himself was not long in coming to the Baptist position and passing beyond it. The Quakers found Rhode Island a safe asylum from persecution, whether Puritan or Dutch. More disorderly and mischievous characters, withal, quartered themselves, unwelcome guests on the young Commonwealth, a thorn in its side and a reproach to its principles. It became clear to Williams before his death that the Declaration of Individual Rights and Independence is not of itself a sufficient foundation for a state. The heterogeneous population failed to settle into any stable polity. After 2 generations, the tyranny of Andros, so odious elsewhere in New England, was actually welcome as putting an end to the liberty that had been hardly better than anarchy. The results of the matter of the first planting on the growth of the church in Rhode Island were of a like sort. There is no room for question that the material of a true church was there, in the person of faithful and consecrated disciples of Christ, and therefore there must have been gathering together in common worship and mutual edification. But the sense of individual rights and responsibility seems to have overshadowed the love for the whole brotherhood of disciples. The condition of the church illustrated the separatism of Williams reduced to the absurd. There was feeble organization of Christians in knots and coteries. But 60 years passed before the building of the first house of worship in Providence, and at the end of almost a century there had not existed in the whole colony more than 8 or 10 churches of any denomination, and these were mostly in a very feeble and precarious state. Meanwhile, the inadequate compensations of a state of schism began to show themselves. In the absence of any organized fellowship of the whole, there grew up, more than elsewhere, a mutual tolerance and even love among the petty sects, the lesson of which was learned where it was most needed. The churches of the standing order in Massachusetts not only admired but imitated the peace and love which societies of different modes of worship entertained toward each other in Rhode Island. In 1718, not 40 years from the time when Baptist churches ceased to be religico illicita in Massachusetts, 3 foremost pastors of Boston assisted in the ordination of a minister to the Baptist church, at which Cotton Mather preached the sermon entitled Good Men United. It contained a frank confession of repentance for the persecution of which the Boston churches had been guilty. There is a double lesson to be learned from the history of these neighborhood colonies. First, that a rigorously exclusive selection of men like-minded is the best seed for the first planting of a commonwealth in the wilderness. Secondly, that the exclusiveness that is justified in the infancy of such a community cannot wisely, or even righteously, nor even possibly, be maintained in its adolescence and maturity. The church state of Massachusetts and New Haven was overthrown at the end of the first generation by external interference. If it had continued a few years longer, it must have fallen of itself, but it lasted long enough to be the mold in which the civilization of the young states should set and harden. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 9 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 9, The Middle Colonies and Georgia. The bargainings and conveyancings, the confirmations and reclamations, the setting up and overturning, which, after the conquest of the New Netherlands, had the effect to detach the peninsula of New Jersey from the jurisdiction of New York, and to divide it for a time into 2 governments, belonged to political history. But they had, of course, an important influence on the planting of the church in that territory. One result of them was a wide diversity of materials in the early growth of the church. Toward the end of the Dutch occupation, one lonely congregation had been planted in that region which, at a later time, when the Dutch church in America had awaked from its lethargy, was to become known as the Garden of the Dutch Church. After the extinction of the high theocracy of the New Haven colony by the merger of it in Connecticut, a whole church and town, headed by the pastor, having secured such guarantee of their political liberty as the unstable government of New Jersey was able to give, left the homes endeared to them by 30 years of toil and thrift, and lifting the Ark of the Covenant by the staves, set themselves down beside the Passaic, calling their plantation the New Ark, and reinstituted their fundamental principle of restricting the franchise to members of the church. Thus, with one heart, they resolved to carry on their spiritual and town affairs according to godly government. The Puritan migration, of which this was the nucleus, had an influence on the legislation and the later history of New Jersey out of all proportion to its numbers. 20 years later, the ferocious persecution of the Scottish Covenanters, which was incited by fears or the bloody vindictiveness of James II, after the feudal insurrection of Monmouth, furnished a motive for emigration to the best people in North Britain, which was quickly seized and exploited by the operators in Jersey lands. Assurances of religious liberty were freely given, men of influence were encouraged to bring over large companies, and in 1686 the brother of the martyred Duke of Argyll was made governor of East Jersey. The considerable settlements of Scottishmen found congenial neighbors in the New Englanders of Newark. A system of free schools, early established by a law of the Commonwealth, is naturally referred to their common influence. Meanwhile, a series of events of the highest consequence to the future of the American Church had been in progress in the western half of the province. Passing from hand to hand, the ownership and lordship of West Jersey had become vested in a land company dominated by the Quakers. For the first time in the brief history of that sect, it was charged with the responsibility of the organization and conduct of government. Hitherto it had been publicly known by the fierce and defiant and often outrageous protests of its representatives against existing governments and dignities both in state and in church, such as exposed them to the natural and reasonable suspicion of being wild and mischievous anarchists. The opportunities and temptations that come to those in power would be a test of the quality of the sect more severe than trial by the cart, tail, and giblet. The Quakers bore the test nobly. Never did a commercial company show itself so little mercenary. Never was a sovereign more magnanimous and unselfish. With the opening of the province to settlement, the proprietors set forth a statement of their purposes. We lay a foundation for after ages to understand their liberty as men and Christians, that they may not be brought into bondage but by their own consent. For we put the power in the constitution of government and a binding compact with such as should enter themselves as colonists on these terms. They left little to be desired in the securities for personal, political, and religious liberty. At once the population began to flow amain. In 1677, 230 Quakers came in one ship and founded the town of Burlington. By 1681 there had come 1,400. Weekly, monthly, quarterly meetings were established, houses of worship were built, and in August 1681 the Quaker hierarchy, if it may so be called without offense, was completed by the establishment of the Burlington Yearly Meeting. The same year, the corporation, encouraged by its rapid success, increased its numbers and its capital, bought out the proprietors of East Jersey, and appointed as governor over the whole province the eminent Quaker theologian Robert Barclay. The Quaker regime continued, not always smoothly, till 1688, when it was extinguished by James II at the end of his perfidious campaigns against American liberties. This enterprise of the Quaker purchase and settlement of New Jersey brings upon the stage of American history the great apostle of Christian colonization, William Penn. He came into relation to the New Jersey business as arbiter of some differences that arose between the two friends who had bought West Jersey in partnership. He continued in connection with it when the Quaker combination had extended itself by purchase over the whole Jersey peninsula, and he was a trusted counselor of the corporation and the representative of its interests at court. Thus there grew more and more distinct before his peculiarly adventurous and enterprising mind the vision of the immense possibilities, political, religious, and commercial, of American colonization. With admirable business shrewdness combined with courtly tact, he canceled an otherwise hopeless debt from the Crown in consideration of the concession to him of a domain of imperial wealth and dimensions, with practically unlimited rights of jurisdiction. At once he put into exercise the advantages and opportunities which were united in him so as never before in the promoter of a like enterprise, and achieved a success speedy and splendid beyond all precedent. The providential preparations for this great enterprise, the holy experiment, as Penn delighted to call it, had been visibly in progress in England for not more than the third part of a century. It was not the less divine for being wholly logical and natural that, just when the Puritan Reformation culminated in the victory of the Commonwealth, the Quaker Reformation should suddenly break forth. Puritanism was the last expression of that appeal from the Church to the Scriptures, from existing traditions of Christianity to its authentic original documents, which is the essence of Protestantism. In Puritanism, reverence for the Scriptures is exaggerated to the point of superstition. The doctrine that God of old had spoken by holy men was supplemented by the pretension that God had long ago ceased so to speak and never would so speak again. The claim that the Scriptures contain a sufficient guide to moral duty and religious truth was exorbitantly stretched to include the last details of church organization and worship, and the minute direction of political and other secular affairs. In many cases, the Scripture thus applied did highly ennoble the polity and legislation of the Puritans. In other cases, not a few, the Scriptures, perverted from their true purpose and wrested by a vicious and conceited exegesis, were brought into collision with the law written on the heart. The Bible was used to contradict the moral sense. It was high time for the Quaker protest, and it was inevitable that this protest should be extravagant and violent. In their bold reassertion of the doctrine of the Holy Spirit, that His light lighteth every man who cometh into the world, it is not strange that the first Quakers should sometimes have lost sight of those principles, the enunciation of which gives such a character of sober sanity to the apostolic teachings on this subject, that a divine influence on the mind does not discharge one from the duty of self-control, but that the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets, that the divine inworking does not suspend or supersede man's volition and activity, but that it behooves man to work because God worketh in him to will and to work. The lapse from these characteristically Christian principles into the enthusiastic, fanatic, or heathen conception of inspiration has been a perpetually recurring incident in the history of the Church in all ages, and especially in times of deep and earnest spiritual feeling. But in the case of the Quaker revival, it was attended most conspicuously by evil consequences. Half-crazy, or more than half-crazy adventurers and hysterical women, taking up fantastical missions in the name of the Lord, and never so happy as when they felt called of God to some peculiarly outrageous course of behavior, associated themselves with sincere and conscientious reformers, adding to the unpopularity of the new opinions the odium justly due to their own misdemeanors. But the prophet whose life and preaching had begun the Quaker Reformation was not found wanting in the gifts which the case required. Like other great religious founders, George Fox combined with profound religious conviction a high degree of tact and common sense and the faculty of organization. While the gospel of the light that lighteth every man was speeding with wonderful swiftness to the ends of the earth, there was growing in the hands of the founder the framework of a discipline by which the elements of disorder should be controlled. The result was a firmly articulated organization compacted by common faith and zeal and mutual love, and by the external pressure of fierce persecution extending throughout British Empire on both sides of the ocean. Entering into continental Europe, the Quaker Reformation found itself anticipated in the progress of religious history. The protests of the Anabaptists against what they deemed the shortcomings of the Lutheran Reformation had been attended with far wilder extravagances than those of the early Quakers, and had been repressed with the inoffensive non-resistance, governing themselves by a narrow and rigorous discipline, and differing from the order of Quakers mainly at this point, that whereas the Quakers rejected all sacraments, these insisted strenuously on their own views of baptism and the supper, and added to them the ordinance of the washing of feet. These communities were to be found throughout Protestant Europe, from the Alps to the North Sea, but were best known in Holland and Lower Germany, where they were called Mennonites, from the priest Menno Simons, who, 100 years before George Fox, had enunciated the same principles of duty founded on the strict interpretation of the Sermon on the Mount. The combination of circumstances to promote the holy experiment of William Penn is something prodigious. How he could be a petted favorite at the shameful court of the last two Stuarts, while his brethren throughout the realm were languishing under persecution, is a fact not in itself honorable, but capable of being honorably explained, and both the persecution and the court favor helped on his enterprise. The time was opportune. The period of tragical uncertainty in colonization was past. Emigration had come to be a richly promising enterprise. For the leader of the enterprise, what endowment was lacking in the elegantly accomplished young courtier, holding as his own the richest domain that could be carved out of a continent, who was at the same time brother, in unaffected humility and unbounded generosity, in a great fraternity bound together by principles of ascetic self-denial and devotion to the kingdom of God? Penn's address inviting colonists to his new domain announced the outlines of his scheme. His great powers of jurisdiction were held by him only to be transferred to future inhabitants in a free and righteous government. I purpose, said he, conscious of the magnanimity of the intention, for the matters of liberty. I purpose that which is extraordinary, to leave myself and successors no power of doing mischief, that the will of one man may not hinder the good of a whole country." And added, in language which might have fallen from his intimate friend Algernon Sidney, but was fully expressive of his own views, "It is the great end of government to support power in reverence with the people, and to secure the people from the abuse of power. For liberty without obedience is confusion, and obedience without liberty is slavery." With assurances of universal civil and religious liberty in conformity with these principles, he offered land at 40 shillings for 100 acres, subject to a small quit rent. Through the correspondence of the Friends' meetings, these proposals could be brought to the attention of many thousands of people, sifted and culled by persecution, the best stuff for a colony in all the United Kingdom. The response was immediate. Within a year, 3 shiploads of immigrants went out. The next year, Penn himself went with a company of 100, and stayed long enough to see the government organized by the free act of the colonists on the principles which he had set forth, and in that brief sojourn of 2 years to witness the beginnings of a splendid prosperity. His city of Philadelphia consisted in August 1683 of 3 or 4 little cottages. 2 years afterward it contained about 600 houses, and the schoolmaster and the printing press had begun their work. The growth went on accelerating. In 1 year 7,000 settlers are said to have arrived. Before the end of this century the colonists numbered more than 20,000, and Philadelphia had become a thriving town. But Great Britain, although the chief source of population, was not the only source. It had been part of the providential equipment of Penn for his great work to endow him with the gift of tongues, and bring him into intimate relations with the many congregations of the broken and persecuted sects kindred to his own on the continent of Europe. The summer and autumn of 1678, 4 years before his coming to Pennsylvania, had been spent by him, in company with George Fox, Robert Barclay, and other eminent friends, in a mission tour through Holland, where he preached in his mother's own language, and Germany. The fruit of this preaching and of previous missions appeared in an unexpected form. One of the first important accessories to the colony was the company of Mennonites led by Pastorius, the Pennsylvania Pilgrim, who founded Germantown, now a beautiful suburb of Philadelphia. Group after group of picturesque devotees that had been driven into seclusion and eccentricity by long and cruel persecution, the Tunkers, the Schwenkfelders, the Amish, kept coming and bringing with them their traditions, their customs, their sacred books, their timid and pathetic disposition to hide by themselves, sometimes in quasi-monastic communities like that at Ephrata, sometimes in actual hermitage as in the ravines of the Wissahickon. But the most important contribution of this kind came from the suffering villages of the Rhenish Palatinate, ravaged with fire and sword by the French armies in 1688. So numerous were the fugitives from the Palatinate that the name of Palatine came to be applied in general to German refugees from whatever region. This migration of the German sects, to be distinguished from the latter migration from the established Lutheran and Reformed churches, furnished the material for that curious Pennsylvania Dutch population which for more than 2 centuries has lain encysted, so to speak, in the body politic and ecclesiastic of Pennsylvania, speaking a barbarous jargon of its own, and refusing to assimilate with the surrounding people. It was the rough estimate of Dr. Franklin that colonial Pennsylvania was made up of 1/3 Quakers, 1/3 Germans, and 1/3 miscellaneous. The largest item under this last head was the Welsh, most of them Quakers, who had been invited by Penn with the promise of a separate tract of 40,000 acres in which to maintain their own language, government, and institutions. Happily, the natural and patriotic longing of these emigrants for a new Wales on this side of the sea was not to be realized. The Welsh barony became soon a mere geographical tradition, and the whole strength of this fervid and religious people enriched the Commonwealth. Several notable beginnings of church history belong to the later part of that period under consideration. An interesting line of divergence from the current teachings of the Friends was led, toward the end of the 17th century, by George Keith, for 30 years a recognized preacher of the Society. One is impressed, in a superficial glance at the story, with the reasonableness and wisdom of some of Keith's positions, and with the intellectual vigor of the man. But the discussion grew into an acrimonious controversy, and the controversy deepened into a schism, which culminated in the disowning of Keith by the Friends in America, and afterward by the London Yearly Meeting, to which he had appealed. Dropped thus by his old friends, he was taken up by the English Episcopalians and ordained by the Bishop of London, and in 1702 returned to America as the first missionary of the newly organized Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Foreign Parts. An active missionary campaign was begun and sustained by the large resources of the Venerable Society until the outbreak of the War of Independence. The movement had great advantages for success. It was next of kin to the expiring Swedish Lutheran Church in the 3 counties that became afterward the state of Delaware, and heir to its venerable edifices and its goodwill. It was the official and court church of the royal governors, and after the degenerate sons of William Penn abandoned the simple worship as well as the clean living in which their father delighted, it was the church promoted by the propitiatory interest. Withal, it proved itself, both then and afterward, to hold a deposit of truth and of usages of worship peculiarly adapted to supplement the defects of the Quaker system. It is not easy to explain the ill success of the enterprise. In Philadelphia it took strong root, and the building, in 1727, of Christ Church, which survives to this day, a monument of architectural beauty as well as historical interest, marks an important epoch in the progress of Christianity in America. But in the rural districts the work languished. Parishes, seemingly well equipped, fell into deplorable conditions. Churches were closed and parishes dwindled away. About the year 1724, Governor Keith reported to the Bishop of London that outside the city there were 12 or 13 little edifices, at times supplied by one or another of the poor missionaries sent from the society. Nearly all that had been gained by the Episcopal Church in Pennsylvania, where the Venerable Society had maintained at times 47 missionaries and 24 central stations, was wiped out by the Revolutionary War. Another great beginning that comes within the field of vision in the first 4 decades of the 18th century is the planting of the great national churches of Germany. We have observed the migration of the minor sects of Germany, so complete in some cases that the entire sect was transplanted, leaving no representative in the fatherland. In the mixed multitude of refugees from the Palatine and other ravaged provinces were many belonging both to the Lutheran and to the Reformed churches, as well as some Catholics. But they were scattered as sheep having no shepherd. The German, Lutheran, and Reformed immigration was destined to attain by and by to enormous proportions, but so late was the considerable expansion of it, and so tardy and inefficient the attention given to this diaspora by the mother churches, that the classical organization of the Reformed Church dates only from 1747, and that of the Lutheran Church from 1760. The beautiful career of the Moravians began in Pennsylvania so late as 1734. In general, it may be said that the German-American Church was affected only indirectly by the Great Awakening. But the greatest in its consequences, both religious and political, of the great beginnings in the early part of the 18th century was the first flow of the swelling tide of the Scotch-Irish immigration. Already in 1669 an English Presbyterian, Matthew Hill, persuaded to the work by Richard Baxter, was ministering to many of the Reformed religion in Maryland, and in 1683 an appeal from them to the Irish Presbytery of Laggan had brought over to their aid that sturdy and fearless man of God, Francis Makemie, whose successful defense in 1707, when unlawfully imprisoned in New York by that unsavory defender of the Anglican faith, Lord Cornbury, gave assurance of religious liberty to his communion throughout the colonies. In 1705 he was moderator of the first presbytery in America, numbering 6 ministers. At the end of 12 years, the number of ministers, including accessions from New England, had grown to 17. But it was not until 1718 that this migration began in earnest. As early as 1725, James Logan, the Scotch-Irish Quaker governor of Pennsylvania, speaking in the spirit of prophecy, declares that it looks as if Ireland were to send all her inhabitants hither. If they continue to come, they will make themselves proprietors of the province. It was a broad spread, rich alluvium superimposed upon earlier strata of immigration, out of which was to spring the sturdy growth of the American Presbyterianism, as well as of other Christian organizations. But by 1730 it was only the turbid and feculent flood that was visible to most observers. The healthful and fruitful growth was yet to come. The colony of Georgia makes its appearance among the 13 British colonies in America in 1733 as one born out of due time. But no colony of all the 13 had a more distinctly Christian origin than this. The foundations of other American commonwealths had been laid in faith and hope, but the ruling motive of the founding of Georgia was charity, and that is the greatest of these 3. The spirit which dominated in the measures taken for the beginning of the enterprise was embodied in one of the most interesting personages of the dreary 18th century, General James Oglethorpe. His eventful life covered the greater part of the 18th century, but in some of the leading traits of his character and incidents of his career he was rather a man of the 19th. At the age of 21 he was already a veteran of the army of Prince Eugene, having served with honorable distinction on the staff of that great commander. Returning to England in 1722, he entered Parliament, and soon attained what in that age was almost the solitary distinction of a social reformer. He procured the appointment of a special committee to investigate the condition of the debtors' prisons, and the shocking revelations that ensued led to a beginning of reformation of the cruel and barbarous laws of England concerning imprisonment for debt. But being of the higher type of reformers, he was not content with such negative work. He cherished and elaborated a scheme that should open a new career for those whose ill success in life had subjected them to the pains and the ignominy due to criminals. It was primarily for such as these that he projected the colony of Georgia. But to a mind like his, the victims of injustice in every land were objects of practical sympathy. His colony should be an asylum for sufferers from religious persecution from whatever quarter. The enterprise was organized avowedly as a work of charity. The territory was vested in trustees, who should receive no pay or emolument for their services. Oglethorpe himself gave his unpaid labor as military and civil head of the colony, declining to receive in return so much as a settler's allotment of land. An appropriation of £10,000 was made by Parliament for the promotion of the work, the only government subsidy ever granted to an American colony. With eager and unselfish hopes of a noble service to be rendered to humanity, the generous soldier embarked with a picked company of 120 emigrants, and on the 12th of February, 1733, landed at the foot of the bluff on which now stands the city of Savannah. The attractions of genial climate and fertile soil, the liberal terms of invitation, and the splendid schemes of profitable industry were diligently advertised, and came to the knowledge of that noble young enthusiast, Zinzendorf, Count and Moravian bishop, whose estate of Herrnhut and Lusatia had become an asylum for persecuted Christians, and missionary colonists of that Moravian church of which every member was a missionary, and companies of the exiled Salzburgers, the cruelty of whose sufferings aroused the universal indignation of Protestant Europe, were mingled with the unfortunates from the English prisons in successive shiploads of emigrants. One such ship's company, among the earliest to be added to the new colony, included some mighty factors in the future church history of America and of the world. In February 1736, a company of 300 colonists, with Oglethorpe at their head, landed at Savannah. Among them was a reinforcement of 20 colonists for the Moravian settlement, with Bishop David Nitschmann and young Charles Wesley, secretary to the governor, and his elder brother John, now 33 years old, eager for the work of evangelizing the heathen Indians, an intensely narrow, ascetic, high church, ritualistic, and sacramentarian. The voyage was a memorable one in history. Amid the terrors of a perilous storm, Wesley, so liable to be lifted up with the pride that apes humility, was humbled as he contrasted the agitations of his own people with the cheerful faith and composure of his German shipmates, and soon after the landing he was touched with the primitive simplicity and beauty of the ordination service with which a pastor was sent over the Moravian settlement by Bishop Nitschmann. During the 22 months of his service in Georgia, through the ascetic toils and privations which he inflicted on himself and tried to inflict on others, he seems as one whom the law has taken severely in hand to lead him to Christ. It was after his return from America among the Moravians, first at London and afterward on a visit to Herrnhut, that he was taught the way of the Lord more perfectly. The three shipmates, the Wesleyans, the Bishop Nitschmann, did not remain long together. Nitschmann soon returned to Germany to lead a new colony of his brethren to Pennsylvania. Charles Wesley remained for 4 months at Frederica, and then recrossed the ocean, weary of the hardness of the people's hearts, and except for the painful and humiliating discipline which was preparing him to take the whole world to be his parish, it had been well for John Wesley if he had returned with his brother. Never did a really great and good man act more like a fool than he did in his Georgia mission. The priestly arrogance with which he attempted to enforce his crotchets of churchmanship on a mixed community in the edge of the wilderness culminated at last in his hurling the thunderbolts of excommunication at a girl who had jilted him, followed by his slipping away from the colony between 2 days, with an indictment for defamation on record against him, and his returning to London to resign to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel his commission as missionary. Just as he was landing, the ship was setting sail which bore to his deserted field his old Oxford friend and associate in the Methodist Club, George Whitefield, then just beginning the career of meteoric splendor for which 32 years dazzled the observers of both hemispheres. He landed in Savannah in May 1738. This was the first of Whitefield's work in America, but it was not the beginning of the Great Awakening. For many years they had been waiting and longing as of them that watch for the morning. At Raritan and New Brunswick in New Jersey, and elsewhere, there had been prelusive gleams of dawn. And at Northampton in 1734, Jonathan Edwards had seen the sudden daybreak and rejoiced with exceeding great joy. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 10, Part 1, The Eve of the Great Awakening. By the end of 100 years from the settlement of Massachusetts, important changes had come upon the chain of colonies along the Atlantic seaboard in America. In the older colonies, the people had been born on the soil at 2 or 3 generations removed from the original colonists, or belonged to a later stratum of migration superimposed upon the first. The exhausting toil and privations of the pioneer had been succeeded by a good measure of thrift and comfort. There were yet bloody campaigns to be fought out against the ferocity and craft of savage enemies wielded by the strategy of Christian neighbors, but the severest stress of the Indian wars was past. In different degrees and according to curiously diverse types, the institutions of a Christian civilization were becoming settled. In the course of this 100 years, the political organization of these various colonies had been drawn into an approach to uniformity. In every one of them, excepting Connecticut and Rhode Island, the royal or proprietary government was represented by a governor and his staff, appointed from England, and furnishing a point of contact which was in every case and all the time a point of friction and irritation between the colony and the mother country. The reckless laxity of the early Stuart charters, which permitted the creation of practically independent democratic republics with churches free from the English hierarchy, was succeeded, under the House of Orange, by something that looked like a statesmanlike care for the prerogatives of the crown and the privileges of the English church. Throughout the colonies, at every viceregal residence, it was understood that this church, even where it was not established by law, was the favored official and court church. But inasmuch as the royal governors were officially odious to the people, and at the same time in many cases men of despicable personal character, their influence did little more than create a little sect of the Herodians within the range of their patronage. But though it gave no real advantage to the preferred church, it was effective, as in Massachusetts, in breaking down the exclusive pretensions of other organizations. The Massachusetts theocracy, so called, fell with the revocation of the charter by James II. It had stood for nearly 50 years, long enough to accomplish the main end of that nationalist principle which the Puritans, notwithstanding their fraternizing with the Pilgrim separatists, had never let go. The organization of the church throughout New England, excepting Rhode Island, had gone forward in even step with the advance of population. 2 rules had with these colonists the force of axioms. First, that it was the duty of every town as a Christian community to sustain the town church. Secondly, that it was the duty of every citizen of the town to contribute to this end according to his ability. The breaking up of the town church by schisms and the shirking of individual duty on the ground of dissent were alike discountenanced, sometimes by severely intolerant measures. The ultimate collision of these principles with the sturdy individualism that had been accepted from the separatists of Plymouth was inevitable. It came when the standing order encountered the Baptist and the Quaker conscience. It came again when the missionaries of the English established church, with singular unconsciousness of the humor of the situation, pleaded the sacred right of dissenting and the essential injustice of compelling dissenters to support the parish church. The protest may have been illogical, but it was made effective by arguments of weight, backed by all the force of the British government. The exclusiveness of the New England theocracies, already relaxed in its application to other sects, was thenceforth at an end. The severity of church establishment in New England was so far mitigated as at last to put an actual premium on dissent. Holding still that every citizen is bound to aid in maintaining the institutions of public worship, it relieved any one of his assessment for the support of the parish church upon his filing a certificate that he was contributing to the support of another congregation, thus providing that any disaffection to the church of the town must be organized and active. It was the very euthanasia of establishment. But the state church and church state did not cease to be until they had accomplished that for New England which has never been accomplished elsewhere in America, the dividing of the settled regions into definite parishes, each with its church and its learned minister. The democratic autonomy of each church was jealously guarded, and yet they were all knit together by terms of loose confederation into a vital system. The impracticable notion of a threefold ministry in each church, consisting of pastor, teacher, and ruling elder, failed long before the first generation had passed. But, with this exception, it may justly be said that the noble ideal of the Puritan fathers of New England of a Christian state in a new world, wherein dwelleth righteousness, was, at the end of 100 years from their planting, realized with a completeness not common to such prophetic dreams. So solid and vital, at the point of time which we have assumed, 1730, seemed the cohesion of the standing order in New England, that only 2 inconsiderable defections are visible to the historian. The tendency towards Baptist principles early disclosed itself among the colonists. The example of Roger Williams was followed by less notable instances. The shameful intolerance with which some of these were treated shows how formidable this tendency seemed to those in authority. But a more startling defection appeared about the year 1650, when President Dunster of Harvard College, a man most honorable and lovable, signified his adoption of the Baptist tenets. The treatment of him was ungenerous, and for a time the petty persecutions that followed served rather to discredit the clergy than really to hinder the spread of Baptist principles. In the year 1718, the Baptist Church of Boston received fraternal recognition from the foremost representatives of the Congregational clergy of Boston, with a public confession of the wrong that they had done. It is surprising to find, after all this agitation and sowing of the seed of the Church, that in all New England outside of Rhode Island there are in 1730 only 6 Baptist churches, including, an honorable item, 2 Indian churches on the islands of Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. The other departure from the standing order was at this date hardly more extensive. The early planting of Episcopalian churches in Maine and New Hampshire, with generous patronage and endowment, had languished and died. In 1679 there was no Episcopal minister in all New England. In 1702 were begun the energetic and richly supported missions of the S.P.G. At the end of 28 years there were in Rhode Island 4 Episcopalian churches, in Massachusetts 3, 2 of them in the city of Boston, in Connecticut 3. But in the last named colony an incident had occurred, having apparently no intimate connection with the Venerable Society's missions, but charged with weighty and on the whole beneficent consequences for the future of the kingdom of Christ in America. The incident was strikingly parallel to that of 70 years before, when the president of Harvard College announced his acceptance of Baptist principles. The day after the Yale commencement in September 1722, a modest and respectful paper was presented to the trustees of the college, signed by Rector Timothy Cutler and Tutor Brown, who constituted the entire faculty of the college, and by 5 pastors of good standing in the Connecticut churches. 2 other pastors of note were named as assenting to the paper, although not subscribing it. It seemed a formidable proportion of the Connecticut clergy. The purport of the paper was to signify that the signers were doubtful of the validity, or persuaded of the invalidity, of presbyterial as distinguished from episcopal ordination. The matter was considered with the gravity which it merited, and a month later, at the time of the meeting of the colonial legislature, was made the subject of a public discussion, presided over with great dignity and amenity by Governor Gurdon Saltonstall, formerly pastor of the church in New London. The result was that, of the 7 pastors assenting to the paper of the 2 college men, only 2 adhered to them, but one of these 2 was that able and excellent Samuel Johnson, whose later career as president of King's College in New York, as well as the career of his no less distinguished son, is an ornament to American history both of church and state. This succession, small in number but weighty in character, was of course a painful shock to the hitherto unbroken unity of the church and clergy of Connecticut. But it was not quite like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. It had been immediately preceded by not a little conference and correspondence with Connecticut pastors on the one hand, and on the other hand with representatives of the powerful and wealthy Propagation Society, on the question of support to be received from England for those who should secede. Its prior antecedents reached further back into history. The Baptist convictions of the president of Harvard in 1650 were not more clearly in line with the individualism of the Plymouth Separatists than the scruples of the rector of Yale in 1722 were in line with the nationalism of Higginson and Winthrop. This sentiment, especially strong in Connecticut, had given rise to much study as to the best form of a colonial church constitution, and the result of this had recently been embodied, in 1708, in the mildly classical system of the Saybrook Platform. The filial love of the Puritan colonists towards the Mother Church of England was by no means extinct in the 3rd generation. Alongside of the inevitable repugnance felt and manifested toward the arrogance, insolence, and violence with which the claims of the Episcopal Church were commended by royal governors and their attachés, and by some of the imported missionaries, there is ample evidence of kindly and fraternal feeling, far beyond what might have been expected, on the part of the New England clergy toward the representatives of the Church of England. The first missionaries of the Venerable Society, Keith and Talbot, arriving in New England in 1702, met with welcome from some of the ministers, who both hospitably entertained us in their houses and requested us to preach in their congregations, which accordingly we did, and received great thanks both from the ministers and people. One of these hospitable pastors was the Reverend Gurdon Saltonstall of New London, who 20 years later, as governor of the colony, presided at the debate which followed upon the demise of Rector Cutler. The immediate results of what had been expected to lead off a large defection from the colonial clergy were numerically insignificant. But very far from insignificant was the fact that in Connecticut a sincere and spontaneous movement toward the Episcopal Church had arisen among men honored and beloved, whose ecclesiastical views were not tainted with self-seeking or servility, or with an unpatriotic shame for their colonial home and sympathy with its political enemies. Elsewhere in New England, and largely in Connecticut also, the Episcopal Church in its beginnings was handicapped with a dead weight of supercilious and odious Toryism. The example of a man like Johnson showed that one might become an Episcopalian without ceasing to be a patriotic American, and without holding himself aloof from the fellowship of good men. The conference in Yale College Library, September 13, 1722, rather than the planting of a system of exotic missions, marks the true epoch from which to date the progress of a genuinely American Episcopal Church. Crossing the recently settled boundary line into New York, not yet risen to rank with the foremost colonies, we find in 1730 a deepening of the early character, which had marked that colony, of wide diversity among the Christian people in point of race, language, doctrinal opinion, and ecclesiastical connection. The ancient Dutch Church, rallying from its almost asphyxia, had begun not only to receive new life, but under the fervid spiritual influence of Domine Frelinghuysen, to have it more abundantly, and to become a means of quickening to other communions. It was bearing fruit, but its fruit had not seed within itself after its kind. It continued to suffer, in common with some other imported church systems, from depending on a transatlantic hierarchy for the succession of its ministry. The supply of imported ministers continued to be miserably inadequate to the need. In the first 4 decades of the century, the number of its congregations more than doubled, rising to a total of 65 in New York and New Jersey, and for these 65 congregations there were 19 ministers, almost all of them from Europe. This body of churches, so inadequately manned, was still further limited in its activities by the continually contracting barrier of the Dutch language. The English Church, enjoying the prestige of royal favor and princely munificence, suffered also the drawbacks incidental to these advantages, the odium attending the unjust and despotic measures resorted to for its advancements, the vile character of royal officials, who condoned their private vices by a more ostentatious zeal for their official church, and the well-founded popular suspicion of its pervading disloyalty to the interests and liberties of the colonies in their antagonism to the encroachments of the British government. It was represented by one congregation in the city of New York, and perhaps a dozen others throughout the colony. It is to the honor of the ministers of this church that it succeeded in so good a measure in triumphing over its advantages. The early pastors of Trinity Church adorned their doctrine and their confession, and one such example as that of the Reverend Thorogood Moore did much to redeem the character of the church from the disgrace cast upon it by the lives of its patrons. This faithful missionary had the signal honor of being imprisoned by the dirty but zealous Lord Cornbury, own cousin to Her Majesty the Queen, and afterward Earl of Clarendon, of whom he had said what everybody knew, that he deserved to be excommunicated, and he had further offended by refusing the communion to the lieutenant governor, upon the account of some debauch and abominable swearing. There was surely some vigorous spiritual vitality in a religious body which could serve the patronizing of succession of such creatures as Cornbury and his crew of extortioners and profligates. A third element in the Christianity of New York was the Presbyterians. These were represented at the opening of the 18th century by that forerunner of the Scotch-Irish immigration, Francis Makemie. The arrest and imprisonment of Makemie in 1706, under the authority of Lord Cornbury, for the offense of preaching the gospel without a license from the government, his sturdy defense and his acquittal, make an epoch in the history of religious liberty in America, and a perceptible step in the direction of American political liberty and independence. The immense volume and strength of the Scotch-Irish immigration had hardly begun to be perceptible in New York as early as 1730. The total strength of the Presbyterian Church in 1705 was organized in Philadelphia into a solid presbytery containing 6 ministers. In 1717, the number having grown to 17, one presbytery was divided into 4, which constituted a synod, and one of the 4 was the Presbytery of New York and New Jersey. But it was observed, at least it might have been observed, that the growing Presbyterianism of this northernmost region was recruited mainly from Old England and from New England, a fact on which were to depend important consequences later in ecclesiastical history. The chief increment of the Presbytery of New York and New Jersey was in 3 parts, each of them planted from New England. The churches founded from New Haven Colony in the neighborhood of Newark and Elizabethtown, and the churches founded by Connecticut settlers on Long Island, when this was included in the jurisdiction of Connecticut, easily and without serious objection conformed their organization to the Presbyterian order. the first wave of the perennial westward migration of the New Englanders, as it flowed over the hills from the valley of the Housatonic into the valley of the Hudson, was observed by Domine Salins way back in 1696 to be attended by many preachers educated at Harvard College. But the churches which they founded grew into the type, not of Cambridge nor of Saybrook, but of Westminster. The facility with which the New England Christians, moving westward or southwestward from their cold northeastern corner of the country, have commonly consented to forego their cherished usages and traditions of church order and accept those in use in their new homes, and especially their readiness in conforming to the Presbyterian polity, has been the subject of undue lamentation and regret to many who have lacked the faculty of recognizing it in one of the highest honors of the New England Church. But whether approved or condemned, a fact so unusual in church history, and especially in the history of the American church, is entitled to some study. 1. It is to be explained in part, but not altogether, by the high motive of a willingness to sacrifice personal preferences, habits, and convictions of judgment on matters not of primary importance to the greater general good of the community. 2. The Presbyterian polity is the logical expression of that nationalist principle which was cherished by many of the Puritan fathers, which contended at the birth of New England with the mere independency of the Pilgrims, and which found an imperfect embodiment in the platforms of Cambridge and Saybrook. The New England fathers in general, before their views suffered a sea change in the course of their migrations, were Episcopalians and Presbyterians rather than Congregationalists. And if, in the course of this history, we shall find many in their later generations conforming to a mitigated form of the Westminster polity, or to a liberalized and Americanized Episcopal Church, instead of finding this to be the degeneration, we shall do well to ask whether it is not rather a reversion to type. 3. Those who grow up in a solidly united Christian community are in a fair way to be trained in the simplicity of the gospel, and not in any specialties of controversy with contending or competing sects. Members of the parish churches of New England going west had an advantage above most others in that they could go simply as representatives of the Church of Christ, and not of a sect of the Church or of one side of some controversy in which they had never had occasion to interest themselves. 4. The principle of congregational independency, not so much inculcated as acted on in New England, carries with it the corollary that a congregation may be Presbyterian or Episcopalian or Methodist, if it judges best, without thereby giving the individual Christian any justification for secession or schism. 5. The change in the westward movement of Christian civilization from the congregational order to the classical coincides with the change in the frame of civil polity from town government to county government. In the beginning, the civil state in New England was framed after the model of the Church. It is in accordance with the common course of church history that when the people were transported from the midst of pure democracies to the midst of representative republics, their church institutions should take on the character of the environment. The other factors of the religious life of New York require only brief mention. There were considerable Quaker communities, especially on western Long Island, in Flushing and its neighborhood. But before the year 1730, the fervid and violent and wonderfully brief early enthusiasm of this society had long been waning, and the society, winning no accessions and suffering frequent losses in its membership, was lapsing into that middle age of Quakerism, in which it made itself felt in the life of the people through its almost passive, but yet effective, protests against popular wrongs. Inconsiderable in number, but of the noblest quality, was the immigration of the French Huguenots, which just before and just after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes brought to New York and its neighborhood half a dozen congregations, accompanied by pastors whose learning, piety, and devotion to the work of Christ were worthy of that school of martyrdom in which they had been trained. They were not numerous enough, nor compactly enough settled, to maintain their own language in use, and soon became merged, some in the Dutch Church and some in the English. Some of their leading pastors accepted salaries from the Propagation Society, tendered to them on condition of their accepting the ordination and conforming to the ritual of the English Church. The French Reformed Church does not appear organically in the later history of the colony, but the history of the state and of the nation is never largely written without commemorating, by the record of family names made illustrious in every department of honorable activity, the rich contribution made to the American Church and the nation by the cruel bigotry and the political fatuity of Louis XIV. The German element in the religious life of New York at the period under consideration was of even less historical importance. The political philanthropy of Queen Anne's government, with a distinct understanding between the right hand and the left, took active measure to promote the migration of Protestant refugees from all parts of Germany to the English colonies in America. In the year 1709, a great company of these unhappy exiles, commonly called Poor Palatines, from the desolated region whence many of them had been driven out, were dropped, helpless and friendless, in the wilderness of Schoharie County, and found themselves there practically in a state of slavery through their ignorance of the country and its language. There were few to care for their souls. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel was promptly in the field, with its diligent missionaries and its ignoble policy of doing the work of Christ and humanity with a shrewd eye to the main chance of making proselytes to its party. With a tardiness which it is difficult not to speak of as characteristic, after the lapse of 21 years, the classis of Amsterdam recognized its responsibility for this multitude of wandering sheep. And at last, in 1793, the German Reformed Church had so far emancipated itself from its bondage to the old country hierarchy as to assume, almost a century too late, the cure of these poor souls. But this migration added little to the religious life of the New York colony, except a new element of diversity to a people already sufficiently heterogeneous. The greater part of these few thousands gladly found their way to the more hospitable colony of Pennsylvania, leaving traces of themselves in family names scattered here and there, and in certain local names, like that of Palatine Bridge. The general impression left on the mind by this survey of the Christian people of New York in 1730 is of a mass of almost hopelessly incongruous materials, out of which the brooding Spirit of God shall by and by bring forth the unity of a new creation. The population of the two Jerseys continued to bear the character impressed on it by the original colonization. West Jersey was predominantly Quaker. East Jersey showed in its institutions of church and school the marks made upon it by the mingling of Scotch and Yankee. But there was one point at which influences had centered, which were to make New Jersey the seed plot of a new growth of church life for the continent. The intolerable tyranny of Lord Cornbury in New York at the beginning of the century had driven many of the Dutch Christians of that colony across the Hudson. The languishing vine throve by transplanting. In the congenial neighborhood of the Calvinists of Scotland and New England, the cluster of churches in the region of New Brunswick came to be known as the Garden of the Dutch Church. To this region, bearing a name destined to great honor in American church history, came from Holland, in 1720, Domine Theodore J. Frelinghuysen. The fervor and earnestness of his preaching, unwonted in that age, wakened a religious feeling in his own congregation which overflowed the limits of a single parish and became as one of the streams that make glad the city of God. In the year 1718 there arrived at the port of Philadelphia an Irishman, William Tennant, with his 4 sons, the eldest a boy of 15. He was not a Scotch Irishman, but an English Irishman, a clergyman of the established Protestant Episcopal Church of Ireland. He lost no time in connecting himself with the Presbyterian Synod of Philadelphia, and after a few years of pastoral service in the colony of New York, became pastor of the Presbyterian Church at Neshaminy in Pennsylvania, 20 miles north of Philadelphia. Here his zeal for Christian education moved him to begin a school, which, called from the humble building in which it was held, became famous in American Presbyterian history as the Log College. Here were educated many men who became eminent in the ministry of the gospel, and among them the 4 boys who had come with their father from Ireland. Gilbert, the eldest and most distinguished of them, came in 1727 from his temporary position as tutor in the Log College to be pastor at the Presbyterian Church in New Brunswick, where Frelinghuysen, in the face of opposition from his own brethren in the ministry, had for 7 years pursued his deeply spiritual and fruitful work as pastor to the Dutch Church. Whatever debate there may be over the question of an official and tactual succession in the Church, the existence of a vital and spiritual succession, binding the generations each to each, need not be disputed by any. Sometimes, as here, the succession is distinctly traceable. Gilbert Tennant was own son in the ministry to Theodore Frelinghuysen, as truly as Timothy to Paul, but he became spiritual father to a great multitude. End of chapter 10, part 1. Chapter 10, part 2 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 10, Part 2, The Eve of the Great Awakening. In the year 1730, the total population of Pennsylvania was estimated by Governor Gordon at 49,000. In the less than 50 years since the colony was settled, it had outstripped all the older colonies, and Philadelphia, its chief town, continued to be by far the most important port for the landing of immigrants. The original Quaker influence was still dominant in the colony, but the very large majority of the population was German, and presently the Quakers were to find their political supremacy departing, and were to acquiesce in the change by abdicating political preferment. The religious influence of the Society of Friends continued to be potent and in many respects most salutary. But the exceptional growth and prosperity of the colony was attended with a vast unearned increment of wealth to the first settlers, and the maxim religio peripet divitias et mater devotora est a prole received one of the most striking illustrations in all history. So speedily the society had entered on its middle age, the most violent protests against formalism had begun to congeal into a precise and sometimes frivolous system of formalities. But the lasting impress made on the legislation of the colony by Penn and his contemporaries is a monument of their wise and Christian statesmanship. Up to their time, the most humane penal codes in Christendom were those of New England, founded on the Mosaic Law. But even in these, and still more in the application of them, there were traces of that widely prevalent feeling that punishment is society's bitter and malignant revenge on the criminal. The penal code and the prison discipline of Pennsylvania became an object of admiring study for social reformers the world over, and marked a long stage in the advancement of the kingdom of God. The city of Philadelphia early took the lead of American towns, not only in size, but in its public charities and its cultivation of humane arts. Notwithstanding these eminent honors, there is much in the later history of the great Commonwealth in which Quakerism held dominion for the greater part of a century to reflect doubt on the fitness of that form of Christianity for conducting the affairs, either civil or religious, of a great community. There is nothing in the personal duty of non-resistance of evil, as inculcated in the New Testament, that conflicts with the functions of the civil governor, even the function of bearing the sword as God's minister. Rather, each of these is the complement and counterpart of the other. Among the early colonial governors, no man wielded the sword of the ruler more effectively than the Quaker Archdale in the Carolinas. It is when this law of personal duty is assumed as the principle of public government that the order of society is inverted, and the function of the magistrate is inevitably taken up by the individual, and the old wilderness law of blood revenge is reinstituted. The legislation of William Penn involved no abdication of the power of the sword by the civil governor. The enactment, however sparing, of capital laws conceded by implication every point that is claimed by Christian moralists in justification of war. But it is hardly to be doubted that the tendency of Quaker politics so to conduct civil government as that it shall resist no evil is responsible for some of the strange paradoxes in the later history of Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth was founded in good faith on principles of mutual goodwill with the Indians and tender regard for Indian rights, of religious liberty and interconfessional amity, and of permanent peace policy. Its history has been characterized, beyond that of other states, by foul play toward the Indians and protracted Indian wars, by acrimonious and sometimes bloody sectarian conflicts, by obstinate insurrections against public order, and by cruel and exterminating war upon honest settlers, founded on a mere open question of title to territory. The failure of Quakerism is even more conspicuous considered as a church discipline. There is a charm as of apostolic simplicity and beauty in its unassuming hierarchy of weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly meetings, corresponding by epistles and by the visits of traveling evangelists, which realizes the type of the primitive church presented in the teaching of the 12 apostles. But it was never able to outgrow, in the large and free field to which it was transplanted, the defects incident to its origin in a protest and a schism. It never learned to commend itself to men as a church for all Christians, and never ceased to be, even in its own consciousness, a coterie of specialists. Penn, to be sure, in his youthful overzeal, had claimed exclusive and universal rights for Quakerism as the alone good way of life and salvation, all religions, faiths, and worships besides being in the darkness of apostasy. But after the abatement of that wonderful first fervor which within a lifetime carried its line into all the earth and its words to the ends of the world, it was impossible to hold it to this pitch. Claiming no divine right to all men's allegiance, it felt no duty of opening the door to all men's access. It was free to exclude from the meeting on arbitrary and even on frivolous grounds. As zeal decayed, the energies of the society were mainly shown in protesting and excluding and expelling. God's husbandry does not prosper when his servants are over-earnest in rooting up tares. The course of the Society of Friends in the 18th century was suicidal. It held a noble opportunity of acting as pastor to a great commonwealth. It missed this great opportunity, for which it was perhaps constitutionally disqualified, and devoted itself to edifying its own members and guarding its own purity. So it was that, saving its soul, it lost it. The vineyard must be taken away from it. And there were no other husbandmen to take the vineyard. The petty German sects, representing so large a part of the population, were isolated by their language and habits. The Lutherans and the Reformed, trained in established churches to the methods and responsibilities of parish work, were not yet represented by any organization. The Scotch-Irish Presbyterian immigration was pouring in at Philadelphia like a flood, sometimes whole parishes at once, each bringing its own pastor, and it left large traces of itself in the eastern counties of Pennsylvania, while it rushed to the western frontier and poured itself like a freshet southwesterly through the valleys of the Blue Ridge and the Alleghanies. But the Presbyterian churches of eastern Pennsylvania, even as reinforced from England and New England, were neither many nor strong. The Baptists were feebler yet, and though both these bodies were given signs of the strength they were about to develop. The Episcopalians had one strong and rapidly growing church in Philadelphia, and a few languishing missions in the country towns sustained by gifts from England. There were as yet no Methodists. Crossing the boundary line from Pennsylvania into Maryland, the line destined to become famous in political history as Mason and Dixon's, we come to the 4 southern colonies, Maryland, Virginia, and the 2 Carolinas. Georgia in 1730 has not yet begun to be. All these have strongly marked characteristics in common, which determine in advance the character of the religious history. They are not peculiar in being slave colonies. There is no colony north or south in which slaves are not held under sanction of law. Georgia, in its early years, is to have the solitary honor of being an anti-slavery and prohibitionist colony. But the 4 earlier southern colonies are unlike their northern neighbors in this, that the institution of slavery dominates their whole social life. The unit of the social organism is not the town, for there are no towns, it is the plantation. In a population thus dispersed over vast tracts of territory, schools and churches are maintained with difficulty, or not maintained at all. Systems of primary and secondary schools are impracticable, and, for want of these, institutions of higher education either languish or are never begun. A consequent tendency, which happily there were many influences to resist, was for this townless population to settle down into the condition of those who, in distinction from the early Christians, came to be called Pagani, or men of the hamlets, and Heiden, or men of the heath. Another common characteristic of the 4 southern colonies is that upon them all was imposed by a foreign power a church establishment not acceptable to the people. In the Carolinas, the attempted establishment of the English church was an absolute failure. It was a church, with slight exceptions, without parishes, without services, without clergy, without people, but with certain pretensions in law which were hindrances in the way of other Christian work, and which tended to make itself generally odious. In the 2 older colonies, the established church was worse than a failure. It had endowments, parsonages, glebes, salaries raised by public tax, and therefore it had a clergy, and such a clergy. Transferring to America the most shameful faults of the English establishment, it gave the sacred offices of the Christian ministry by patronage into the hands of debauched and corrupt adventurers, whose character in general was below the not very lofty standard of the people whom they pretended to serve in the name of Jesus Christ. Both in Virginia and in Maryland, the infliction of this rabble of simonists as a burden upon the public treasury was a nuisance under which the people grew more and more restive from year to year. There was no spiritual discipline to which this patriarch was amenable. It was the constant effort of good citizens, in the legislature and in the vestries, if not to starve out the vermin, at least to hold them in some sort of subjection to the power of the purse. The struggle was one of the antecedents of the War of Independence, and the vestries of the Virginia parishes, with their combined ecclesiastical and civil functions, became a training school for some of the statesmen of the Revolution. In the general dereliction of churchly care for the people of the southern colonies, on the part of those who professed the main responsibility for it, the duty was undertaken in the face of legal hindrances by earnest Christians of various names, whom the established clergy vainly affected to despise. The Baptists and the Presbyterians, soon to be so powerfully prevalent throughout the South, were represented by a few scattered congregations. But the Church of the People of the South at this period seems to have been the Quaker meeting, and the ministry, the occasional missionary who, bearing credentials from some yearly meeting, followed in the pioneer footsteps of George Fox, and went from one circle of friends to another, through those vast expanses of thinly settled territory, to revive and confirm and edify. The early fervors of the society were soon spent. Its work was strangely unstable. The proved defects of it as a working system were grave. The criticism of George Keith seems justified by the event. Its candle needed a candlestick. But no man can truly write the history of the Church of Christ in the United States without giving honor to the body which for so long a time and over so vast an area bore the name and the testimony of Jesus almost alone. And no man can read the journeys and labors of John Woolman, mystic and ascetic saint, without recognizing that he and others like-minded were nothing less than true apostles of the Lord Jesus. One impression made by this general survey of the colonies is that of the absence of any sign of unity among the various Christian bodies in occupation. One corner of the great domain, New England, was thickly planted with homogeneous churches in mutual fellowship. One order of Christians, the Quakers, had at least a framework of organization conterminous with the country. In general, there were only scattered members of a Christian community, awaiting the inbreathing of some quickening spiritual influence that should bring bone to its bone and erect the whole into a living church. Another and very gratifying impression from the story thus far is the general fidelity of the Christian colonists in the work of the gospel among the heathen Indians. There was none of the colonies that did not make profession of a zealous purpose for the Christianizing of the savages, and it is only just to say, in the face of much unjust and evil talk, that there was none that did not give proof of its sincerity. In Virginia, the Puritans Whitaker and Thomas Dale; in Maryland, the earliest companies of Jesuit missionaries; Campianus among the Swedish Lutherans; Megapolensis among the Dutchmen; and the Jesuit martyr Jogues in the forests of New York. In New England, not only John Eliot and Roger Williams and the Mayhews, but many a village pastor like Fitch of Norwich and Pearson of Brantford were distinguished in the first generation by their devotion to this duty. The succession of faithful missionaries has never failed from that day to this. The large expectations of the churches are indicated by the erection of one of the earliest buildings at Harvard College for the use of Indian students. At William and Mary College, not less than 70 Indian students at one time are said to have been gathered for an advanced education. It was no fault of the colonial churches that these earnest and persistent efforts yielded small results. We discover a strange uniformity of feature in the successive failures. Always, just when the project seemed most hopeful, an indiscriminate massacre of missionaries and converts together swept the enterprise out of existence. The experience of all was the same. It will be a matter of growing interest as we proceed to trace the relation of the American church to Negro slavery. It is a curious fact, not without some later analogies, that the introduction into the New World of this direful spring of woes unnumbered was promoted, in the first interest, by the good Las Casas as the hopeful preventative of a worse evil. Touched by the spectacle of whole tribes and nations of Indians perishing under the cruel servitude imposed upon them by the Spanish, it seemed to him a less wrong to transfer the infliction of this injustice to shoulders more able to bear it. But man's inhumanity to man needed no pretext of philanthropy. From the landing of the Dutch ship at Jamestown in 1619, with her small invoice of 14 Negroes, the dismal trade went on increasing, in spite of humane protest and attempted prohibition. The legislature of Massachusetts, which was the representative of the church, set forth what it conceived to be the biblical ethics on the subject. Recognizing that lawful captives taken in just wars may be held in bondage, it declared among its earliest public acts in 1641 that with this exception no involuntary bonds, slavery, villanage, or captivity should ever be in the colony, and in 1646 it took measures for returning to Africa Negroes who had been kidnapped by a slaver. It is not strange that reflection on the Golden Rule should soon raise doubts whether the precedents of the Book of Joshua had equal authority with the law of Christ. In 1675, John Eliot, from the midst of his work among the Indians, warned the governor against the sale of Indians taken in war, on the ground that the selling of souls is dangerous merchandise, and with a bleeding and burning passion remonstrated against the abject condition of the enslaved Africans. In 1700, that typical Puritan, Judge Samuel Sewall, published his pamphlet on the selling of Joseph, claiming for the Negroes the rights of brethren, and predicting that there would be no progress in gospeling until slavery should be abolished. Those were serious days of anti-slavery agitation when Cotton Mather, in his Essays to Do Good, spoke of the injustice of slavery in terms such that his little book had to be expurgated by the American Tract Society to accommodate it to the degenerate conscience of a later day, and when the town of Boston in 1701 took measures to put a period to Negroes being slaves. Such endeavors after universal justice and freedom on the part of the Christians of New England, thwarted by the insatiable greed of British traders and politicians, were not to cease until, with the first enlargement of independence, they should bring forth judgment to victory. The voice of New England was echoed from Pennsylvania. The Mennonites of Germantown, in 1688, framed in a quaint and touching language their petition for the abolition of slavery, and the Quaker Yearly Meetings responded one to another with unanimous protest. But the mischief grew and grew. In the northern colonies, the growth was stunted by the climate. Elsewhere, the institution, beginning with the domestic service of a few bondmen attached to their masters' families, took on a new type of malignity as it expanded. In proportion as the servile population increases to such numbers as to be formidable, laws of increasing severity are directed towards restraining or repressing it. The first symptoms of insurrection are followed by horrors of bloody vengeance, and from that time forth the slave laws have but one quality, that of ferocity engendered by fear. It was not from the willful inhumanity of the Southern colonies, but from their terrors, that those slave codes came forth which for nearly 2 centuries were the shame of America and the scandal of Christendom. It is a comfort to the heart of humanity to reflect that the people were better than their laws. It was only at the recurring periods of fear of insurrection that they were worse. In ordinary times, human sympathy and Christian principle softened the rigor of the situation. The first practical fruits of the revival of religion in the Southern colonies were seen in efforts of Christian kindness toward the souls and bodies of the slaves. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 11, Part 1 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 11, Part 1, The Great Awakening. It was not wholly dark in American Christendom before the dawn of the Great Awakening. The censoriousness which was the besetting sin of the evangelists in that great religious movement, the rhetorical temptation to glorify the revival by intensifying the contrast with the antecedent condition, and the exaggerated revivalism ever since so prevalent in the American church, the tendency to consider religion as consisting mainly in scenes and periods of special fervor, and the intervals between as so much void space and waste time, all these have combined to deepen the dark tints in which the former state is set before us in history. The power of godliness was manifest in the earlier days by many infallible signs, not excluding those times of refreshing in which the simultaneous earnestness of many souls compels the general attention. Even in Northampton, where the doctrine of the Venerable Stoddard as to the conditions of communion has been thought to be the low-water mark of church vitality, not less than 5 such harvest seasons were within recent memory. It was to this parish in a country town on the frontier of civilization, but the most important in Massachusetts outside of Boston, that there came in the year 1727 to serve as a colleague to his aged grandfather, Pastor Stoddard, a young man whose wonderful intellectual and spiritual gifts had from his childhood awakened the pious hopes of all who had known him, and who was destined in his future career to be recognized as the most illustrious of the saints and doctors of the American Church. The authentic facts of the boyhood of Jonathan Edwards read like the myths that adorn the legendary lives of the saints. As an undergraduate of Yale College, and before the age of 17, his reflections on the mysteries of God and the universe and the human mind were such as even yet command the attention and respect of students of philosophy. He remained at New Haven 2 years after graduation for the further study of theology, and then spent 8 months in charge of the newly organized Presbyterian Church in New York. After this, he spent 2 years as a tutor at Yale, one of the pillar tutors and the glory of the college, at the critical period after the defection of Rector Cutler to the Church of England. From this position he was called in 1726, at the age of 23, to the church at Northampton. There he was ordained February 15, 1727, and thither a few months later he brought his espoused saint, Sarah Pierpont, consummate flower of Puritan womanhood, thenceforth the companion not only of his pastoral cares and sorrows, but of his seraphic contemplations of divine things. The intensely earnest sermons, the holy life, and the loving prayers of one of the greatest preachers in the history of the church were not long in bearing abundant fruit. In a time of spiritual and moral depression, when the world, the flesh, and the devil seemed to be gaining against the gospel, sometime in the year 1733, signs began to be visible of yielding to the power of God's word. The frivolous or wanton frolics of the youth began to be exchanged for meetings for religious conference. The pastor was encouraged to renewed tenderness and solemnity in his preaching. His themes were justification by faith, the awfulness of God's justice, the excellency of Christ, the duty of pressing into the kingdom of God. Presently a young woman, a leader in the village gaieties, became serious, giving evidence, even to the severe judgment of Edwards, of a heart truly broken and sanctified. A general seriousness began to spread over the whole town. Hardly a single person, old or young, but felt concerned about eternal things. According to Edwards's narrative, the work of God, as it was carried on, and the number of true saints multiplied, soon made a glorious alteration in the town, so that in the spring and summer, anno 1735, the town seemed to be full of the presence of God. It was never so full of love, nor so full of joy, and yet so full of distress as it was then. There were remarkable tokens of God's presence in almost every house. It was a time of joy in the families on the account of salvations being brought unto them. Parents rejoicing over their children as being newborn, and husbands over their wives, and wives over their husbands. The goings of God were then seen in his sanctuary. God's day was a delight, and his tabernacles were amiable. Our public assemblies were then beautiful. The congregation was alive in God's service, everyone intent on the public worship, every hearer eager to drink in the words of the minister as they came from his mouth. The assembly in general were from time to time in tears while the word was preached, some weeping with sorrow and distress, others with joy and love, others with pity and concern for the souls of their neighbors. Our public praises were then greatly enlivened. God was then served in our psalmody in some measure in the beauty of holiness. The crucial test of the divineness of the work was given when the people presented themselves before the Lord with a solemn act of thanksgiving for his great goodness and his gracious presence in the town of Northampton, with publicly recorded vows to renounce their evil ways and put away their abominations from before his eyes. They solemnly promised thenceforth in all dealings with their neighbor to be governed by the rules of honesty, justice, and uprightness, not to overreach or defraud him, nor anywise to injure him, whether willfully or through want of care, to regard not only their own interest but his, particularly to be faithful in the payment of just debts, in the case of past wrongs against any, never to rest till they have made full reparation, to refrain from evil speaking and from everything that feeds a spirit of bitterness, to do nothing in a spirit of revenge, not to be led by private or partisan interest into any course hurtful to the interests of Christ's kingdom, particularly in public affairs, not to allow ambition or partisanship to lead them to counter to the interests of true religion. Those who are young promise to allow themselves in no diversions that would hinder a devout spirit, and to avoid everything that tends towards lasciviousness, and which will not be approved by the infinitely pure and holy eye of God. Finally, they consecrate themselves watchfully to perform the relative duties of parents and children, husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, masters, mistresses, and servants. So great a work as this could not be hid. The whole region of the Connecticut Valley, in Massachusetts and Connecticut, and the neighboring regions felt the influence of it. The fame of it went abroad. A letter of Edwards's, in reply to inquiries from his friend Dr. Coleman of Boston, was forwarded to Dr. Watts and Dr. Guise of London, and by them published under the title of Narrative of Surprising Conversions. A copy of the little book was carried in his pocket for wayside reading on a walk from London to Oxford by John Wesley in the year 1738. Not yet in the course of his work had he seen it on this fashion, as he writes in his journal. Surely this is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Both in this narrative and in the later work, the distinguishing marks of a work of the Spirit of God, one cannot but admire the divine gift of a calm wisdom with which Edwards had been endowed as if for this exigency. He is never dazzled by the incidents of the work, nor distracted by them from the essence of it. His argument for the divineness of the work is not found on the unusual or extraordinary character of it, nor on the impressive bodily effects sometimes attending it, such as tears, groans, outcries, convulsions, or faintings, nor on visions or ecstasies or impressions. What he claims is that the work may be divine, notwithstanding the presence of these incidents. It was doubtless owing to the firm and judicious guidance of such a pastor that the intense religious fervor of this first awakening at Northampton was marked by so much of sobriety and order. In later years, in other regions, and under the influence of preachers not of greater earnestness, but of less wisdom and discretion, there were habitual scenes of extravagant and senseless enthusiasm, which make the closing pages of this chapter of church history painfully instructive. It is not difficult to understand how one of the first places at a distance to feel the kindling example of Northampton should be the neighborhood of Newark. To this region, planted as we have seen, with so strong a stock from New England, from Old England, and from Scotland, came in 1708 a youth of 20 years, Jonathan Dickinson, a native of the historic little town of Hatfield, next neighbor to Northampton. He was pastor at Elizabeth, but his influence and activity extended through all that part of New Jersey, and he became easily the leader of the rapidly growing communion of Presbyterian churches in that province, and the opponent, in the interest of Christian liberty and sincerity, of rigid terms of subscription demanded by men of little faith. There is a great career before him, but that which concerns the present topic is his account of what took place sometime in August 1739, the summer before Mr. Whitefield came first into these parts, when there was a remarkable revival at Newark. This revival of religion was chiefly observable among the younger people till the following March, when the whole town in general was brought under an uncommon concern about their eternal interests, and the congregation appeared universally affected under some sermons that were then preached to them. Like scenes of spiritual quickening were witnessed that same season in other parts of New Jersey, but special interest attaches to the report from New Londonderry, Pennsylvania, where a Scotch-Irish community received as its pastor, in the spring of 1740, Samuel Blair, a native of Ireland, trained in the Log College of William Tennant. He describes the people, at his first knowledge of them, as sunk in a religious torpor, ignorance, and indifference. The first sign of vitality was observed in March 1740 during the pastor's absence, when, under an alarming sermon from a neighbor minister, There was a visible appearance of much soul concern among the hearers, so that some burst out with an audible noise into bitter crying, a thing not known in these parts before. The first sermon I preached after my return to them was from Matthew 6:33, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness." After opening up and explaining the parts of the text, when in the improvement I came to press the injunction in the text upon the unconverted and ungodly, and offered this as one reason among others why they should now first of all seek the kingdom and righteousness of God, viz., that they had neglected too long to do so already, this consideration seemed to come and cut like a sword upon several in the congregation, so that while I was speaking upon it, they could no longer contain, but burst out in the most bitter mourning. I desired them as much as possible to restrain themselves from making any noise that would hinder themselves or others from hearing what was spoken, and often afterward I had occasion to repeat the same counsel. I still advised people to endeavor to moderate and bound their passions, but not so as to resist and stifle their convictions. The number of the awakened increased very fast. Frequently under sermons there were some newly convicted and brought into deep distress of soul about their perishing estate. Our Sabbath assemblies soon became vastly large, many people from almost all parts around inclining very much to come where there was such appearance of the divine power and presence. I think there was scarcely a sermon or lecture preached here through that whole summer but there were manifest evidences of impressions on the hearers, and many times the impressions were very great and general. Several would be overcome and fainting, others deeply sobbing, hardly able to contain, others crying in a most dolorous manner, many others more silently weeping, and a solemn concern appearing in the countenances of many others. And sometimes the soul exercises of some, though comparatively but very few, would so far affect their bodies as to occasion some strange, unusual bodily motions. I had opportunities of speaking particularly with a great many of those who afforded such outward tokens of inward soul concern in the time of public worship and hearing of the word. Indeed, many came to me of themselves in their distress for private instruction and counsel, and I found, so far as I can remember, that with by far the greater part of their apparent concern in public was not just a transient qualm of conscience or merely a floating commotion of the affections, but a rational fixed conviction of their dangerous perishing estate. In some time many of the convinced and distressed afforded very hopeful, satisfying evidence that the Lord had brought them to true closure with Jesus Christ, and that their distresses and fears had been in a great measure removed in a right gospel way, by believing in the Son of God. Several of them had very remarkable and sweet deliverances this way. It was very agreeable to hear their accounts, how that when they were in the deepest perplexity and darkness, distress and difficulty, seeking God as poor, condemned, hell-deserving sinners, the scene of recovering grace through a Redeemer had been opened to their understandings with a surprising beauty and glory, so that they were able to believe in Christ with joy unspeakable and full of glory. The experience of Gilbert Tennent at New Brunswick had no connection with the first awakening at Northampton, but had important relations with later events. He was the eldest of the 4 sons whom William Tennent, the Episcopalian minister from Ireland, had brought with him to America and educated at his log college. In 1727 he became pastor of a church at New Brunswick, where he was much impressed with what he saw of the results of the work of the Reverend Theodore Frelinghuysen, who for 7 years had been pastor of a neighboring Dutch church. The example and fraternal counsel of this good man made him sensible of the fruitlessness of his own work, and moved him to more earnest prayers and labors. Having been brought low with sickness, he prayed to God to grant him 1/2 year more, in which to endeavor to promote his kingdom with all my might at all adventures. Being raised up from sickness, he devoted himself to earnest personal labors with individuals and to renewed faithfulness in the pulpit, which method was sealed by the Holy Spirit in the conviction and conversion of a considerable number of persons, at various times and in different places, in that part of the country, as appeared by their acquaintance with experimental religion and good conversation. This bit of pastoral history, in which is nothing startling or prodigious, was at least 5 years previous to the surprising conversions at Northampton. There must have been generally throughout the country a preparedness for the Great Awakening. It was in that year, 1735, in which the town of Northampton was all ablaze with the glory of its first revival under Edwards, that George Whitefield, first among the members of Wesley's Holy Club at Oxford, attained to that sense of divine love from which he was wont to date his conversion. In May 1738, when the last reflections from the Northampton revival had faded out from all around the horizon, the young clergyman, whose first efforts as a preacher in pulpits of the Church of England had astonished all hearers by the power of his eloquence, arrived at Savannah, urged by the importunity of the Wesleys to take up the work in Georgia in which they had so conspicuously failed. He entered eagerly into the sanguine schemes for the advantage of the young colony, and especially into the scheme for building and endowing an orphan house in just that corner of the earth where there was less need of such an institution than anywhere else. After 3 months' stay, he started on his return to England to seek priests' orders for himself and the funds for the orphans that might be expected sometime in Georgia. He was successful in both his errands. He was ordained, he collected more than £1,000 for the orphan house, and being detained in the kingdom by an embargo, he began that course of evangelistic preaching which continued on the other side of the ocean until his death, and which is without a parallel in church history. His incomparable eloquence thronged the parish churches until the churches were closed against him, and the Bishop of London warned people against him in a pastoral letter. Then he went out into the open fields, in the service, as he said, of him who had a mountain for his pulpit and the heavens for his sounding board, and who, when his gospel was refused by the Jews, sent his servants into the highways and the hedges. Multitudes of every rank thronged him, but especially the heathenized and embruted colliers near Bristol listened to the unknown gospel, and their awakened feelings were revealed to the preacher by his observing the white gutters made by the tears that ran down their grimy faces. At last the embargo was raised, and committing his work to Wesley, whom he had drawn into field preaching, he sailed in August 1739 for Philadelphia on his way to Georgia. His fame had gone before him, and the desire to hear him was universal. The churches would not contain the throngs. It was long remembered how, on those summer evenings, he would take his stand in the balcony of an old court-house of Market Street, and how every syllable from his wonderful voice would be heard aboard the river craft moored at the foot of the street 400 feet away. At New York, the Episcopal Church was closed against him, but the pastor of the Presbyterian Church, Mr. Pemberton, from Boston, made him welcome, and the fields were free to him and his hearers. On the way to New York and back, the tireless man preached at every town. At New Brunswick, he saw and heard with profound admiration Gilbert Tennent, thenceforth his friend and yoke-fellow. Seeing the solemn eagerness of the people everywhere to hear him, he determined to make the journey to Savannah by land, and again he turned the long journey into a campaign of preaching. Arriving at Savannah in January 1740, he laid the foundations of his orphan house, Bethesda, and in March was again on his way northward on a tour preaching and solicitation of funds. Touching at Charleston, where the bishop's commissary, Dr. Garden, was at open controversy with him, he preached 5 times and received £70 for his charitable work. Landing at Newcastle on a Sunday morning, he preached morning and evening. Monday morning, he preached at Wilmington to a vast assemblage. Tuesday evening, he preached on Society Hill in Philadelphia to about 8,000, and at the same place Wednesday morning and evening. Then once more he made the tour to New York and back, preaching at every halting place. A contemporary newspaper contains the following item. Newcastle, May 15th. This evening, Mr. Whitfield went on board his sloop here in order to sail for Georgia. On Sunday he preached twice in Philadelphia, and in the evening, when he preached his farewell sermon, it is supposed he had 20,000 hearers. On Monday he preached at Derby and Chester, on Tuesday at Wilmington and White Clay Creek, on Wednesday twice at Nottingham, on Thursday at Fogg's Manor and Newcastle. The congregations were much increased since his being here last. The presence of God was much seen in the assemblies, especially at Nottingham and the Fogg's Manor, where the people were under such deep soul distress that their cries almost drowned out his voice. He has collected in this and neighboring provinces about £450 for his orphans in Georgia. Into the feeble but rapidly growing presbyteries and the one synod of the American Presbyterian Church, the revival had brought not peace but a sword. The collision was inevitable between the fervor and unrestrained zeal of the evangelists and the sense of order and decorum and the importance of organization and method into which men are trained in the ministry of an established church. No man, even at this day, can read the standards of the Presbyterian Church without seeing that they have had to be strained to admit those revival methods which ever since the days of Whitefield have prevailed in that body. The conflict that arose was not unlike that which from the beginning of New England history had subsisted between separatist and nationalist. In the Presbyterian conflict, as so often in religious controversies, disciplinary and doctrinal questions were complicated with a difference of race. The old side was the Scotch and Irish party, the new side was the New England party, to which many of the old country ministers adhered. For successive years the mutual opposition had showed itself in the synod, and in 1740, at the synod meeting in Philadelphia, soon after the departure of Whitefield, the real gravamen of the controversy appeared, in the implied and even express impeachment of the spiritual character of the old side ministers. The impeachment had been implied in the coming of the evangelists uninvited into the other men's parishes, as if these were mission ground. And now it was expressed in papers read before the synod by Blair and Gilbert Tennent. The action of the synod went so far towards sustaining the men of the new side as to repeal the rule restraining ministers from preaching outside of their own parishes, and as to put on record a thanksgiving for the work of God in the land. Through all the days of the synod's meeting, daily throngs on Society Hill were addressed by the Tennents and other hot gospelers of the revival, and churches and private houses were resounding with revival hymns and exhortations. Already, the preaching and printing of Gilbert Tennent's Nottingham sermon had made further fellowship between the two parties for the time impossible. The sermon flagrantly illustrated the worst characteristic of the revivalists, their censoriousness. It was a violent invective on the danger of an unconverted ministry, which so favorable a critic as Dr. Alexander has characterized as one of the most severely abusive sermons which was ever penned. The answer to it came in a form that might have been expected. At the opening of the Synod of 1741, a solemn protestation was presented containing an indictment in 7 grave counts against the men of the new side, and declaring them to have at present no right to sit and vote as members of this Synod, and that if they should sit and vote, the doings of the Synod would be of no force or obligation. The protestation was adopted by the Synod by a bare majority of a small attendance. The Presbytery of New Brunswick found itself excited by this short and easy process of discipline. The Presbytery of New York joined with it in organizing a new Synod, and the schism was complete. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 11, Part 2, The Great Awakening. It is needless further to follow in detail the amazing career of Whitefield, posting o'er land and ocean without rest, and attended at every movement by such storms of religious agitation as have been already described. In August 1740 he made his first visit to New England. He met with a cordial welcome. At Boston all pulpits were opened to him, and churches were thronged with eager and excited hearers. He preached on the Common in the open air, and the crowds were doubled. All the surrounding town, and the coast eastward to Maine, and the interior as far as Northampton, and the Connecticut towns along the road to New York, were wonderfully aroused by the preaching, which, according to the testimony of 2 nations and all grades of society, must have been of unequal power over the feelings. Not only the clergy, including the few Church of England missionaries, but the colleges and the magistrates delighted to honor him. Belcher, the royal governor at Boston, fairly slobbered over him with tears and embraces and kisses, and the devout Governor Talcott at New Haven gave God thanks after listening to the great preacher, for such refreshings on the way to our rest. So he was sped on his way back to the South. Relieved thus of the glamour of his presence, the New England people began, some of them, to recognize in what an earthen vessel their treasure had been born. Already, in his earlier youth, when his vast powers had been suddenly revealed to him and to the world, he had had wise counsel from such men as Watts and Doddridge against some of his perils. Watts warned him against his superstition of trusting to impressions assumed to be divine, and Doddridge pronounced him an honest man but weak, and a little intoxicated with the popularity. But no human strength could stand against the adulation that everywhere attended him. His vain conceit was continually betraying him into indiscretions, which he was ever quick to expiate by humble acknowledgment. At Northampton he was deeply impressed with the beauty of holiness in Edwards and his wife, and he listened with deference to the cautions of that wise counselor against his faith in impressions, and against his censorious judgments of other men as unconverted, but it seemed to the pastor that his guest liked him not so well for opposing these things. The faults of Whitefield were intensified to a hateful degree in some of his associates and followers. Leaving Boston, he sent to succeed his work Gilbert Tennant, then glowing with the heat of his noted Nottingham sermon on an unconverted ministry. At once men's minds began to be divided. On one hand, so wise and sober a critic as Thomas Prince, listening with severe attention, gave his strong and unreserved approval to the teaching and demeanor of Tennant. At the other extreme, we have such testimony as this from Dr. Timothy Cutler, the former rector of Yale College, now the Episcopalian minister of Boston. It would be an endless attempt to describe that scene of confusion and disturbance occasioned by him, Whitefield. The division of families, neighborhoods, and towns, the contrariety of husbands and wives, the undutifulness of children and servants, the quarrels among teachers, the disorders of the night, the intermission of labor and business, the neglect of husbandry and of gathering the harvest. In many conventicles and places of rendezvous there has been checkered work indeed, several preaching and several exhorting and praying at the same time, the rest crying or laughing, yelping, sprawling, fainting, and this revel maintained in some places many days and nights together without intermission. And then there were the blessed outpourings of the Spirit. After him came one Tennant, a monster, impudent and noisy, and told them they were all damned, damned, damned. This charmed them, and in the most dreadful winter I ever saw, people wallowed in the snow day and night for the benefit of his beastly brayings, and many ended their days under these fatigues. Both of them carried more money out of these parts than the poor could be thankful for. This is in a tone of bitter sectarian railing. But, after all, the main allegations in it are sustained by the ample evidence produced by Dr. Charles Chauncey, pastor of the First Church in Boston, in his serious and weighty volume of Seasonable Thoughts on the State of Religion in New England, published in 1743, as he sincerely says, to serve the interests of Christ's kingdom, and faithfully pointing out the things of a bad and dangerous tendency in the late and present religious appearance in the land. Dr. Chauncey was doubtless included in the sweeping denunciation of the Christian ministry in general as unconverted, Pharisees, hypocrites. And yet it does not appear in historical evidence that Chauncey was not every whit as good a Christian as Tennent or Whitefield. The excess of the revival went on from bad to worse. They culminated at last in the frenzy of poor James Davenport, great-grandson of the venerable founder of New Haven, who, under the control of impressions and impulses and texts of Scripture borne in upon his mind, abandoned his Long Island parish, a true allatorio episcopos, to thrust himself uninvited into the parishes of other ministers, denouncing the pastor as unconverted, and adjuring the people to desert both pastor and church. Like some other self-appointed itinerants and exhorters of the time, he seemed bent upon schism, as if this were the great end of preaching. Being invited to New London to assist in organizing a separatist church, he published the messages which he said he received from the Spirit in dreams and otherwise, importing the great necessity of mortification and contempt of the world, and made them believe that they must put away from them everything they delighted in, to avoid a heinous sin of idolatry, that wigs, cloaks and breeches, hoods, gowns, rings, jewels, and necklaces, all must be brought together into one heap into his chamber, that they might by his solemn decree be committed to the flames. On the Sabbath afternoon the pile was publicly burned amid songs and shouts. In the pile were many favorite books of devotion, including works of Flavel, Beveridge, Henry, and like venerated names, and the sentence was announced with a loud voice, that the smoke of the torments of such of the authors of the above said books as died in the same belief as when they set them out was now ascending in hell, in like manner as they saw the smoke of these books arise. The public fever and delirium was passing its crisis. A little more than a year from this time, Davenport, who had been treated by his brethren with much forbearance, and had twice been released from public progress as non compos mentis, recovered his reason at the same time with his bodily health, and published an unreserved and affectionate acknowledgment of the wrong that he had done under the influence of a spirit of delusion which he had mistaken for the spirit of truth. Those who had gone furthest with him in his excesses returned to a more sober and brotherly mind, and soon no visible trace remained of the wild storm of enthusiasm that had swept over New England, except a few languishing schisms in the country towns of Connecticut. As in the Middle Colonies, the revival had brought division in New England. But, after the New England fashion, it was division merely into ways of thinking, not into sects. Central in the agitated scene is the calm figure of Edwards, uniting the faith and zeal of an apostle with the acuteness of a philosopher, and applying the exquisite powers of his intellect to discriminate between a divine work and its human or satanic admixtures, and between true and spurious religious affectations. He won the blessing of the peacemaker. When half a generation had passed, there had not ceased indeed to be differences of opinion, but there was none left to defend the wild extravagances which the very authors of them lamented, and there was none to deny, in the face of the rich and enduring fruits of the revival, that the power of God had been present in it. In the 20 years ending in 1760, the number of the New England churches had been increased by 150. In the Middle Colonies there had been like progress. The Presbyterian ministry had increased from 45 to more than 100, and the increase had been wholly on the new side. An early move of the Conservative party to require a degree from a British or New England college as a condition of license to preach was promptly recognized as intended to exclude the fervid students from the Log College. It was met by the organization of Princeton College, whose influence, more New Englandish than New England, directed by a succession of illustrious Yale graduates in full sympathy with the advanced theology of the revival, was counted on to withstand the more cautious orthodoxy of Yale. In this and other ways, the Presbyterian schism fell out to the furtherance of the gospel. In Virginia, the quickening was as when the wind breathed in the valley of the dry bones. The story of Samuel Morris and his unconscious mission, although authentic fact, belongs with the very romance of evangelism. Whitefield and One-Eyed Robinson, and at last Samuel Davies, came to his aid. The deadly exclusiveness of the inert Virginia establishment was broken up, and the gospel had free course. The Presbyterian Church, which had at first been looked on as an exotic sect that might be tolerated out on the western frontier, after a brief struggle with the Act of Uniformity, maintained its right to live and struck vigorous roots in the soil. The effect of the awakening was felt in the establishment itself. Devereux Jarrett, a convert of the revival, went to England for ordination and returned to labor for the resuscitation of the Episcopal Church in his native state. To him, and such as he, the first workings of the renewed energy of the Church in Virginia are to be traced. An even more important result of the awakening was the swift and wide extension of Baptist principles and churches. This was altogether logical. The revival had come, not so much in the spirit and power of Elijah, turning to each other the hearts of fathers and of children, as in the spirit of Ezekiel, the preacher of individual responsibility and duty. The temper of the revival was wholly congenial with the strong individualism of the Baptist churches. The separatist churches formed in New England by the withdrawal of revival enthusiasts from the parish churches in many instances became Baptist. Cases of individual conversion to Baptist views were frequent, and the earnestness with which the new opinion was held approved itself not only by debating and proselyting, but by strenuous and useful evangelizing. Especially at the South, from Virginia to Georgia, the new preachers, entering into the labors of the annoyed and persecuted pioneers of their communion, won multitudes of converts to the Christian faith from the neglected populations, both black and white, and gave to the Baptist churches a lasting preeminence in numbers among the churches of the South. Throughout the country, the effect of this vigorous propagation of rival sects openly, in the face of whatever there was of church establishment, settled this point, that the law of American states, by whomsoever administered, must sooner or later be the law of liberty and equality among the various religious communions. In the Southern colonies, the empty shell of a church establishment had crumbled on contact with the serious earnestness of the young congregations gathered by the Presbyterian and Baptist evangelists. In New England, where establishment was in the form of an attempt by the people of the Commonwealth to confirm the people of each town in the maintenance of common worship according to their conscience and judgment, the standing order had solid strength. But when it was attempted by public authority to curb the liberty of a considerable minority conscientiously intent on succession, the reins were ready to break. It soon came to be recognized that the only preeminence the parish churches could permanently hold was that of being servants of all. With equal and unlimited liberty was to follow, as a prevailing characteristic of American Christianity, a large diversity of organization. Not only that men disagreeing in their convictions of truth would be enrolled in different bodies, but that men holding the same views, in the same statement of them, would feel free to go apart from one another and stay apart. There was not even to be any one generally predominating organization from which minor ones should be reckoned as dissenting. One after another, the organizations which should be tempted by some period of exceptional growth and prosperity to pretend to a hegemony among the churches, Catholic, Episcopalian, Presbyterian, Baptist, Methodist, would meet with some setback as inexorable as the law of nature that prevents trees from growing up into the sky. By a curious paradox, the same spiritual agitation which deepened the divisions of the American church aroused in the colonies the consciousness of a national religious unity. We have already seen that in the period before the awakening, the sole organ of fellowship reaching through the whole chain of the British colonies was the correspondence of the Quaker meetings and missionaries. In the glow of the revival, the continent awoke to the consciousness of a common spiritual life. Ranging the continent literally from Georgia to Maine, with all his weaknesses and indiscretions, and with his incomparable eloquence, welcomed by every sect, yet refusing an exclusive allegiance to any, Whitefield exercised a true apostolate, bearing daily the care of all the churches, and becoming a messenger of mutual fellowship, not only between the ends of the continent, but between the Christians of two hemispheres. Remote churches exchanged offices of service. Tennant came from New Jersey to labor in New England. Dickinson and Burr and Edwards were the gift of the northern colonies to the college at Princeton. The quickened sense of a common religious life and duty and destiny was no small part of the preparation for the birth of the future nation. Whether for good or for evil, the few years from 1740 to 1750 were destined to impress upon the American church in its various orders, for 100 years to come, the character of Methodism. In New England, the idea, into which the first pastors had been trained by their experience as parish ministers in the English established church, of the parochial church holding correlative rights and duties toward the community in all its families, succumbed at last, after 100 years of more or less conscious antagonism, to the incompatible principle, adopted from the separatists of Plymouth, of the church formed according to elective affinity by the social compact of persons of the age of discretion, who could give account to themselves and to one another of the conscious act and experience of conversion. This view, subject to important mitigations or aggravations in actual administration, held almost unquestioned dominance in the New England churches until boldly changed by Horace Bushnell in his epoch-making volume on Christian Nurture, 1846, as a departure from the orthodoxy of the Fathers. In the Presbyterian Church, revivalism as a principle of church life had to contend with rules distinctly articulated in its constitutional documents. So exclusively does the Westminster Institute contemplate the church as an established parish that its directory for worship contains no provision for so abnormal an incident as the baptism of an adult, and all baptized children growing up and not being of scandalous life are to be welcomed to the Lord's Supper. It proves the immense power of the awakening that this rigid and powerful organization of a people tenacious of its traditions to the point of obstinacy should have swung so completely free at this point, not only of its long settled usages, but of the distinct letter of its standards. The Episcopal Church of the colonies was almost forced into an attitude of opposition to the revival. The unspeakable folly of the English bishops in denouncing and silencing the most effective preachers in the national church had betrayed Whitefield into his most easily besetting sin, that of censorious judgment, and his sweeping counter-denunciations of the Episcopalian clergy in general as unconverted closed to him many hearts and pulpits that at first had been hospitably open to him. Being human, they came into open antagonism to him and to the revival. From the protest against extravagance and disorder, it was a short and perilously easy step to the rejection of religious fervor and earnestness. The influence of the Mother Church on that dreary period and the influence of the official rings around every royal governor were all too potent in the same direction. The Propagation Society's missionaries boasted, with reason, of large accessions of proselytes alienated from other churches by their distaste for the methods of the revival. The effect on the Episcopal Church itself was in some respects unhappy. It lowered a spiritual temperature already too low, and weakened the moral influence of the Church and the value of its testimony to important principles which there were few besides efficiently to represent. The duty of the Church not to disown or shut out those of little faith, and the Church's duty towards its children. Never in the history of the Church have the Lord's husbandmen shown a fiercer zeal for rooting up tares, regardless of damage to the wheat, than was shown by the preachers of the Awakening. Never was there a wider application of the reproach against those who, instead of preaching to men that they should be converted and become like little children, preach to children that they must be converted and become like grown folks. The attitude of the Episcopal Church at that period was not altogether admirable, but it is nothing to its dishonor that it bore the reproach of being a friend of publicans and sinners, and offered itself as a refugium peccatorium, thus holding many in some sort of relation to the kingdom of Christ who would otherwise have lapsed into sheer infidelity. In all this, the Episcopal Church was affected by the Awakening only by way of reaction, but it owes a debt to the direct influence of the Awakening which it has not always been careful to acknowledge. We have already seen that the requickening of the asphyxiated Church of Virginia was part of the Great Revival, and this character remains impressed on that church to this day. The best of those traits by which the American Episcopal Church is distinguished from the Church of England, as, for instance, the greater purity of the ministry and of the membership, are family traits of the revival churches. The most venerated of its early bishops, White and Griswold, bore the same family likeness, and the evangelical party, for a time so influential in its councils, was a tardy and mild afterglow from the setting of the Great Awakening. An incident of the revival, failing which it would have lacked an essential token of the presence of the Spirit of Christ, was the kindling of zeal for the communicating of gospel to the ignorant, the neglected, and the heathen. Among the first fruits of Whitefield's preaching at the South was a practical movement among the planters for the instructions of their slaves, devotees, most of them, of the most abject fetish worship of their native continent. Of the evangelists and pastors most active in the revival, there were few, either North or South, whose letters or journals do not report the drawing into churches of large numbers of Negroes and Indians, whose daily lives witnessed to the sincerity of their profession of repentance and Christian faith. The Indian population of the southeastern corner of Connecticut, with such accord, received the gospel at the hands of the evangelists that heathenism seemed extinct among them. Among the first trophies of the revival at Norwich was a Mohegan boy named Samson Occam. Wheelock, pastor at Lebanon, one of the most ardent of the revival preachers, took him into his family as a student. This was the beginning of that school for the training of Indian preachers which, endowed in part with funds gathered by Occam in England, grew at last into Dartmouth College. The choicest spiritual gifts at the disposal of the church were freely sent on the missions. Whitefield visited the school and the field, and sped Kirkland on his way to the Oneidas. Edwards, leaving Northampton in sorrow of heart, gave his incomparable powers to the work of the gospel among the Stockbridge Indians until summoned thence to the presidency of Princeton College. When Brainerd fainted under his burden, it was William Tennant who went out into the wilderness to carry on the work of harvest. But the great gift of the American church to the cause of missions was the gift of David Brainerd himself. His life was the typical missionary's life, the scattering of precious seeds with tears, the heart sickness of hope deferred, at last the rejoicing of the harvest home. His early death enrolled him in the canon of the saints of modern Christendom. The story of his life and death, written by Jonathan Edwards, out of that fatherly love with which he had tended the young man's latest days and hours, may not have been an unmixed blessing to the church. The long protracted introspections, the cherished forebodings and misgivings, as if doubt was to be cultivated as a Christian virtue, may not have been an altogether wholesome example for general imitation. But think what the story of that short life has wrought. To how many hearts it has been an inspiration to self-sacrifice and devotion to the service of God in the service of man, we cannot know. Along one line, its influence can be partly traced. The life of David Brainerd made Henry Martyn a missionary to the heathen. As spiritual father to Henry Martyn, Brainerd may be reckoned, in no unimportant sense, to be the father of modern missions to the heathen. End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of A History of American Christianity by Leonard Woolsey Bacon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 12, Part 1, Close of the Colonial Era. The quickening of religious feeling, the deepening of religious conviction, the clearing and defining of theological opinions that were incidental to the Great Awakening, were a preparation for more than 30 years of intense political and warlike agitation. The churches suffered from the long distraction of the public mind, and at the end of it were faint and exhausted. But for the infusion of a more abundant life which they had received, it would seem that they could hardly have survived the stress of that stormy and revolutionary period. The religious life of this period was manifested in part in the growth of the New England theology. The great leader of this school of theological inquiry, the elder Edwards, was born at the opening of the 18th century. The oldest and most eminent of his disciples and successors, Bellamy and Hopkins, were born respectively in 1719 and 1721, and entered into the work of the awakening in the flush of their earliest manhood. A long dynasty of acute and strenuous argumentators has continued, through successive generations to the present day, this distinctly American school of theological thought. This is not the place for tracing the intricate history of their discussions, but the story of the awakening could not be told without some mention of this, its attendant and sequel. Not less notable than the new theology of the revival was the new psalmody. In general, it may be said that every flood tide of spiritual emotion in the church leaves its high water mark in the form of new songs to the Lord, that remain after the tide of feeling has assuaged. In this instance, the new songs were not produced by the revival, but only adopted by it. It is not easy for us at this day to conceive the effect that must have been produced in the Christian communities of America by the advent of Isaac Watts' marvelous poetic work, the Psalms of David imitated in the language of the New Testament. Important religious results have more than once followed in the Church on the publication of religious poems, notably in our own century on the publication of The Christian Year. But no other instance of the kind is comparable with the publication in America of Watts' Psalms. When we remember how scanty were the resources of religious poetry in American homes in the early 18th century, and especially how rude and even grotesque the rhymes that served in the various churches as a vehicle of worship, it seems that the coming of those melodious stanzas, in which the meaning of one poet is largely interpreted by the sympathetic insight of another poet, and the fervid devotion of the Old Testament is informed with the life and transfigured in the language of the New, must have been like a glow of sunlight breaking in upon a gray and cloudy day. Few pages of biography can be found more vividly illustrative of the times and the men than the page in which Samuel Hopkins recites the story of the sufferings of his own somber and ponderous mind under the rebuke of his college friend, David Brainerd. he walked his solitary room in tears, and, he says, took up Watts's version of the Psalms, and opened it to the 51st Psalm, and read the first, second, and third parts in long meter with strong affections, and made it all my own language, and thought it was the language of my heart to God. There was more than the experience of a great and simple soul. There was the germ of a future system of theology in the penitential confession which the young student made his own language, and in the exquisite lines which, under the figure of a frightened bird, became the utterance of his first tremulous and faltering faith. Lord, should thy judgment grow severe, I am condemned, but thou art clear. Should sudden vengeance seize my breath, I must pronounce thee just in death. And if my soul were sent to hell, thy righteous law approves it well. Yet save a trembling sinner, Lord, whose hope, still hovering round thy word, would light on some sweet promise there, some sure support against despair. The introduction of the new psalmody was not accomplished all at once, nor without a struggle. But we gravely mistake if we look upon the controversy that resulted in the adoption of Watts's Psalms as a mere conflict between enlightened good taste and stubborn conservatism. The action proposed was revolutionary. It involved the surrender of a long-settled principle of Puritanism. At the present day, the objection to the use of human composures in public worship is unintelligible except to Scotchmen. In the later Puritan age, such use was reckoned an infringement on the entire and exclusive authority and sufficiency of the Scriptures, and a constructive violation of the Second Commandment. By the adoption of the new psalmody, the Puritan and Presbyterian churches, perhaps not consciously, but none the less actually, yielded the major premise of the only argument by which liturgical worship was condemned on principle. Thereafter, the question of the use of liturgical forms became a mere question of expediency. It is remarkable that the logical consequences of this important step have been so tardy and hesitating. It was not in the common course of church history that the period under consideration should be a period of vigorous internal activity and development in the old settled churches of America. The deep, often excessive, excitements of the awakening had not only ceased, but had been succeeded by intense agitations of another sort. Two successive French and Indian wars kept the long frontier, at a time when there was little besides frontier to the British colonies, in continual peril of fire and scalping knife. The astonishingly sudden and complete extinction of the French political-religious empire in Canada and the West made possible, and at no remote time inevitable, the separation of the British colonies from the mother country, and the contentions and debates that led into the Revolutionary War began at once. Another consequence of the prostrating of the French power in America has been less noticed by historians, but the course of this narrative will not be followed far without its becoming manifest as not less momentous in its bearing on the future history of the Church. The extinction of the French Catholic power in America made possible the later plantation and large and free development of the Catholic Church in the territory of the United States. After that event, the Catholic resident or citizen was no longer subject to the suspicion of being a sympathizer with a hostile neighboring power, and the Jesuit missionary was no longer liable to be regarded as a political intriguer and a conspirator with savage assassins against the lives of innocent settlers and their families. If there are those who, reading the earlier pages of this volume, have mourned over the disappointment and annihilation of two magnificent schemes of Catholic domination on the North American continent as being among the painful mysteries of divine providence, they may find compensation for these catastrophes in later advances of Catholicism, which without these antecedents would seem to have been hardly possible. Although the spiritual development of the awakened American churches, after the awakening until the independence of the states was established and acknowledged, was limited by these great hindrances, this period was one of momentous influences from abroad upon American Christianity. The Scotch-Irish immigration kept gathering volume and force. The great stream of immigrants entering at the port of Philadelphia and flowing westward and southwestward was joined by a tributary stream entering at Charleston. Not only the numbers of this people, occupying in force the hill country from Pennsylvania to Georgia, but still more its extraordinary qualities and the discipline of its history, made it a factor of prime importance in the events of the times just before and just after the achievement of the national independence. For generations it had been schooled to the apprehension and acceptance of an elaborately articulated system of theology and church order as of divine authority. Its prejudices and animosities were quite as potent as its principles. Its fixed hereditary aversion to the English government and the English church was the natural fruit of long memories and traditions of outrages inflicted by both of these. Its influence was now about to be powerfully manifested in the overthrow of the English power and its feeble church establishments in the colonies. At the opening of the War of Independence, the Presbyterian Church, reunited since the Schism of 1741, numbered 170 ministers in 17 presbyteries, but its weight of influence was out of all proportions to its numbers, and this entire force, not altogether at unity with itself on ecclesiastical questions, was united as one man in the maintenance of American rights. The great German immigration begins to flow in earnest in this period. 3 successive tides of migration have set from Germany to America. The first was the movement of the petty sects under the invitation and patronage of William Penn, quartering themselves in the eastern parts of Pennsylvania. The second was the transportation of the Palatines, expatriated by stress of persecution and war, not from the Rhenish Palatinate only, but from the Archduchy of Salzburg and from other parts of Germany and Switzerland, gathered up and removed to America, some of them directly, some by way of England, as an act of political charity by Queen Anne's government, with the idea of strengthening the colonies by planting Protestant settlers for a safeguard against Spanish or French aggressions. The third tide continues flowing, with variable volume to this day. It is the voluntary flow of companies of individual immigrants seeking to better the fortunes of themselves or their families. But this voluntary migration has been unhealthily and sometimes dishonestly stimulated from the beginning of it by the selfish interests of those concerned in the business of transportation or in the sale of land. It seems to have been mainly the greed of shipping merchants at first that spread abroad in the German states florid announcements of the charms and riches of America, decoying multitudes of ignorant persons to risk everything on these representations and to mortgage themselves into a term of slavery until they should have paid the cost of their passage by their labor. This class of bondmen, called redemptioners, made no inconsiderable part of the population of the middle colonies, and it seems to have been a worthy part. The trade of trepanning the unfortunates and transporting them and selling their term of service was not by several degrees as bad as the African slave trade, but it was of the same sort, and the deadly horrors of its middle passage were hardly less. In one way and another, the German immigration had grown by the middle of the 18th century to great dimensions. In the year 1749, 12,000 Germans landed at the port of Philadelphia. In general, they were as sheep having no shepherd. Their deplorable religious condition was owing less to poverty than to diversity of sects. In many places, the number of sects rendered concerted action impossible, and the people remained destitute of religious instruction. The famine of the world was sorely felt. In 1733, 3 great Lutheran congregations in Pennsylvania, numbering 500 families each, sent messengers with an imploring petition to their co-religionists at London and Halle, representing their state of the greatest destitution. Our own means, they say, are utterly insufficient to effect the necessary relief, unless God in His mercy may send us help from abroad. It is truly lamentable to think of the large numbers of the rising generation who know not their right hand from their left, and unless help be promptly afforded, the danger is that, in consequence of the great lack of churches and schools, the most of them will be led into the ways of destructive error. This urgent appeal bore fruit like the apples of Sodom. It resulted in a painful and pitiable correspondence with the chiefs of the Mother Church, those haggling for months and years over stipulations of salary, and refusing to send a minister until the salary should be pledged in cash, and their correspondents pleading their poverty and need. The few and feeble churches of the Reformed confession were equally needed and ill befriended. It seems to us, as we read the story after the lapse of 150 years, as if the man expressly designed and equipped by the providence of God for this exigency in the progress of his kingdom had arrived when Zinzendorf, the Moravian, made his appearance at Philadelphia, December 10, 1741. The American Church, in all its history, can point to a no fairer representative of the charity that seeketh not her own than this Saxon nobleman, who, for the true love that he bore to Christ and all Christ's brethren, was willing to give up his home, his ancestral estates, his fortune, his title of nobility, his patrician family name, his office of bishop in the ancient Moravian Church, and even, last infirmity of zealous spirits, his interest in promoting specially that order of consecrated men and women in the Church Catholic which he had done and sacrificed so much to save from extinction, and to which his cares and toils were given. He hastened first up the Lehigh Valley to spend Christmas at Bethlehem, where the foundations had already been laid on which have been built up the half-monastic institutions of charity and education and missions, which have done and are still doing so much to bless the world in both its hemispheres. It was in commemoration of this Christmas visit of Bishop Zinzendorf that the mother house of the Moravian communities in America received its name of Bethlehem. Returning to Philadelphia, he took this city as the base of his unselfish and unpartisan labors in behalf of the great and multiplying population from his fatherland, which through its sectarian divisions had become so helpless and spiritually needy. Already for 20 years there had been a few scattering churches of the Reformed confession, and for half that time a few Lutheran congregations had been gathered or had gathered themselves. But both the sects had been overcome by the paralysis resulting from habitual dependence on paternal governments, and the two were borne asunder, while every right motive was urging to cooperation and fellowship, by the almost spent momentum of old controversies. In Philadelphia, two starveling congregations representing the two competing sects occupied the same rude meeting place, each by itself on alternate Sundays. The Lutherans made shift without a pastor, for the only Lutheran minister in Pennsylvania lived at Lancaster, 60 miles away. To the scattered, distracted, and demoralized flocks of his German fellow Christians in the middle colonies came Zinzendorf, knowing Jesus Christ crucified, knowing no man according to the flesh, and at once the neglected congregation were made to feel the thrill of a strong religious life. Aglow with zeal for Christ, throwing all emphasis in his teachings upon the one doctrine of redemption through the blood shed on Calvary, all the social advantages and influence and wealth which his position gave him were made subservient to the work of preaching Christ, and him crucified, to the rich and the poor, the learned and the ignorant. The Lutherans of Philadelphia heard him gladly and entreated him to preach to them regularly, to which he consented, but not until he had assured himself that this would be acceptable to the pastor of the Reformed congregation. But his mission was to the sheep scattered abroad, of whom he reckoned, an extravagant overestimate, not less than 100,000 of the Lutheran party in Pennsylvania alone. Others, as he soon found, had been feeling, like himself, the hurt of the daughter of Zion. A series of conferences was held from month to month, in which men of the various German sects took counsel together over the dissensions of their people, and over the question how the ruinous effects of these dissensions could be avoided. The plan was, not to attempt a merger of the sects, nor to alienate men from their habitual affiliations, but to draw together in cooperation and common worship the German Christians of whatever sect, and a fellowship to be called, in imitation of a Pauline phrase, Ephesians 2:22, the congregation of God in the Spirit. The plan seemed so right and reasonable and promising of beneficent results as to win general approval. It was in a fair way to draw together the whole miserably divided German population. At once the drum ecclesiastic beat to arms. In view of the impending danger that their scattered fellow countrymen might come into mutual fellowship on the basis of their common faith in Christ, the Lutheran leaders at Halle, who for years had been dawdling and haggling over the imploring entreaties of the shepherdless Lutheran populations in America, promptly reconsidered their non possumus and found and sent a man admirably qualified for the desired work, Henry Melchior Muhlenberg, a man of eminent ability and judgment, of faith, devotion, and untiring diligence, not illiberal, but a conscientious sectarian. An earnest preacher of the gospel, he was also earnest that the gospel should be preached according to the Lutheran formularies to congregations organized according to the Lutheran discipline. The easier and less worthy part of the appointed task was soon achieved. The danger that the religious factions that had divided Germany might be laid aside in the New World was effectually dispelled. 6 years later, the governor of Pennsylvania was still able to write, "The Germans imported with them all the religious whimsies of their country, and I believe have subdivided since their arrival here." And he estimates their number at 3/5 of the population of the province. The more arduous and noble work of organizing and compacting the Lutherans into their separate congregations and combining these by synodical assemblies was prosecuted with wisdom and energy, and at last, in spite of hindrances and discouragements, with beneficent success. The American Lutheran Church of today is the monument of the labors of Muhlenberg. A brief remainder of Zinzendorf's work in America may be briefly told. There is no doubt that, like many another eager and hopeful reformer, he overestimated the strength and solidity of the support that was given to his generous and beneficent plans. At the time of Muhlenberg's arrival, Zinzendorf was the elected and installed pastor of the Lutheran congregation of Philadelphia. The conflict could not be a long one between the man who claimed everything for his commission and his sect, and the man who was resolved to insist on nothing for himself. Notwithstanding the strong love for him among the people, Zinzendorf was easily displaced from his official station. When dispute arose about the use of the empty carpenter's shop that stood them instead of a church, he waived his own claims and at his own cost built a new house of worship. But it was no part of his work to stay and persist in maintaining a division. He retired from the field, leaving it in charge of Muhlenberg, being satisfied if only Christ were preached, and returned to Europe, having achieved a truly honorable and most Christian failure, more to be esteemed in the sight of God than many a splendid success. But his brief sojourn in America was not without visible fruit. He left behind him the Moravian Church fully organized under the episcopate of Bishop David Nitschmann, with the communities or congregations begun at 9 different centers and schools established in 4 places. An extensive itinerancy had been set in operation under careful supervision, and, most characteristic of all, a great beginning had been made of those missions to the heathen Indians, in which the devoted and successful labors of this little society of Christians have put to shame the whole American church besides. Not all of this is to be ascribed to the activity of Zinzendorf, but in all of it he was a sharer, and his share was a heroic one. The 2 years' visit of Count Zinzendorf to America forms a beautiful and quite singular episode in our church history. Returning to his ancestral estates, splendidly impoverished by his free-handed beneficence, he passed many of the later years of his life at Herrnhut, that radiating center from which the light of the gospel was borne by the multitude of humble missionaries to every continent under the whole heaven. The news that came to him from the economies that he had planted in the forests of Pennsylvania was such as to fill his generous soul with joy. In the communities of Nazareth and Bethlehem was renewed the Pentecostal consecration when no man called anything his own. The prosperous farms and varied industries, in which no towns in Pennsylvania could equal them, were carried on, not for private interest, but for the church. After 3 years, the community work was not only self-supporting, but sustained about 50 missionaries in the field and was preparing to send aid to the missions of the Mother Church in Germany. The Moravian settlements multiplied at distant points north and south. The educational establishments grew strong and famous. But especially the Indian missions spread far and wide. The story of these missions is one of the fairest and most radiant pages in the history of the American Church, and one of the bloodiest. Zinzendorf, dying at London in May 1756, was spared, we may hope, the heartbreaking news of the massacre at Gnadenhutten the year before. But from that time on, through the French wars, the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, down to the infamy of Georgia and the United States in 1837, the innocent and Christ-like Moravian missions have been exposed from every side to the malignity of savage men, both white and red. No order of missionaries or missionary converts can show a nobler roll of martyrs than the Moravians. End of chapter 12, part 1.